Sect Lord Peak. The owner of the divine sense was the eldest senior brother who often hung by his mouth. He had always praised her and regretted not recruiting her into Sect Lord Peak. However, when he didn't pay much attention to Chu Zhongtian, Xiao Shan had always looked down on him. In an instant it disappeared without a trace. Since Chu Zhongtian's soul could advance to the divine grade, he wasn't the reincarnation of an immortal god. The reincarnation of a devil king must also not be an ordinary person. As Xiao Shan, who possessed the inherited memory of an ancient bloodline, he immediately had the intention of befriending him. Initially, he wanted to stand up and stand guard for Chu Zhongtian in order to shorten the relationship between the two of them. But just now, he sensed that among the three powerful aura that were mixed with the divine sense, there was a master that he was very familiar with and understood. The thought of getting up was immediately extinguished. If the person who wanted to ambush Chu Zhongtian wasn't strong enough to be at the titled supreme level, then it wouldn't be enough for his master to slap him. Besides being an audience member, he wouldn't even have the chance to make a move. If the person who tried to sneak attack Chu Zhongtian was a titled supreme level warrior, it would be very difficult for his master to deal with him. Even if he went up, he wouldn't be able to withstand a single slap from his master. It would be useless even if he went. Therefore, Xiao Shan calmed his heart down once again. He continued to refine the pure spiritual qi from the source of the spiritual vein while paying attention to the situation in Hidden Dragon Peak. 10 minutes later, Chu Zhongtian broke through to the divine soul stage, and the speed at which the divine sense was expanding increased. All of a sudden, it began to increase exponentially. The range of its expansion quickly exceeded 4,000 miles, 5,000 miles, 8,000 miles, 9,000 miles. After reaching 9,999 miles, the speed at which the divine sense extended finally stopped. At the same time, during the process of the special fluctuation of the divine sense's expansion, it had alarmed countless powerful existences. These experts either got up and went straight to the Hidden Dragon Peak or used the powerful divine sense. Chu Zhongtian, who was planning to observe the peak of the Hidden Dragon Peak and break through to the stage, "Junior brother, this is troublesome." When Chu Zhongtian broke through to the divine soul stage, the range of the divine sense that he triggered had far exceeded Shen Fengxing's expectations. When he sensed that the range of the divine sense had finally reached 9,999 miles, he could not help but remind Zhao Enjuan with a bitter smile. "It is a little troublesome." Zhao Enjuan's expression was also ugly as he said. Elder Huang had reminded him before Chu Zhongtian broke through. He said that Chu Zhongtian had broken through to the divine soul stage, which was different from the others. He had to make sufficient preparations in advance, but he didn't say that there was anything different about it. Therefore, Zhao Enjuan didn't really take it to heart. As a supreme level peak expert, he had seen countless geniuses break through to the divine soul stage. There wasn't a lack of monster-level geniuses among them. When they broke through to the divine soul stage, even if the range of the divine sense reached 9,999 meters, it would only attract a small amount of attention. It wouldn't attract too much attention. However, when Chu Zhongtian broke through to the divine soul stage, the range of the divine sense had reached 9,999 miles, which he had never heard of before. It had alarmed countless old monsters in the sect who were in closed-door cultivation. Among these old monsters, either their strength wasn't any weaker than Zhao Enjuan's, or their status was extremely high, and they had a strong background. Every single one of them was extremely difficult to deal with. Fortunately, he had listened to Elder Huang's request from the beginning, and had accepted the invitation to invite sect leader to join the formation. The old monsters whose strength was not weaker than his would be left to Shen Fengxing to deal with. The old monsters with extremely high statuses would teach him, a person who did not put the sect's rules in his eyes, how to deal with them. The area within 100 miles of Hidden Dragon Peak is a forbidden area. Without my permission, said. Anyone who dares to enter within 100 miles will be my enemy. Zhao Enjuan. When he saw a royal stage peak warrior from a certain faction approaching the area within 100 miles of Hidden Dragon Peak, Zhao Enjuan immediately rose into the sky, and at the same time, his body emitted a strong killing intent. Combined with the killing intent on his body, He threatened with killing intent. After hearing Zhao and Juan's threat, the royal stage peak warrior who was approaching the hidden dragon peak immediately stopped moving. When he recalled Zhao and Juan's bloody massacre 100 years ago, the royal stage peak warrior quickly retreated. Zhao and Juan's reputation in the floating cloud sect could indeed shock many powerful warriors, but there were also people in the sect who weren't afraid of him. Just as the royal stage peak warrior stopped moving and quickly retreated, a royal stage peak warrior from the senator group simply ignored Zhao and Juan's threat. He forcefully stepped into the 100 miles radius of Hidden Dragon Peak. Zhao and Juan's face darkened when he saw that someone was not only not afraid of his threat, but also provoked him. Strands of aura filled with destructive force slowly rose from his palm. Elder Zhao, you are the inner sect's Deacon Elder, and I am the Senator Group's Deacon Elder. My status and identity are one level higher than yours. According to the sect's rules, after you see me, the first thing you need to do is to pay your respects. Not to threaten me with such murderous intent. Sensing the destructive force of rule rising from Zhao and Juan's palm, the Emperor Realm expert who had stepped into the Hidden Dragon Peak 100 miles away, instead he blamed Zhao and Juan for not being polite. The accusation from the law enforcement elder of Senator Group not only stunned Zhao and Juan, but also Xianxia, who was standing in the courtyard, secretly shook his head. As the sect with the longest inheritance in Southern Domain, no one knew when it started. The Senator Group, who didn't usually interfere in the affairs of the sect, not only did they interfere in the affairs of the sect, but also the matters of the sect. They were competing for the cultivation resources of the sect, and they were also involved in the selection of the disciples of the sect. It was obvious that it was beyond the responsibility of the Senator Group to brazenly develop their own forces. Behind Law Enforcement Peak and Merit Palace, although there was the support of the old monsters of Demon Heart sect, but as the master of a sect, Xianxia, who possessed the ultimate treasure of Floating Cloud sect, which had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years, he wasn't afraid of the old monster's threat in his heart. The reason why he tolerated Law Enforcement Peak and Merit Palace, which was getting more and more out of hand, was because of this. What he feared the most was the Senator Group, which was hiding behind his back. At this moment, when he saw the pedantic Deacon Elder of the Senator Group, Xianxia had the idea of organizing the Senator Group. However, the prerequisite was that Zhao and Juan had to break through to the titled Supreme level, and his two disciples had to break through to the Chaos Period and Supreme level. Only in this way could he have the confidence to suppress the Law Enforcement Peak and the Merit Palace while he was reorganizing the Senator Group, so that they wouldn't dare to cause any trouble. Zhao and Juan, do you need me to say it a second time? Seeing that Zhao and Juan didn't pay any attention to him, Deacon Elder from the Senator Group scolded him in an even more dissatisfied tone. Zhao Mang, it has been more than 30 years since we last met. Yet you are still so pedantic. Looks like you still need me, Blood Robe, to help you clear your mind. Just as Zhao and Juan could no longer suppress the anger in his heart, he intended to make a move on this Deacon Elder who came from the Senator Group. He wanted to let those experts who were rushing over to take a look and see if he, Zhao and Juan, still had 100 years of history left. Just as the Bloody Butcher was about to launch his attack, a mocking voice suddenly sounded. Hidden Dragon Peak, on top of the mountain. Blood Robe greets Elder Zhao. Blood-robed Elder landed 100 miles away from Hidden Dragon Peak. He first greeted Zhao and Juan with cupped fists, then looked at Deacon Elder of Senator Group with disdain. Shui Yuanya, I don't want to talk to a devil like you who relies on blood for a living and kills for fun. You can either stand there obediently, or you can scram back to your blood peak. If you dare to meddle in other people's business, don't blame me for reporting to a senior elder and locking you in the back mountain. See ya. The sudden arrival of blood-robed elder caused Elder Zhao's facial expression to change. However, when he thought of the supreme-level senior elder he had just joined a few years ago, he felt a strong sense of confidence that made him unafraid of the threat of old ancestor Bloodrobe. Eh? When he saw Zhao Mang, who had been hiding away obediently when he saw him in the past, now, he actually had the courage to threaten blood-robed elder. This shocked blood-robed elder at the same time. He also wanted to test the other party and see if the other party had the courage to threaten him. Elder Zhao, I have known Zhao Mang for hundreds of years, and we have accumulated a deep grudge between us. So, if anything happens to Elder Jiao, we will talk about it after we settle our grudges. Turning his head, he explained to Zhao and Juan. Elder Bloodrobe was like a blood devil. His body was emitting a strong blood qi. Blood Yuanya? Aren't you afraid of the Elder's punishment? Zhao Mang's expression changed when he saw blood-robed Elder lunging at him. Haha! Everyone in the sect knows what kind of person I, Bloodrobe, am. I will kill whoever I want to kill. I will protect whoever I want, and no one can control me. He saw that the other party was still using an elder to pressure him, and also came from the senator group. Blood-robed Elder, who also had a Supreme as his backer, roared out wildly. Zhao and Juan knew what Blood-robed Elder was trying to do when he saw that Blood-robed Elder had taken the initiative to block Deacon Elder from the senator group. Although with his strength and style of action, he wasn't afraid of the senator group's revenge. However, if he killed the deacon of the senator group, he would be standing on the opposite side of the senator group. He had the strength of a supreme-level peak, and it would take him at least a year. At most 2 years, he would be able to break through to the titled supreme level, and he wouldn't be afraid of the senator group's revenge. However, Chu Zhongtian hadn't grown up yet. What if the senator group's revenge target shifted to Chu Zhongtian? With the strength and resources possessed by the senator group, the only way Chu Zhongtian would be able to gain benefits from the ____ was if he stayed in Hidden Dragon Peak for the rest of his life. If not, the result of going out to temper himself would only be a matter of life and death. But Blood-robed Elder was different. Both of them came from the senator group. Elder Bloodrobe's status was higher than Zhao Mang's, and Elder Bloodrobe's words before he made his move had already indicated that, therefore, he wouldn't bring any trouble to Chu Zhongtian if he attacked. Zhao and Juan didn't expect that he would take the initiative to cause such a huge trouble just because he admired Chu Zhongtian. He could be considered to have acknowledged Blood-robed Elder as a person who could befriend him. Although Zhao Mang also had the strength of a royal stage peak, his stage was completely built up by the accumulation of resources. It was different from old ancestor Bloodrobe, who used to kill to obtain blood to increase his strength. Therefore, the two of them had just exchanged blows. Zhao Mang was forced to retreat 1 step at a time. After 10 moves, his back was directly hit by a palm from the blood-robed ancestor, causing him to vomit blood. Seeing that Elder Bloodrobe's blood energy was getting thicker and thicker, Bolt Zhao, who understood his fighting style, knowing that his opponent was already determined to kill him for the sake of his own life, Zhao Baozi endured Elder Bloodrobe's attack with brute force, and then borrowed this power. Swoosh! 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 Luckily, Zhao Mang was smart this time and didn't leave any threatening words. Otherwise, Blood-robed Elder, who was in high spirits, wouldn't dare to chase after him. Seeing Zhao Mang running away on his own accord, Elder Bloodrobe spat disdainfully and said disdainfully, "Trash!" After that, he flew straight to Hidden Dragon Peak, but stopped when he was 100 miles away. After that, he cupped his fists and said, "Elder Jiao, the news of Zhongtian breaking through to the Divine Soul stage is too big." It had already attracted the attention of many old Undyings. When Zhongtian broke through to the Divine Soul stage, they are very interested in the skill that can extend the divine sense for nearly 10,000 miles. Therefore, not only will Zhongtian be in danger when breaking through to the Divine Soul stage, but he will also be in danger when breaking through to the Divine Soul stage. After breaking through to the Divine Soul stage, there will still be a lot of trouble. That's right. I never thought that the activity of this brat breaking through to the Divine Soul stage would be so great. Zhao and Juan deeply agreed with what old ancestor Bloodrobe said. At the same time, he couldn't help but complain to Elder Huang in his heart. Since you know that Chu Zhongtian's breakthrough into the Divine Soul stage will cause such a huge commotion, if you really want to make it clear, then he will definitely help Chu Zhongtian choose a sparsely populated place to break through. This way, he won't attract the attention of so many people. Elder Jiao, although my cultivation base isn't as high as yours, my strength is not as strong as yours, but my reputation in the sect, many old monsters are still afraid of my existence. Therefore, I want to protect Zhongtian for a period of time. I wonder if it's possible? Zhao Enjuan had never expected Chu Zhongtian to break through to the divine soul stage and cause such a huge commotion. Afraid that he wouldn't be prepared in advance, old ancestor Blood Robe asked in a low voice. Elder Shui, you are being too polite. You are the one who can stand guard for Chu. I wonder how many lifetimes of fortune he has cultivated. How could I possibly stop him? Seeing the old ancestor begging him in a low voice in order to protect Chu Zhongtian, while feeling touched, Zhao Enjuan appeared in front of him in a flash. He sincerely invited the old ancestor. Elder Shui, please. Zhao Enjuan waved his hand and said, Thank you. Old ancestor Blood Robe cupped his fists and thanked him. Then he flew straight to Hidden Dragon Peak. However, when he was still 10 miles away from Hidden Dragon Peak's peak courtyard, he suddenly stopped. Furthermore, he turned around, intending to protect Chu Zhongtian's safety at this place. Whether it was Zhao Enjuan, sect leader, Xin Fengxing, or Elder Huang who was the last line of defense, they were all deeply moved by the old ancestor's action. Although old ancestor Blood Robe was eccentric, brutal, and violent, it was precisely because of his carefree personality that he could treat the people he liked sincerely and become true friends with them. Looking at Elder Blood Robe, who was standing 10 miles away from the courtyard, Zhao Enjuan truly regarded him as a friend and a brother who could live and die together with him. Xin Fengxing, on the other hand, saw him as the best candidate to take over the position of the Law Enforcement Peak's Peak Master in the future. He was a fellow disciple who could act impartially and completely obey the rules of the sect, doing his best for the development of the sect. Elder Huang also planned to take out a secret technique that could improve his blood, so that he could use this technique to increase his chances of breaking through to the supreme level. Hidden Dragon Peak, the peak of the mountain, in the courtyard. After the divine sense had left his sea of consciousness and extended for 9,999 miles, it instantly started to return. In less than 3 seconds, the divine sense returned to his sea of consciousness. The divine sense leaving his sea of consciousness was only the second step to breaking through to the divine soul stage. If he wanted to truly break through to the divine soul stage, he had to separate the first soul of the 7 souls, the strength of the soul. Separating 3 souls and 7 souls was the most difficult hurdle to break through to the divine soul stage. Almost all the peak essence gathering stage geniuses who were close to the 9th level had fallen at this step, and could only stop at the half-step divine soul period in the end. However, this hurdle was much easier for Chu Zhongtian than the divine sense, which had extended for nearly 10,000 miles. This was because the 3 souls and 7 spirits had already been separated when the soul had advanced to the divine grade. What he needed to do next was to temper the first soul that separated, strength and heroic soul. Regarding how to temper the soul, not only did Elder Huang introduce many techniques, he also taught him a special finger incantation secret technique. With the help of this special finger incantation martial artist, it could increase his speed of tempering the soul by nearly 10 times. Strength and heroic soul were the souls that controlled desire among the 7 souls. It was the easiest to separate and the best way to temper the soul. He used the abundant spiritual qi in the spirit gathering formation as well as the isolated space and spirit beast to continuously pour pure energy into it. Chu Zhongtian, who had long thought about tempering the finger incantation, absorbed the spiritual qi to increase the power of the divine soul in the dantian. At the same time, he condensed the finger incantation to temper his physical strength, which had long been separated from his body. In less than 5 minutes, 1/3 of his strength and heroic soul had been tempered. Just as Chu Zhongtian was using all his strength to refine his strength and heroic soul, the 3 royal stage peak experts approached the Hidden Dragon Peak together. When they were still 100 miles away from the Hidden Dragon Peak, one of the 3 men's hair had already turned completely white. However, the energetic old man took a step forward and said, Elder Zhao, if we count according to the seniority, your master and I are fellow disciples of the same generation, and we have a pretty good relationship, so I will call you junior disciple. Regarding the other party's intention to get closer to each other, Zhao Enjuan did not object or approve. He just looked at the 3 of them coldly without saying a word. Junior disciple Zhao, the disciple who is breaking through to the divine soul stage, must be your direct disciple. The divine sense glanced at Chu Zhongtian, wanting to observe him further. However, it was blocked by an invisible barrier. The white-haired old man knew that the peak of the mountain had already set up a defensive formation. Could only place its attention on Zhao and Juan. Zhao and Juan didn't say anything for a long time. He just stared at the three men with a cold expression. Since I am your disciple, then I can be considered his senior granduncle. As elders, we have the right and responsibility to protect the safety of our juniors. Therefore, the three of us elders intend to protect him personally. I don't think junior apprentice nephew Zhao will object. Not only did the white-haired old man speak rudely, his actions were even more excessive. He directly walked past the 100-mile forbidden zone that Zhao and Juan had designated. Puff! The palm force that contained the power of law directly cut off the white-haired old man's sleeve. Zhao and Juan said coldly, "That palm force just now was just a warning. If you dare to step into the 100-mile radius, I will kill you." Looking at Zhao and Juan's gloomy expression and hearing his cold tone, although the white-haired old man immediately withdrew from the 100-mile radius, his face was unusually gloomy as he questioned, "Junior disciple Zhao, what do you mean by this?" Glancing coldly at the white-haired old man, Zhao and Juan still did not say anything. However, the thick killing intent that rose from his body indicated his attitude. That was because the palm strike just now was just a warning. If he dared to step forward, he would not forgive him. According to his status and identity, the white-haired old man was much higher than Zhao and Juan. However, the difference in strength the bloody butchers means. However, the white-haired old man didn't dare to provoke Zhao and Juan so easily, in case Zhao and Juan really wanted to kill him. For a moment, the white-haired old man and the other two were neither advancing nor retreating. This put them in an extremely awkward situation. "Hee, we haven't seen each other for 100 years. Junior brother Zhao's temper is still so strong even after so long." Just as the white-haired old man and the other two old men were in an awkward situation, a soft laugh sounded, causing the white-haired old man and the other two old men to secretly heave a sigh of relief. "That's right. We haven't seen each other for 100 years. But you, Li Yanlong, are still alive and kicking. How could my anger disappear?" Zhao and Juan sneered and said sarcastically. Although the owner of the soft laughter had not yet appeared, the soft laughter was too familiar to Zhao and Juan. As soon as the familiar laughter rang out, he knew who it was. As Zhao and Juan's sarcastic voice faded, a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s, handsome, and had a very noble temperament appeared 100 miles away from Hidden Dragon Peak, next to the white-haired old man and the other two. After that, he bowed respectfully to the white-haired old man and the other two and said, "Greetings, Martial Uncle Jing, Martial Uncle Go, and Martial Uncle Jiang. Martial Nephew Li, there's no need to be so polite." The dignified Peak Master, the leader of the strongest faction, Li Yanlong's respectful attitude made the white-haired old man surnamed Jing very pleased. As he politely declined the offer, he repeatedly praised him. "Martial Nephew Li, you are the Peak Master of Law Enforcement Peak. You are in charge of the punishment of the sect and hold a high position. Your status and position are much higher than the three of us. Logically speaking, we should be the ones paying our respects to you first. Martial Uncle Jing, you are too polite. You are the senior of Yanlong and the one who contributed to the development of the sect. Yanlong should be the first to greet you." Li Yanlong was still polite and courteous. "Zhao and Juan, why did your master lock you up in Cliff of Retrospection 100 years ago? It's because you are arrogant, disrespectful to your elders, and do whatever you want." Li Yanlong's arrival made the old man surnamed Jing feel as if he had found a backer. Taking Li Yanlong's performance as an example, he began to criticize Zhao and Juan for being rude to him just now. He didn't care about the old man's scolding at all. Zhao and Juan looked straight at Li Yanlong with a serious expression on his face. Because not long after Li Yanlong appeared, he suddenly received a voice transmission from Elder Huang. The content of the voice transmission was, "Brother Zhao, the person who just appeared is in a royal stage peak. Furthermore, this person is cultivating one of the 10 forbidden techniques of Demon Dao. the heaven-devouring devil art that can increase one's strength by devouring the qi and blood of martial artists. Not only had Zhao Enjuan understood the heaven-devouring devil art, he had also seen it before. He had also fought with people who cultivated this technique before, and he knew how powerful and strange this technique was. At the same time, he knew the side effects of cultivating this technique. Seeing that Li Yanlong had chosen to seal and destroy the demon Dao in order to increase his strength, Zhao Enjuan couldn't help but sigh at Li Yanlong's madness. He couldn't help but admire Li Yanlong's forbearance when he saw that Li Yanlong was still able to display the strength of a royal stage peak despite being a supreme-level warrior. Although he knew that Li Yanlong had secretly cultivated a devil technique that even the demon Dao prohibited him from cultivating, Zhao Enjuan didn't expose him. Instead, he retracted his solemn expression and looked at Li Yanlong with an expressionless face. Hidden Dragon Peak, the peak of the mountain, in the courtyard. After reminding Zhao Enjuan to pay attention to what was strange about Li Yanlong, Elder Huang immediately woke up Chu Zhongtian, who was using all his strength to temper his soul. He also told him to spare some of his energy to be on guard against Li Yanlong's sneak attack at any time. After all, when the heaven-swallowing devil art was cultivated to the extreme, it was in essence blood and power of law that could devour a martial artist through the air. Li Yanlong had already reached the supreme level, which meant that he had already cultivated the heaven-swallowing devil art to a very high level, the stage. As for the purple blood in Chu Zhongtian's body, it was a bloodline that even the weapon spirit of Dan discussing pavilion admired. If the blood in Chu Zhongtian's body attracted Li Yanlong's attention and he secretly launched a sneak attack, Elder Huang would not be able to defend against it. Elder Huang, is the heaven-swallowing devil art really that powerful? Although Elder Huang had forcefully awakened him from the process of tempering his soul, Chu Zhongtian, who had his soul separated from his body by the 3-soul and 7-soul scripture, he didn't need to focus on his cultivation at all. He could spare some of his energy. He chatted with Elder Huang. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian wasn't angry that Elder Huang disturbed his breakthrough. Chu, the heaven-devouring devil art, is an unborn genius of Demon Dao when my body was still intact. With the help of the cultivation technique created by the genius of the Curse Master, which can absorb spiritual energy, and the secret technique that has dozens of devouring techniques in the Demon Dao, I created a cultivation technique that could devour the essence blood and laws of warriors. Ever since this cultivation technique was created, it was immediately forbidden by the 13 titled Supreme Level Warriors. No one was allowed to cultivate it. If anyone were to cultivate it without permission, their soul would be destroyed, and they would never be able to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Forbidden cultivation technique. Hearing that Elder Huang had classified the heaven-swallowing devil art as a forbidden cultivation technique, Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but raise his head and look at Zhao Enjuan, because he didn't understand why Zhao Enjuan knew that Li Yanlong was still cultivating the forbidden heaven-devouring devil art. Why didn't ___ expose him directly and make him the target of everyone's wrath? This way, not only could it relieve the pressure of protecting him, it could also weaken the strength of law enforcement peak. It would build a good foundation for the law enforcement peak to be destroyed in the future. Although he didn't understand it, Chu Zhongtian knew what was going on in front of him. For now, it wasn't his turn to deal with it, so he reserved a portion of his energy. He continued to refine his strength and soul in case he was ambushed by Li Yanlong. He wanted to break through to the Divine Soul stage as soon as possible so that he could assist Zhao Enjuan. He wanted to deal with this predicament together with ____. Li Yanlong, my hidden dragon peak doesn't welcome you. Get lost. Although he didn't plan to expose Li Yanlong's forbidden cultivation technique, Zhao Enjuan wouldn't give him any face. The word get lost was enough to show his opinion of Li Yanlong. Junior brother Zhao, 100 years have passed since the grudge between us. Could it be that you still can't let go of the hatred in your heart? Li Yanlong's expression didn't change at all when faced with Zhao Enjuan's merciless expulsion. He still maintained a polite attitude, as if he was trying his best to resolve the grudge between him and Zhao Enjuan. Li Yanlong's gentlemanly behavior instantly gained the goodwill of the white-haired old man and the others. When they saw Zhao Enjuan, their eyes revealed a trace of disgust. Unfortunately, they had underestimated Zhao Enjuan too much. or rather, they thought too highly of themselves and the disgust in their eyes. Zhao and Juan turned a blind eye to them and stared coldly at Li Yanlong. When he stepped into the 100-mile forbidden zone, he would directly force him to reveal his supreme level strength. It was as if he had seen through Zhao and Juan's thoughts. When Li Yanlong maintained his polite and gentlemanly demeanor, he never moved his body. He didn't have the slightest intention of stepping into the 100-mile forbidden zone. Since Li Yanlong didn't step into the 100-mile forbidden zone, Zhao and Juan couldn't go against his promise just now. He would take the initiative to attack Li Yanlong. Therefore, the scene once again fell into silence. Eh? Just as the scene fell into silence, a surprised voice suddenly sounded. Along with the surprised voice, a slightly obese middle-aged fatty appeared outside the 100 miles forbidden zone of Hidden Dragon Peak. So it's Palace Master Lu. Without turning his head, Li Yanlong could tell who it was. He immediately greeted with a smile on his face. Peak Master Li. Lui Weiying first responded to Li Yanlong, then asked Zhao and Juan, knowing the answer. Junior brother Zhao, senior disciple Li, and the three elders have all arrived outside Hidden Dragon Peak. Why didn't junior brother invite them into the Hidden Dragon Peak? This is against the way of treating guests. Humph! Zhao and Juan coldly snorted and looked at Lui Weiying. He still said whatever he wanted to say, but there was a trace of expectation in his eyes. He hoped that ____ would be able to step out of the 100-mile forbidden zone and give him a reason to attack. He wanted to use this to vent the accumulated anger in his heart. Junior brother Zhao, not only do we have no grudges between us, we can also treat you well during normal days. Could this be the attitude you have towards your senior brother? Zhao and Juan's contemptuous attitude made Lui Weiying very dissatisfied. On the other side, with a loud shout, he stepped into the 100-mile forbidden zone. Just as Lui Weiying's first step entered the 100-mile forbidden zone, Zhao and Juan, who had long since prepared to make a move, as if he had teleported, he first used his powerful qi to stop Lui Weiying. After that, he raised his palm, which contained the power of law, and slapped it towards said. Facing Zhao and Juan, who had suddenly attacked, Lui Weiying, who was only a royal stage peak warrior, showed no signs of fear. In fact, there was even a trace of a smile on his face, as if he had gotten what he wanted. Although Lui Weiying's reaction was very strange, Zhao and Juan, who was very strong, didn't stop attacking. The palm that contained the power of law continued to slap towards Lui Weiying's head. When the palm was less than 10 centimeters away from Lui Weiying's head, a power of law that was not any weaker than Zhao and Juan's rose from Lui Weiying's head. The rapidly rising power of law attacked Zhao and Juan's eyes at lightning speed. Humph! Looking at the sudden attack of the power of law, Zhao and Juan's expression did not change as he coldly snorted. The palm that was slapping towards Lui Weiying did not stop. At the same time, a wave of power of law rose from his body. There was also a force that was several times stronger. This force formed a black dragon head with its mouth wide open. It swallowed the power of law that was attacking him. Puff! Just as the black dragon head swallowed the power of law that was attacking him, the palm that contained the power of law also fiercely slapped Lui Weiying's head. The palm that contained the power of law was like a steel knife, and its fragile mind was like a western claw. The sharp steel knife slashed at the western claw, and in the end, the western claw was split in half. Zhao and Juan, you deserve to die. Seeing Zhao and Juan not only devour the power of law that he had secretly placed on Lui Weiying's body, but also kill the master of Merit Palace, Lui Weiying, an angry roar came from the depths of the sect. Cut! Facing the roar from the depths of the sect, Zhao Sijuan disdainfully said. Then he said provocatively, if you are not convinced, you can come here and see if I dare to. I will kill you. Faced with Zhao and Juan's blatant provocation, Supreme Expert, who was deep inside the sect, immediately quieted down. He was pondering whether he was a match for Zhao and Juan. Hidden Dragon Peak, in the air above the summit. He looked at the palace master of Merit Palace, whose head had been split in half and whose corpse had fallen to the bottom of the mountain. Not only was the white-haired old man and the other two royal stage peak warriors scared away by the attack, even Li Yanlong couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. A trace of fear flashed across his face. Lui Weiying wasn't an ordinary man. He was one of the four major powers of the sect. The Master of Merit Palace controlled 1/3 of the sect's properties. He had a different status in the sect. Zhao Enjuan didn't hesitate at all. This made Li Yanlong understand that this was a massacre. As Zhao Enjuan's strength increased, the courage and ruthlessness in his heart became stronger and stronger. Not only did it not weaken in the slightest, it also increased in strength. At the same time, after Zhao Enjuan devoured Supreme Expert's power of law, Li Yanlong guessed that his cultivation base had reached the supreme level peak. Regarding this, he was both envious and jealous. Gradually, the thought of enduring it arose in his heart. Zhao Enjuan's action of killing the Merit Palace's palace master without hesitation had completely shocked everyone present. Whether it was the experts who had stayed hundreds of miles away from Hidden Dragon Peak, or supreme-level expert who was deep in the sect, even Xin Fengxing and Tian Jun, who were in the courtyard of Hidden Dragon Peak, looked at Zhao Enjuan in shock, their eyes revealing a different expression. As the master of the Merit Palace, Lui Weiying relied on his identity. In the past few decades, his actions had become more and more overbearing. Not only did he control 1/3 of the sect's businesses, but he also interfered in the competition between the genius disciples. Cultivating his own force in secret was definitely one of the biggest cancers of the sect. Xin Fengxing had wanted to eliminate him a long time ago, but he had always been wary of the backer behind him, as well as the protection of the senator group. That was why he hadn't touched him. He didn't expect that Zhao Enjuan would kill him without any hesitation just by stepping into the forbidden zone. Xin Fengxing couldn't help but shake his head and laugh bitterly at Zhao Enjuan's obedient personality and unexpected way of doing things. To Tian Jun, the idea of the Master of Merit Palace being killed was very simple. It was happiness and excitement. Ever since he took over Long Xingyun's responsibility and started to deal with all the matters in Sect Lord Peak, Tian Jun could clearly feel the tyranny of Merit Palace. Every time he went to Merit Palace to obtain the resources that originally belonged to Sect Lord Peak, he would not only be troubled by the Deacon Elder of Merit Palace. Many cultivation resources were deducted from him, and even the attitude of the ordinary disciples towards him was very disrespectful. This made Tian Jun's heart filled with resentment. If it wasn't for his lack of strength, he would have long ago rushed to Merit Palace with his sword like Chu Zhongtian and forced them to apologize to him. Now, Zhao Enjuan had killed the Master of Merit Palace. This had a huge impact on the Merit Palace. He was afraid that the people of Merit Palace wouldn't dare to make things difficult for him in the coming period of time. This is the consequence of trespassing into the forbidden zone. I can tell you all clearly, no matter who it is, no matter how noble his identity is, as long as you dare go against my will, there will only be one result. That is death. He raised his head and looked at the people watching from afar, as well as the experts who were using the divine sense to pay attention to this place. Zhao Enjuan threatened in a domineering manner. Although they were dissatisfied with Zhao Enjuan's overbearing threat, none of them dared to provoke him. After all, under the mountain of Hidden Dragon Peak, the palace master of Merit Palace, whose head had been split in half, was lying there quietly. Seeing that no one dared to challenge him, Zhao Enjuan kept Lui Weiying's storage ring finger, then called Old Ancestor Bloodrobe into the courtyard. This was because Chu Zhongtian, who was breaking through to the Divine Soul stage, had reached the most critical moment of his breakthrough. As one of the 3 souls and 7 souls, it was the easiest to separate and temper the soul. Chu Zhongtian only spent more than 10 minutes to completely refine it. The moment he succeeded, the mist-like physical strength was completely refined, turned into a miniature Chu Zhongtian. The only flaw was that the shrinking Chu Zhongtian lacked a type of spirituality. The moment the heroic soul was fully formed, a powerful qi rose from Chu Zhongtian's body. This qi was like the might of the heavens, guarding the courtyard. Everyone except Xin Fengxing was forced to retreat. Fortunately, Xin Fengxing had used his defensive barrier in time to protect Tian Jun and the others, preventing them from being pushed out of the courtyard by the powerful qi. There were many experts who were paying attention to him breaking through to the Divine Soul stage, and Chu Zhongtian didn't want to attract more people's attention. Therefore, he planned to use the momentum of the 10th floor to control the qi in his body. He wanted to consolidate his cultivation base at the first level of the Qi-Shen realm. However, just as he activated the momentum that had already reached the 10th level, the force that could change the color of the sky and earth and completely solidify the surrounding environment not only changed its effect completely, but also started to compress the area it covered. During the rapid compression process, he lost the ability to control everything, making it impossible for him to quickly consolidate his cultivation base through force. At the same time, the rapid compression force gradually formed an aura that was not weaker than when he broke through to the stage. The combined might of these two auras caused the clouds in the sky above the peak of Hidden Dragon Peak to be stirred. This caused many people who were standing at a height of 10,000 meters to be exposed in front of their eyes. Regarding this, Zhao Enjuan, who had returned to the peak courtyard of Hidden Dragon Peak, didn't pay any attention to it. He kept an eye on the situation around him while carefully observing Chu Zhongtian's condition. The first wave of qi that rose from Chu Zhongtian's body contained a thick divine soul aura. It indicated that he had successfully tempered the soul of the seven souls, and had officially advanced to the first level of the divine soul stage, becoming a peerless expert in the southern domain. The second wave of qi was filled with a sharp aura. This also meant that he had just advanced to the 10th level and had yet to pass the stage of half-step saber intent. It was totally out of Zhao Enjuan's expectation that his saber intent had advanced to the next level. Fortunately, he was already used to Chu Zhongtian's monstrous performance. He quickly accepted the fact that he could directly advance his saber intent without passing the stage of half-step saber intent. The many experts who were watching Chu Zhongtian were also shocked by the two auras that were rising from Chu Zhongtian's body. At the same time, they had a strong interest in Chu Zhongtian's cultivation technique. A divine sense that could extend 9,999 miles, and a soul that could be refined and separated within a short period of 10 minutes. It could directly control the saber intent of the power of law when breaking through to the divine soul stage. Chu Zhongtian's performance when breaking through to the divine soul stage had completely aroused the greed of these people. Although they had yet to step into the 100-mile forbidden zone that Zhao Enjuan had set, they had already made preparations in secret. They had also cast their gaze into the depths of the sect, waiting for the person who could truly suppress Zhao Enjuan to appear. The qi formed by the stage's breakthrough and the qi formed by the advancement of the 10th level of qi into the saber intent gradually merged together, forming a completely new qi. Not only did this qi continue to rise, but it also affected a wider area. Hidden Dragon Peak, the peak of the mountain in the courtyard. The powerful qi formed by the stage's breakthrough gradually merged with the terrifying qi formed by the advancement of the saber intent, and soon it formed a completely new qi. The brand new qi continued to rise, and the range of its influence was getting wider and wider. 1 minute later, the two qi that had completely merged together had a range of 100 miles, which was the forbidden zone that Zhao Enjuan had set. In 3 minutes, the range of effect of the fused aura had reached 500 miles. This forced the Divine Soul Stage, Longevity Period, Great Tao Period, and King Realm experts to continue retreating. Because facing this brand new qi, even the peak of the King Stage warriors found it difficult to resist. Only those Emperor Realm experts could stand there as steady as Mount Tai, unaffected by the brand new aura. 5 minutes later, the range of the qi had reached 1,000 miles. It covered more than 20 mountains, each of which had an impact on the aura. They either activated the defense of the mountains, or all of them left the mountains. Following the expansion of the aura, they kept retreating. 10 minutes later, the range of the fusion aura's influence reached 3,000 kilometers. At this moment, he was already close to the depths of the sect. And the closer they were to the mountain peak, the stronger the martial artists on it were. The stronger the mountain peak's defense was, the more powerful the person who ignited the mountain peak's defense. There were far fewer people who had taken the initiative to retreat. In half an hour, the range of effect from the fusion of auras reached 9,999 miles. It was the exact same distance as the range of the divine sense. At this moment, the qi had covered almost a third of the entire sect. Within a third of the sect, In the depths of the sect, countless royal stage peak warriors were cultivating. Supreme expert's place of cultivation, and even part of the senator group's isolated space. It was also affected by this brand new aura. Because he had been paying attention to Chu Zhongtian's breakthrough, when he was affected by the aura, most royal stage peak warriors basically relied on their own strength. They could easily resist the Qi's influence. Then they looked at Chu Zhongtian, who was breaking through calmly. However, to the supreme level warriors and the elders in the isolated space, the Qi emitted from Chu Zhongtian's body was obviously provoking them. He didn't put them, who had once made great contributions to the sect, in his eyes. They were now the pillars of the sect. Humph! About 9,000 kilometers away from Hidden Dragon Peak, there was a beautiful scenery. At the peak of a mountain about 1,000 meters tall, there was a middle-aged man who looked to be around 30 years old. He waved his hand and dispersed the qi that was surrounding him. Then, he used the sound waves formed by the power of law. He followed the qi and attacked Chu Zhongtian, who was standing at the top of the Hidden Dragon Peak. When Zhao Enjuan saw a supreme-level warrior attacking Chu Zhongtian, his first reaction was to fight back immediately. However, Elder Huang, who was hiding beside Chu Zhongtian, secretly transmitted his voice to stop him. Brother Zhao, I have used up so many precious materials to set up the third-grade formation. How could a mere supreme warrior break through it? You just have to wait and see. Perhaps it was because he trusted Elder Huang very much. The power of law that he had just activated quickly dispersed. Zhao Enjuan raised his head and looked at the sound waves. When the sound waves that contained the power of law reached the Hidden Dragon Peak's peak courtyard, an invisible barrier immediately repelled the sound waves. Except for Zhao Enjuan, Elder Huang, and Xin Fengxing, who heard the cold snort, Tianjun and the others did not hear anything else. Seeing that the sound wave containing the power of law was bounced back by the formation of Hidden Dragon Peak, and with the help of the rebound force, the power of law contained in the sound was destroyed, making those who had just advanced to the supreme level very dissatisfied. After that, he activated the 7th level of the power of the divine soul, and then combined it with the power of law that he had just mastered. He transformed into a huge crocodile that was about 100 meters tall and had a ferocious appearance. It flew towards Hidden Dragon Peak at high speed. You're courting death. When he saw that the opponent had used a supreme technique, he immediately summoned a supreme creature that was only slightly weaker than him with the power of law. He then stretched out his hand and pounded his chest with all his strength. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth, and then he circulated the power of law that he controlled. After merging the blood into the power of law, outside of the defensive formation of Hidden Dragon Peak, a giant black dragon that was about 1,000 meters long roared towards the sky. Then it went straight towards the giant crocodile. The black giant dragon that contained Zhao Enjuan's blood had 50% of Zhao Enjuan's strength. As a supreme level peak, Zhao Enjuan had half a step into the titled supreme level. With 50% of ____S strength, the black giant dragon had the combat strength of a supreme level intermediate peak. As for the giant crocodile formed by 70% of the power of the divine soul and power of law, it could barely reach the supreme level at most. Therefore, the first action the black giant dragon made when facing the giant crocodile was to swing its tail like a divine dragon. It directly slapped the giant crocodile back to where it came from. Looking at the giant crocodile that was sent back like a cannonball, the black giant dragon did not give up on chasing after it. Its body was emitting a strong killing intent. Its target was not only the giant crocodile, but also Supreme Expert, who was sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak. Damn it! As a creature that contained its power of law, the giant crocodile had the same intention as Supreme Expert. The attack of the black giant dragon's divine dragon tail was obviously stronger than a supreme level beginner level. Not to mention the giant crocodile that he had condensed, it was no match for the black giant dragon. Even his true self was no match for the black giant dragon. Therefore, he looked at the black giant dragon that was getting closer and closer. Supreme Expert gave the giant crocodile an order to defend with all his might. Then he rushed towards the mountain peak where the senator group was located. Although the giant crocodile was determined to fight with all its might, it had no lack of endurance. In just a second, Its stomach was sliced open by the sharp claws of the black giant dragon. After that, it turned into a stream of pure energy and was swallowed by the giant crocodile. After the black giant dragon swallowed the giant crocodile, Supreme Expert, who was trying his best to escape, suddenly paused. Immediately after, the aura on his body weakened by more than half. The giant crocodile that was formed using the power of the divine soul and power of law was not only connected to his mind, but also his divine soul and laws were his own source energy. If they were scattered, they could turn into countless source energy and return to his body. However, the giant crocodile that was being swallowed by the black giant dragon was waiting to devour his source energy. This sort of consumption was fundamental, and it had a great impact on his own strength. If he wanted to restore the source energy he had just consumed, he would need at least 2 to 3 years before he could cultivate again. Supreme Expert turned his head to look at the black giant dragon. Boundless hatred flashed across his face, and then he went straight to the mountain where the senator group was located. The black giant dragon that swallowed the giant crocodile didn't return to the hidden dragon peak. Instead, it chased after Supreme-level Expert who was fleeing to the senator group. It looked like it wouldn't give up. Although Supreme-level Expert speed was very fast, compared to the black giant dragon, Supreme Expert speed was much slower. Hidden Dragon Peak, the peak of the mountain, in the courtyard. While the black dragon was chasing after the supreme being, Chu Zhongtian, who was unable to control his aura, regained control of his body when his aura expanded to 9,999 miles. Without any hesitation, he retracted his powerful aura after the fusion. Then, using Elder Huang's explanation, he used the newly advanced divine sense to look directly into the depths of the sect. Just because his chi had unconsciously expanded, it attracted the attack of the supreme being. An unknown fury rose in Chu Zhongtian's heart. No matter what, he was still a disciple of the sect, and he was a genius who had reached the monster level. The sect should pay attention to him. At the same time, it was a good thing for the sect that he revealed his astonishing chi when breaking through to the divine soul stage. As a supreme expert of a sect, it was fine if you didn't guard him personally. However, you attacked him just because the chi had affected the place where he was cultivating. It showed that you didn't have any chi, but it also showed that you were harboring evil intentions. Without suppressing the anger in his heart, Chu Zhongtian stood up straight. After withdrawing the level 5 spirit gathering formation, he walked to Zhao Enjuan's side and looked into the depths of the sect. While listening to Old Huang's introduction of what was happening in the depths of the sect, at the same time he was calculating how to deal with today's disaster. Just as the supreme experts arrived in the depths of the sect, an environment became even more beautiful. The spiritual chi had completely turned into mist, and it was several thousand meters tall. It was comparable to a mountain peak in the mortal realm. The black dragon that was chasing after them also happened to arrive at the peak of the mountain peak. When it was less than 1,000 meters away from the supreme expert, the black dragon waved its sharp claws and clawed at the supreme expert who was standing on the mountain peak. "Animal, you're courting death." Just as the huge black dragon's dragon claw was about to reach the supreme expert, a disdainful voice was heard, accompanied by a contemptuous voice. A huge hand that blotted out the sky and blotted out the sun stretched out from the mountain where the senator group was located, and welcomed the black dragon. "Damn it!" Zhao Enjuan couldn't help but curse when he saw the huge palm that appeared from the peak of the Yuan Elder Peak. Zhao Enjuan's anger caused Chu Zhongtian's facial expression to change. He quickly turned to Huang Lao Sun, who was hiding in his sleeve, and asked, "Elder Huang, what's going on?" "Kid Chu, the owner of the gigantic palm is only a supreme advanced, and his strength isn't as strong as your master's. However, the gigantic palm has the strength of a 9th level supreme advanced, and its power has reached the supreme advanced. As for the giant black dragon that your master has transformed into, it only contains 1/5 of its energy, and the strength it can unleash is only at the supreme intermediate peak. So, it's definitely not a match for the giant palm." Elder Huang explained in detail. After breaking through to the divine soul stage, the range of the divine sense had reached 9,999 miles. Chu Zhongtian could already see what was happening in the depths of the sect through his own strength. However, the giant black dragon and the giant palm were both at the supreme level. With his cultivation base, he still couldn't see the energy and means they possessed. He still needed Elder Huang to explain the process of the battle in detail. Elder Huang, if the giant black dragon is scattered by the giant palm, will it have a great impact on my master? Chu Zhongtian asked worriedly. The higher one's cultivation base was, the greater the gap between the minor stage. When one's cultivation base reached the supreme level, the difference between a minor stage was almost equal to the gap between a divine soul stage and an essence gathering stage. In other words, the giant black dragon was definitely not a match for the giant palm. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian was worried that the giant black dragon would not be able to hurt Zhao Enjuan after being defeated by the giant palm. It will have a huge impact, because your master used his own blood and the power of law to condense the giant black dragon. This black dragon contains his source power. If the black dragon was directly scattered by the giant palm and then swallowed or... That's right. Looking at the giant black dragon head and giant palm that were fighting, Elder Huang introduced with a solemn expression. It could injure origin energy. Although he didn't know what origin force was, being able to call it origin force must be very important to a supreme being. Thus, as he stared at the giant black dragon and the giant palm, Chu Zhongtian's heart started beating faster. In the depths of the sect, looking at the giant palm that was slapping at him, the giant black dragon's expression became extremely serious. It quickly retreated, and at the same time, it spat out a mass of energy that contained the aura of destruction, meeting the giant palm that was slapping at it. Then the powerful dragon's tail came down. It spun around and attacked the wrist where the palm was connected. The energy that contained the aura of destruction struck the gigantic palm. The gigantic palm paused for a moment, and then it continued to strike at the gigantic black dragon. But just like that, the dragon's tail came from below. It accurately hit the wrist, causing dozens of tiny cracks to appear on the palm and wrist. At the same time, the black dragon waved its sharp dragon claws to meet the giant palm. Precise vision, excellent counterattack. Brother Zhao's move is very powerful. Seeing that the giant black dragon was obviously at a disadvantage in terms of strength, he used a brilliant counterattack. Not only did he successfully block the attack of the giant palm, but he could also make use of the opponent's carelessness. Old Huang couldn't help but praise after destroying the channel of the giant palm's power. Damn it! Dozens of tiny cracks appeared on the wrist of the giant palm, causing the power of the soul and the power of laws to be injected into the palm. The capacity and speed of the palm were weakened by at least dozens of times. It was a huge palm that was supposed to be able to exert the strength of a supreme advanced. Soon it was weakened to a supreme intermediate. The owner of the giant palm knew that he was no match for a mid-venerable and a black dragon that was at the peak of the mid-venerable realm. Therefore, he planned to form a giant palm and defeat the giant black dragon with 2 attacks. However, when he saw the aura weaken to the supreme intermediate, the black dragon showed no mercy. It opened its bloody mouth and intended to devour the giant palm. With the precedent of the giant crocodile being devoured, the owner of the giant palm, how could it be willing to swallow the palm that contained its divine soul and the laws? Therefore, it immediately stopped trying to reform the palm. Then, he shattered the giant palm, and the giant palm that shattered turned into countless amounts of energy. They all returned to Elder Yuan Peak. The giant black dragon didn't chase after it. Instead, it turned its body around and returned to the hidden dragon peak. Looking at the huge black dragon whose strength was obviously at a disadvantage, not only was it not devoured, instead, it relied on its rich combat experience. Its precise control of the situation forced the other party to retreat. While Chu Zhongtian was relieved, he also felt sincere respect for Zhao Enjuan. Chu Zhongtian and Elder Huang were not the only ones who admired Zhao Enjuan's victory. Even Xin Fengxing, who was standing in the courtyard, and Li Yanlong, who was 100 miles away from Hidden Dragon Peak, the supreme experts in the depths of the sect all wore expressions of admiration and solemnity. Especially Li Yanlong, who was 100 miles away from Hidden Dragon Peak, His eyes were filled with intense fear. Floating Cloud Sect. Using the method of shattering the palm, Supreme Expert, who came from the Yuan Lao Peak, finally escaped the crisis of being devoured by the power of the divine soul and power of law. However, when he thought about how he had condensed a supreme advanced palm, and how he was going to deal with the black giant dragon formed by Zhao Enjuan, a supreme intermediate peak, not only did he fail to defeat his opponent, but he was also forced to shatter the palm of his own accord. A strong sense of humiliation rose in Yuan Lao Feng's supreme expert's heart. When Chu Zhongtian broke through to the divine soul stage, the divine sense had extended for nearly 10,000 miles. The aura that covered nearly 10,000 miles had almost startled everyone in the sect. This had caused the sect expert above the divine soul stage to see the battle between him and Zhao Enjuan just now. They had also clearly seen that he had been defeated by Zhao Enjuan, who was at a disadvantage. This was an unresolvable humiliation for Yuan Lao Feng's supreme expert. Unless one day he could really defeat Zhao Enjuan. Fortunately, he knew his own limitations. He knew that he wasn't a match for Zhao Enjuan yet. Therefore, he temporarily suppressed the anger in his heart and planned to use his identity as an elder to suppress Zhao Enjuan. He wanted to make ___ pay for his reckless actions just now. Zhao Enjuan. Not only is junior disciple Yuan Xian from the sect supreme expert, he is also your junior disciple from the same sect. Defeating his reckless attack is enough. Why did he devour his source energy? Elder Yuan Feng, supreme expert, asked sternly. How dare you attack my disciple and disturb my disciple's stage? Not to mention devouring his source energy, I even dare to devour him. Do you believe me? Facing Yuan Lao Feng's question, Zhao Enjuan responded in an even more domineering manner. How dare you? Is this the attitude that a deacon elder of inner sect should have when dealing with an elder of a sect? Is this the attitude that a junior like you should have when dealing with a senior elder of a sect? Is this the attitude that a junior disciple of your sect should have when facing a senior disciple of the same sect? Each of the three questions could push Zhao Enjuan into a bottomless abyss. According to Zhao Enjuan's proud and aloof personality, he disdained to refute the other party's question. Not to mention that he did not know how to refute. So he only gave a cold snort to show his attitude. Zhao Enjuan disdained to refute, but Chu Zhongtian had to take it seriously. After observing in secret just now, he found that breaking through to the divine soul stage was completely different from breaking through to the Qi transforming period. The sect's attitude towards him was completely different. When breaking through to the Qi transforming period, no matter if it was the Senator Group, Law Enforcement Peak, Merit Palace, or other factions, they all wanted to take him as their disciple. However, when he broke through to the divine soul stage, other than old ancestor Bloodrobe who admired him, countless experts in the sect took the initiative to stand on his side. They didn't seem to be looking forward to him breaking through, or perhaps they were looking forward to what he would do when he broke through to the divine soul stage. They were full of greed. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian had to stand out and refute them. Firstly, he wanted them to stand on the highest moral level and win the support of some neutral powerhouses. Secondly, he had to find a way to eliminate the greed in some people's hearts and allow himself to continue staying in the sect safely. Otherwise, in order to protect his own life, he could only choose to escape from the sect and become a rogue cultivator that could be hunted down at any time. Master, may I know who was the one who scolded you just now? If he wanted to refute the other party, he had to know who the other party was. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian first knew the origin of the other party from Zhao Enjuan. That old man's surname is Fu, and his name is Fu Zhujun. He was the previous monster-level palace master of Merit Palace. 100 years ago, he broke through to the supreme level. When senior brothers took over the position, that old man automatically went into hiding and became a senior elder of Senator Group. After briefly introducing the old man's origin, Zhao Enjuan looked at Chu Zhongtian and asked, Chu, what do you want to do? Master, you don't have to worry about that. Just watch and see. After warning Zhao Enjuan, Chu Zhongtian looked directly at the prime elder peak in the depths of the sect. He used the power of the divine soul to reply loudly, Junior Chu Zhongtian greets Grand Elder Fu. Kid, you are just a small core disciple of the sect. You don't have the right to talk to me. You better scram to the side and wait for my punishment. Facing Chu Zhongtian's respectful greeting, Fu Zhujun said with disdain and ridicule. Regarding this, although Chu Zhongtian was very angry, his expression did not change as he laughed lightly. Because he knew why Zhao Enjuan looked down on him so much, perhaps it was because of Zhao Enjuan. Apart from the fact that Zhao Enjuan had defeated the strong with his weak strength, causing him to suffer an unresolvable humiliation, it was also because Zhao Enjuan had killed the master of Merit Palace without any consideration. This made Fu Zhujun, who came from the same faction, very angry. He was no match for Zhao Enjuan. Although he didn't dare to vent his anger on Zhao Enjuan, he could still vent it on himself. Fu Zhujun, I respect you as a senior elder, but I have seen that you have lived for a long time. It's not because you are someone worthy of respect. It was not a gentleman to not seek revenge. Ever since the moment he attacked the black giant dragon. Therefore, after Chu Zhongtian laughed lightly, he immediately changed his expression and scolded. Kid, you are courting death. Chu Zhongtian's obviously insulting words made Fu Zhujun's anger, which he had suppressed with great difficulty, rise. He gritted his teeth and threatened. Humph! Fu Zhujun, do I, Chu Zhongtian, want to die? I don't think you, a useless elder, will be able to make a decision. The reason why I'm talking to you is because I want to refute the 3 questions you asked my master just now. The truly powerful person who could decide the direction of the situation had yet to appear. Chu Zhongtian did not want to waste too much time on Fu Zhujun, so he only retaliated in an insulting manner and began to seize the highest point of morality. Fu Zhujun, I will first refute your first question. Is this the attitude that a deacon elder of inner sect should have when dealing with a senior elder of a sect? Then, I can tell you clearly that this is the attitude that my master should have. Because when the sect was first established, in order to prevent the senator group from controlling the sect, the ancestors of the sect had set up a series of rules specifically for the senator group, among which the senator group was not allowed to interfere in any affairs of the sect. If anyone violates the rules, immediately recover their cultivation base and expel them from the sect. Fu Zhujun, you interfered in my master's battle just now, which has violated the rules of the sect. I have the right to ask Peak Master Li of Law Enforcement Peak to execute the rules immediately. Hearing Chu Zhongtian's first rebuttal, Fu Zhujun smiled disdainfully and didn't take it to heart at all. The corner of Li Yanjun's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a mocking smile. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian didn't care. He also knew that Fu Zhujun wouldn't accept the punishment of the sect rules, and Li Yanjun wouldn't be able to carry out the sect rules. Pausing, Chu Zhongtian continued. Next, I will refute your second question. Is this the attitude a junior like you should have towards the elders of the sect? Floating Cloud Sect. Chu Zhongtian took a step forward and scolded with a sarcastic expression. Fu Zhujun, you still have the face to say such a thing. Everyone here knows that the black giant dragon is still a spirit object condensed by my master using his own essence, blood, and power of law. Basically, it can represent my master, and you can speak like an animal. Shut your mouth, you bastard. This is what you should say as an elder of the sect. Faced with a shameless old bastard like you who doesn't know manners, doesn't know shame and doesn't know shame, even I won't respect you, because you are not worthy of respect at all. Bastard. You deserve to die. He didn't know manners, didn't know his family, didn't know shame, and wasn't worthy of respect. This was a direct slap to his face, and it was an insult to him. Fu Zhujun, who couldn't suppress his anger, immediately left Elder Yuan Peak and rushed towards Hidden Dragon Peak. He planned to slap Chu Zhongtian to death, who dared to humiliate him. However, when he saw Zhao Enjuan standing in front of Chu Zhongtian, a terrifying chi rose from his body, and he forcefully stopped flying. Then he looked at Zhao Enjuan with a gloomy expression, and Chu Zhongtian, who was standing behind him. He looked at Fu Zhujun, who had stopped flying and was no longer flying towards Hidden Dragon Peak. Li Yanlong felt that it was a pity. If Fu Zhujun could rush to the Hidden Dragon Peak, or the 100-mile forbidden zone that Zhao Enjuan had set, with Zhao Enjuan's style, he would definitely attack Fu Zhujun with all his might. With Zhao Enjuan's strength, he should be able to kill If Fu Zhujun was really killed or seriously injured, then when he got rid of Merit Palace in the future, without Fu Zhujun, Merit Palace would not be able to withstand a single blow. Lastly, let me refute your third question. Is this the attitude that a senior disciple of your sect should have when dealing with a junior brother from the same sect? Walking out from behind Jiawenjuan, Chu Zhongtian looked straight at Fu Zhujun and roared in grief and indignation. That animal called Yuan Xian just now took advantage of my breakthrough to the stage. First, he secretly used sound waves to launch a sneak attack, then he used his supreme level cultivation base to form a spirit object to attack me. Such a despicable and despicable person. Is he worthy of our respect? Is it worth our protection? Yuan Xian, who was hiding on the peak of Elder Yuan, was enraged when he heard Chu Zhongtian describe him as a despicable and despicable person. At this moment, he had the same thought as Fu Zhujun, that was to slap Chu Zhongtian to death. However, when he saw Jiao Wenjuan standing beside Chu Zhongtian, he still didn't have the courage to leave the Peak of Elders. Fu Zhujun, I wonder if you agree with my rebuttal just now. The corner of Chu Zhongtian's mouth raised slightly, and he looked at Fu Zhujun with a very obvious contempt. Nonsense, it's pure bullshit. How could Fu Zhujun agree with Chu Zhongtian's rebuttal? However, in his anger, his thoughts were a little chaotic. The words he said did not go through his brain at all. It was a very vulgar evaluation. However, Chu Zhongtian found a flaw and immediately counterattacked. Elder Fu is truly a noble and virtuous elder. Not only does he dare to admit his mistakes, but he can also give a deep evaluation of his own mistakes. This junior truly admires him. Elder Fu, you are truly a noble elder. Not only do you dare to admit your mistakes, but you can also give a deep evaluation of your own mistakes. Pointing at Chu Zhongtian, Fu Zhujun was so angry that he did not know what to say. His evaluation just now was actually 3 reasons to refute Chu Zhongtian. It wasn't 3 questions to judge him, but to be countered by Chu Zhongtian in such a clever way. It was as if he had admitted that his question was a fart. Suffocated, angry, helpless, and all kinds of complicated emotions made Fu Zhujun feel a very uncomfortable liquid in his chest. He wanted to spit out the liquid that was stuck in his chest. Puff! He inhaled and exhaled. When he spat out the liquid in his chest, he felt that he had spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. When they saw Fu Zhujun spit out a mouthful of blood, everyone looked at Chu Zhongtian with a trace of shock and fear. To be able to use words to force a supreme advance to spit out blood, this was something they had never seen before. Therefore, they had a deeper understanding of Chu Zhongtian. In the peak courtyard of Hidden Dragon Peak, Tianjun, Wang Fuqi, Dongfang Yuner and Zhang Qian, who had witnessed the power of Chu Zhongtian's words, were also stunned. Although they had witnessed the power of Chu Zhongtian's words, they were only facing opponents of the same level as the stage. It was understandable that they could gain the upper hand in a verbal battle, but they couldn't imagine it. The power of Chu Zhongtian's words. He was able to defeat an elder of Senator Group. He was so angry that he spurted out blood. At this moment, Dongfang Yuner finally understood why Chu Zhongtian would sometimes use such frivolous words to attack his opponent. It turned out that the power of his words wasn't any weaker than those powerful martial skills. Sigh. Elder Fu, you should stay at home and rest when you are old. Look, you are so tired that you are vomiting blood. You must not run around in the future. And don't meddle in other people's business. Looking at Fu Zhujun, who was spitting out blood, Chu Zhongtian sneered. He had no intention of letting ___ go, so he continued to ridicule him. After spitting out the blood that was accumulated in his chest, Fu Zhujun finally felt refreshed. Just as he was about to refute Chu Zhongtian's words just now, Chu Zhongtian said that he was getting old. Don't run around or meddle in other people's business. But it made him feel as if his blood and qi were burning. It was boiling. A dazzling feeling filled his brain. He couldn't control his body, which was in midair, and fell directly to the ground. Looking at Fu Zhujun, who fell from the sky, no matter if it was the experts around Hidden Dragon Peak, Xin Fengxing and the others in the courtyard, or the few elders in the depths of the sect, they were all stunned. because they were stunned by the power of Chu Zhongtian's vicious words. Not only them, even Chu Zhongtian was stunned. He continued to mock Fu Zhujun, hoping that he would be so angry that he would spit out a mouthful of blood. With Xianxia's strength in refuting, he didn't think that he would make the other party faint from anger. A dignified supreme-level expert was so angry that he fainted because of a small figure like him who had just broken through to the divine soul stage. It was likely that Fu Zhujun, who had regained consciousness, would be reduced to the laughingstock of the sect for a long period of time. He was afraid that he would not appear in front of everyone in a short period of time. However, Fu Zhujun, who had suffered such a great humiliation, probably had an irreconcilable hatred with him. In the future, he would definitely end his hatred with the death of one person. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian didn't have the slightest bit of regret. All he had was endless motivation to face this difficult challenge. Anyone who could break through to the supreme level would usually have a body that was above the level 5. Therefore, Fu Zhujun, who had fallen from the sky, wasn't killed by the fall. However, the impact caused by the fall from tens of thousands of meters above the ground, it had completely awakened him. Floating cloud sect. Fu Zhujun saw himself lying on the ground at the bottom of the mountain, looking at the stunned faces of the people around him, and thought about how he was so angry that he felt dizzy just now. He finally knew what he had just experienced. He was a dignified supreme-level expert, a high and mighty senior elder. A big figure who controlled the life and death of countless people in his sect was knocked out by a mere divine soul stage disciple. And he fell from a height of 10,000 meters. This feeling of humiliation, it makes him feel ashamed to face the people of the sect. Using the strength of a supreme, Fu Zhujun disappeared from where he stood. As for where he went, other than Zhao Enjuan and Shen Fengxing, no one else knew. Everyone, this junior has successfully broken through to the divine soul stage. Next, I need to consolidate the stage after breaking through. Therefore, I would like to ask all of you to return for the time being. Once this junior has fully consolidated the stage, I will definitely hold a big feast. Invite all of you to attend. Chu Zhongtian cupped his hands and said. Fu Zhujun had already disappeared, and Yuan Xian had also hidden himself in Elder Yuan's peak, not coming out. The experts who could really influence the situation hadn't shown up for a long time, so Chu Zhongtian ordered them to leave. He hoped to end today's complicated situation, or to force those experts who were hiding behind the scenes to come out. Martial nephew Chu, wait a moment. After cupping his hands in thanks, Chu Zhongtian gestured for Zhao Enjuan to activate the defensive formation in the courtyard. He looked like he was going to shut his door and reject guests. But right at this moment, more than 300 miles away from the hidden dragon peak, a royal stage peak warrior warned. May I know what other business does the senior have? Chu Zhongtian knew that these people wouldn't leave so easily, so he wasn't surprised by the fact that a sovereign realm warrior had stopped him. My surname is Qian, and I am the Vice Pavilion Master of the Refining Pavilion. First, he briefly introduced himself. Elder Qian then said, Martial nephew Chu, I have 3 questions that I would like to ask for your opinion. I wonder if you can tell me the truth. Speak. Seeing that the other party had finally revealed his true intentions, Chu Zhongtian sneered in his heart, but his expression was calm as he indicated. The first question, as far as I know, Martial nephew Chu is only 18 this year. He has officially entered the martial path for less than 2 years. In just 2 years, he advanced from an ordinary person to a divine soul stage. The speed of his advancement was too terrifying. I wonder what kind of heaven-defying cultivation technique Martial nephew Chu is cultivating. The cultivation technique that I am cultivating should be stored in the ancient records of the sect. It is called the Taishan Heart Sutra. Interrogating a person's cultivation technique was a taboo in the cultivation world. However, Chu Zhongtian did not feel angry, nor did he hide anything. He told the truth about his cultivation base. Although the Taishan Heart Sutra's cultivation technique was powerful, it lacked the core mental cultivation techniques of the later few levels. As a result, its true grade was only at the low-grade earth rank. It could not be considered a very precious mind method martial skill. At the same time, he knew very well that the true purpose of the other party interrogating the cultivation method was not whether the cultivation technique was precious or not. Instead, it was to use the cultivation technique to lure out the next objective. Chu Zhongtian was not worried about revealing his cultivation method, causing everyone present to be stunned. However, after hearing about the origin of the Taishan Heart Meridian cultivation method, the Royal Stage Peak experts did not continue pursuing this matter. The second question is, after ordinary genius martial artists break through to the divine soul stage, the divine sense that leaves one's sea of consciousness can only extend for dozens of meters at most, even if it's a monster-level genius. The divine sense can only extend for 9,000 meters at most. I have never heard of anyone breaking through to the divine soul stage. The divine sense could extend for nearly 10,000 miles. I wonder what kind of secret technique Marshal Nephew Chu has cultivated. Humph! Seeing the greedy face of the opposite party, Chu Zhongtian let out a cold snort. His tone was full of ridicule. Elder Qian, since you are the vice pavilion master of the refining pavilion, you must also be a master of refining who is proficient in refining. I wonder if you can tell me the secret technique you used during the process of refining. Marshal Nephew Chu, don't change the topic. I hope you can answer my question honestly. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian had changed the topic to him, Elder Qian's heart tightened. Thinking that Chu Zhongtian could make supreme-level expert faint with just words, he quickly changed the topic to the question just now. Humph! Seeing that Elder Qian did not dare to continue his topic, Chu Zhongtian once again snorted disdainfully. Then he explained, just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean you haven't. When you wanted the stage to break through to the divine soul stage, the divine sense extended for more than 10,000 meters, and the method was very simple. As long as your mind can transform into a divine sense before your cultivation base, you will be able to do this. After saying that, Chu Zhongtian pointed to the north. He said, I, Chu Zhongtian, am not the first person who can transform my mind into a divine sense. The 99 princes of Qin Empire, Qin Wushuang, had reached this step a long time ago. So, if you want to know whether what I just said is correct or not, you just need to ask about Qin Wushuang's performance in breaking through to the divine soul stage. This, changing one's cultivation base earlier than the divine sense, was not an important secret in Southern Domain. As the vice pavilion master of the refining pavilion, Elder Qian had learned about it before. Therefore, he didn't know how to refute Chu Zhongtian's words just now. Marshal Nephew Chu, the second question is your answer. The third question is, since he was unable to find out the authenticity of the divine senses extension method from Chu Zhongtian, then after today's matter was over, he had a way to find out if what Chu Zhongtian said was true. If it was, then he wouldn't pursue it any further. If not, with the special status of the refining pavilion in the sect, he had a way to make Chu Zhongtian teach the secret technique that truly extended the divine sense. Therefore, he continued to ask for the third answer he wanted. Elder Qian, do you want to ask the third question? How can I separate my soul so quickly? How can I refine my soul so quickly? Is that so? Before Elder Qian could ask the question, Chu Zhongtian spoke on his behalf. Since Marshal Nephew Chu already knows about it, I wonder if Junior Disciple can help me clear my doubts. In just 2 short years, he was able to go from a young man who had just become an adult to a young man who had just become an adult. To become a peerless expert in Southern Domain, other than the monster-level heaven rank. Chu Zhongtian must be very smart, so he was able to guess what he was thinking. Elder Qian wasn't surprised at all. Elder Qian, what I want to tell you is that the 3 souls and 7 souls will be separated quickly. As well as the rapid tempering of the soul, it has something to do with the transformation of one's cultivation base as early as the transformation of the divine sense. As for whether you believe me or not, that's your problem. It has nothing to do with me. After answering Elder Qian's 3 questions, Chu Zhongtian raised his head and looked into the depths of the sect. A strange smile appeared on his face. After that, he said to the people of Hidden Dragon Peak, "All right, I have answered all the questions that needed to be answered. Is it time for everyone to leave?" Unfortunately, none of them believed Chu Zhongtian's answer. They still looked at Chu Zhongtian with scrutinizing eyes. Hidden Dragon Peak, the peak of the mountain, in the courtyard. To be able to make the prideful Chu Zhongtian patiently answer all his questions, Zhao Enjuan felt that he had given these people enough face. Currently, these people still refused to leave. This was clearly a blatant provocation. Therefore, he intended to use force to drive these people away from Hidden Dragon Peak. However, before he could make a move, an oppressive roar was heard. Along with the oppressive roar, a golden scroll painting suddenly appeared in the sky above Floating Cloud Sect. After the roar ended, the golden scroll painting automatically unfolded. Thousands of golden light spots appeared on the scroll painting. These light spots separated from the scroll painting and flew towards the mountain peaks of the Floating Cloud Sect. One of the golden light spots rushed towards Chu Zhongtian. The sudden appearance of the golden scroll painting puzzled Chu Zhongtian. The golden light spots that suddenly flew out made him alert. Therefore, when he saw the golden light spots rushing towards him, his subconscious reaction was to dodge. However, Zhao Enjuan stopped him. Chu, don't move. Obediently accept the selection of the Hidden Dragon List's consciousness. Hidden Dragon List. When Zhao Enjuan mentioned the Hidden Dragon List, Chu Zhongtian seemed to remember that he had heard of this name before, but he couldn't remember it for a moment. Just as he was trying hard to recall, the golden light flew towards him and hovered above his head. After that, the golden light shot out in all directions and enveloped him. Chu Zhongtian, who was enveloped by the golden light, felt a special energy. He began to examine his bone structure, flesh, blood, meridian and dantian. On the contrary, it was related to his cultivation base and potential. He had to check every single one of the golden lights. After the golden light had been inspected once, the light began to shrink. Finally, it returned to the floating golden light. The golden light circled around Chu Zhongtian 3 times before returning to the golden scroll painting. After the golden light returned to the scroll painting, the picture of Chu Zhongtian's seed appeared. The words appeared for nearly 3 seconds before turning into a golden light and merging back into the scroll painting. Looking at the strange performance of the golden scroll painting, Chu Zhongtian hurriedly raised his head to look at Zhao Enjuan. He intended to interrogate Zhao Enjuan and ask him what exactly had happened, but he saw a surprised expression on Zhao Enjuan's face. Although he didn't know why Zhao Enjuan had a joyful expression on his face, Chu Zhongtian knew about the painting just now. As well as the appearance of his name and the seated participant on the scroll, it must be an unimaginably good thing. Therefore, he wanted to know what the portrait represented, and what the golden dot represented. What did his name and seed selection represent? However, before he could open his mouth to interrogate him, the second golden light that returned to the scroll painting merged into the scroll painting and revealed the name of Bailey Fengyun, the seed candidate that he had never forgotten. Although the picture scroll displayed the name of Bailey Fengyun's seed, these 8 words only appeared for a very short period of time. It only took a second for the words to appear, causing the smile on Zhao Enjuan's face to become even more brilliant. After Bailey Fengyun's name merged with the painting, another golden light spot returned to the painting. The painting immediately showed Zhang Yu's name. At the same time, Zhang Yu's name appeared for a full 3 seconds. This made Zhao Enjuan, who had a bright smile on his face, look serious. When the characters of Zhang Yu's seed completely merged into the painting, the scattered golden light spots returned one after another. However, after most of the golden light spots merged into the painting, no names appeared. Only a small portion of the golden dots had names on them, but behind the names were the words Seed Fighter. When the thousands of light dots merged back into the painting, a line of words appeared on the painting. 10th of October, Crouching Dragon Castle, climbing the heavenly staircase. The words that appeared on the painting paused for nearly 30 seconds before turning back into countless light spots that merged into the painting. After that, the golden painting ignored the floating cloud sect's grand formation and tore through the void to leave. After the golden painting left the sect, the entire floating cloud sect was in an uproar. Countless disciples on the mountain were discussing the golden painting that had just appeared. The experts surrounding the Hidden Dragon Peak weren't in the mood to pursue the secret technique that Chu Zhongtian had mastered. All of them stood up and left the hidden dragon peak, returning to their respective powers. Even the elder supreme expert who had been paying attention to the hidden dragon peak. He withdrew his gaze and began to discuss the golden scroll that had suddenly appeared. Chu, the crisis of breaking through to the divine soul stage has finally been resolved. When he saw the sect expert that wanted to force Chu Zhongtian to hand over the secret technique, after leaving the hidden dragon peak, Zhao Enjuan let out a long sigh of relief. He said, "Master, thank you." Zhao Enjuan was able to smoothly break through to the divine soul stage without being disturbed by anyone. It could be said that Zhao Enjuan was able to withstand more than half of the pressure with his own strength. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian was very grateful. "Chu, it is my duty as your master to protect you. If you thank me, it means that you don't put me in your heart." Zhao Enjuan felt comforted by Chu Zhongtian's gratitude, but he didn't stop criticizing him. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian curled his lips and didn't say anything. After that, he walked in front of Xin Fengxing and bowed. He said emotionally, "Zhongtian thanks sect leader for coming to Hidden Dragon Peak in such a busy time. He also spared a lot of effort to protect Zhongtian. Zhongtian will remember today's kindness in his heart." Regarding Xin Fengxing's gratitude, it came from the bottom of his heart. When he answered the third question from Elder Qian of the Refining Pavilion, he had a very strong sixth sense. He could clearly feel two very powerful divine sense wanting to examine his soul. However, when the two divine sense came into contact with him, they quickly retreated. Chu Zhongtian knew that this was the result of Xin Fengxing secretly helping him. At the same time, he also understood that the reason why the few supreme elders of Senator Group didn't show themselves was probably because of Xin Fengxing. After all, Xin Fengxing wasn't just a titled supreme-level expert. He was also the sect leader of Floating Cloud Sect. As long as the supreme elders didn't want to betray their sect, they had to respect this sect leader. Therefore, in order to avoid conflict with Xin Fengxing, those supreme elders chose to tolerate it the most. "Chu Zhongtian, there's no need to mention thanks. I have a question for you now." Xin Fengxing accepted Chu Zhongtian's gratitude frankly, but he wanted to know what Chu Zhongtian was really thinking. Maybe it was whether he could choose again. "Sect leader, please speak." When he heard that Xin Fengxing wanted to ask him a question, Chu Zhongtian quickly straightened his attitude and put on a teaching posture. Hidden Dragon Peak, the peak of the mountain, in the courtyard. "Chu Zhongtian, if I give you a chance to choose again, are you willing to become my disciple?" Looking at the respectful Chu Zhongtian and thinking about his casual attitude in front of Zhao Enjuan, Xin Fengxing knew that Chu Zhongtian would most likely not agree to his request. However, he still didn't give up and asked, "Don't be in a hurry to answer. Listen to my conditions first." Seeing that Chu Zhongtian wanted to reject him immediately, Xin Fengxing reached out his hand to stop him, and then started to put out his conditions. "Senior brother, you are going too far by doing this." Zhao Enjuan stopped him with dissatisfaction. Zhao Enjuan knew that Xin Fengxing was the one who prevented the Supreme Elders from coming to Hidden Dragon Peak. Therefore, he had no objections to Chu Zhongtian thanking him alone. However, after seeing that he had accepted Chu Zhongtian's gratitude, he decided to accept it. He was instantly unhappy that Xin Fengxing had started to poach him. Besides, Chu Zhongtian was an outstanding and filial disciple. He was afraid that he would only meet one in his life. No matter what, he couldn't let Xin Fengxing kidnap Chu Zhongtian. "Junior brother, 100 years ago, you were able to keep your life in Supreme Expert's hands. However, I secretly attacked you, so you owe me a favor for saving your life." Xin Fengxing was already prepared for this when he saw Zhao Enjuan stepping forward to stop the recruitment plan. Just take out the old favors to shut his mouth. "Today, I will use this kindness to exchange for your silence. Can you do it? You?" He recalled the 100 years ago, when he was faced with a crisis where Supreme Expert would die without a doubt. Xin Fengxing had helped him with everything he had, saving his life from Supreme Expert's hands. Zhao Enjuan didn't know what to say. In the end, he could only point at Xin Fengxing. He made the final concession. "All right, but you can't go too far. Although concession was concession, Zhao Enjuan also warned in advance, in case Xin Fengxing proposed a temptation that even he could not refuse. Chu Zhongtian, first of all, with my identity as sect leader of Floating Cloud Sect, I will accept you as my disciple. When I abdicate, you can take over the position of sect leader and become one of the true 9 overlords of Southern Domain. Sect leader of Floating Cloud Sect was one of the 9 overlords of Southern Domain. Chu Zhongtian didn't have any interest in the first condition that Xin Fengxing proposed. Ever since he transmigrated to this strange world, he had learned about the cultivation of humans. He was able to grasp the legendary flying technique and become immortal. Other than wanting to return to Earth through these means, he also wanted to take a look at his aged parents. His biggest wish was to climb to the peak of martial arts and see what the end of martial arts was. Whether humans could really become immortals or gods. At the same time, he did not have much attachment to power. Even if he wanted to become a supreme being, he could achieve this goal through the war of the Chu family. Furthermore, he had a good relationship with Long Xingyun and Tianjun. He didn't want to have any conflicts with them because of sect leader's position. After making the first condition, Xin Fengxing immediately paid attention to Chu Zhongtian. However, he found that there was no change in his expression. Immediately after, he made the second condition. Secondly, I accept you as my true disciple as Xin Fengxing. You can inherit all of my cultivation techniques and martial skills. Also, within 100 years, I have the confidence of breaking through to the titled supreme level in 9 levels. Advancing to the titled supreme level within 100 years, the second condition that Xin Fengxing made was even less attractive to Chu Zhongtian. The experiences in Heaven Baron Secret Realm had allowed him to obtain the highest grade Baron Stone, Baron Milk, and Desolate Fat. According to what Elder Huang said, with these 3 treasures, it wouldn't be difficult for him, a physical body level, to break through to the first grade within 20 years. He might even have the possibility of becoming a saint with his body in the legends. Chu Zhongtian didn't have much hope of becoming a saint with his body, but if his body surpassed the first grade, it would be equivalent to a titled supreme level warrior. Therefore, he wasn't interested in the second condition that Xin Fengxing proposed. Furthermore, Chu Zhongtian's goal at the beginning of his cultivation was to reach the stage that could rip apart the void within 30 years. If he could achieve this in 30 years, it wouldn't be difficult for him to break through to the titled supreme level. After making the second condition, Xin Fengxing immediately paid attention to Chu Zhongtian's expression. When he found that Chu Zhongtian still didn't show any signs of being moved, he immediately made the third condition. However, the third condition was said through voice transmission. Before I became a supreme, I accidentally entered a forbidden supreme place. I found a secret technique in the forbidden area that could allow me to become an immortal, and this is also the reason why I was able to break through to the supreme level in such a short period of time. And also the reason why I was able to break through to the titled supreme level. If you are willing to become my disciple, I will teach you this set of secret technique. The secret technique that had achieved immortality, upon hearing Xin Fengxing's third condition, made Chu Zhongtian slightly moved. However, it only lasted for a second before he regained his calm. When he left the sect for the first time with Elder Huang's help, he obtained the human spiritual root of one of the 3 great spiritual root in Cavern, which was left behind by a seemingly peerless expert. Later, Zhao Enjuan and Elder Huang had told him about it. It was rumored that those who obtained the 3 great spiritual root could achieve immortality. The person who obtained the earth spiritual root could become a god, and the person who obtained the heaven spiritual root could become an immortal. However, it had been more than a year since he had consumed a human spiritual root. He did not obtain any opportunities to become an immortal from consuming the human spiritual root. Therefore, he didn't completely believe in immortals and gods. As for the secret technique that could become an immortal, therefore he did not have much interest in it. Initially, Xin Fengxing thought that after he proposed the third condition, Chu Zhongtian would definitely happily agree. However, when he saw Chu Zhongtian's moved expression, it only lasted for less than a second. The anticipation in his heart instantly turned into disappointment. The reason why he wanted to take Chu Zhongtian as his disciple was because he didn't mind wasting a great kindness on this matter. The main reason was that he had seen the opportunity to become an immortal from Chu Zhongtian. Because from the secret technique that he had obtained, there was one last thing that he had mentioned. Those who had broken through to the divine sense earlier had a 30% chance to become an immortal. If Chu Zhongtian could break through the limits of the heavens and earth through the secret technique and reach the immortal realm, then as his master, he might be able to obtain sufficient benefits. Sect leader, thank you for your kindness. When Zhongtian first broke through to the Qi transforming period, he had said the same thing. A master for a day, a father for the rest of his life. Zhongtian doesn't plan to change his sect for the rest of his life. Although he had rejected 3 of Xin Fengxing's conditions, Chu Zhongtian still wanted to maintain a good relationship with him. Therefore, he sincerely expressed his intentions. Since you have made up your mind, then pretend I didn't say anything just now. Xin Fengxing waved his hand and said. As the master of a sect and a titled supreme level warrior, Xin Fengxing's mind state was very powerful. In less than a second, he adjusted his attitude and faced Chu Zhongtian with a relaxed expression. Hidden Dragon Peak, the peak of the mountain, in the courtyard. Although you aren't willing to take me as your master, based on my relationship with junior brother Jiao, in the future we will definitely be allies, so the stronger you are, the more powerful you will become. This is also a good thing for us, sect leader. After saying that, Xin Fengxing drew a line in the void and took out a white jade slip. He gestured in front of Chu Zhongtian. Seeing the white jade slip that Xin Fengxing took out, Chu Zhongtian suddenly felt that the Taishan Heart Meridian cultivation method was going to operate on its own. He immediately thought of a possibility, so he stared at the white jade slip, his eyes filled with desire. Zhongtian, since you can use the incomplete Taishan Heart Meridian cultivation method to cultivate to the divine soul stage, then it must be the 4th layer and level 5 who have completed the Taishan Heart Meridian cultivation method. As if he didn't notice the desire in Chu Zhongtian's eyes, Xin Fengxing continued his introduction. As a relatively mild Taishan Heart Sutra, what grade does it belong to? If I don't collect all the cultivation techniques, I'm afraid no one can be sure. But looking at the Taishan Heart Meridian cultivation method, collected from the sect's ancient records. Sect leader, can you give the jade slip in your hand to Zhongtian? Seeing Xin Fengxing continuously introducing the Taishan Heart Meridian cultivation method, Chu Zhongtian, who had a very thorough understanding of the Taishan Heart Sutra, asked. He didn't want to hear continue with his nonsense, so he immediately interrupted him. After that, he directly demanded the jade slip in his hand. Zhongtian, you are outstanding in every aspect, but your temper is still too impatient. You need to train well. Chu Zhongtian had an anxious expression on his face just now. As a titled supreme level warrior, how could Xin Fengxing not notice the reason why he kept talking about his taste buds? The reason was to take revenge for his refusal to accept him as his disciple. Who said that the sect master had no personality? Who said that titled supreme level warriors had no temper? Xin Fengxing wanted to use this method to express the dissatisfaction in his heart. Many thanks for sect leader's teachings. Zhongtian will remember it. Not only was Chu Zhongtian not a fool, he was also a very smart person. From Xin Fengxing's tone of criticism, he gradually heard a trace of dissatisfaction. He immediately knew why Xin Fengxing would treat him like this. He had refused the recruitment of Sect Lord Peak 3 times in a row, and had rejected Xin Fengxing's conditions in front of him twice in a row. Under such circumstances, Xin Fengxing was able to take out the cultivation technique behind the Taishan Heart Sutra. Besides feeling grateful, how could Chu Zhongtian not accept the other party making things difficult for him? Seeing that Chu Zhongtian had already guessed what he was going to do, Xin Fengxing did not continue his revenge. He handed the white jade slip in his hand to him and introduced it to him. This white jade slip contains the cultivation techniques of the 6th and 7th levels of the Taishan Heart Sutra. It is equivalent to the longevity period and Great Tao period. If you want to break through to the chaos period with the help of the Taishan Heart Meridian cultivation method and break through to the supreme level, you still need to find the rest of the cultivation techniques. Thank you, sect leader, for your kindness. Chu Zhongtian extended his hand and took the white jade slip. Then he excitedly thanked Chu Zhongtian. In fact, when his cultivation base reached the peak essence gathering stage, Chu Zhongtian had already started to worry about the problem of his mental cultivation method, especially when his soul advanced to divine grade. After the 3 souls and 7 souls separated earlier, it made him even more worried. The early separation of the 3 souls and 7 spirits also meant that the divine soul stage still couldn't stop him from rapidly increasing his cultivation base. Then, he would have to face how to break through to the longevity period, as well as the cultivation of the stage after the longevity period. Initially, according to Chu Zhongtian's plan, he planned to wait until he broke through to the divine soul stage. He would make use of Elder Huang's rich experience and the Formation Master's ability. He searched all over the secret realm and the ruins of the southern domain in order to find the follow-up cultivation techniques of the Taishan Heart Sutra. If he reached the peak of the Divine Soul period and couldn't find the follow-up cultivation technique of the Taishan Heart Sutra, he would have already decided to change his cultivation technique. Shun Fengxing had taken out the cultivation techniques of the 6th and 7th levels of the Taishan Heart Sutra, and without a doubt, he had given them a timely help. Chu Zhongtian really didn't know how to repay this kindness. Although the treasures he possessed contained desolate fat that contained the laws of time, it was very useful to a titled supreme-level warrior like Shun Fengxing. However, considering the importance of the desolate fat, in the end, Chu Zhongtian didn't take out the desolate fat as a reward. Zhongtian, the golden scroll painting that appeared just now must have filled your heart with doubt. You must want to know the secrets of the golden scroll painting and the meaning behind its appearance. As for the golden scroll painting, your master knows more than me. Therefore, I won't disturb you from understanding the secrets of the golden scroll painting. I will take my leave now. After reaching out his hand to greet Tianjun and Wang Fuqi, Shun Fengxing brought the 2 of them and left Hidden Dragon Peak. Senior Brother Chu, you have just broken through to the Divine Soul stage, so you need to go into secluded cultivation to consolidate your cultivation. That's why I won't disturb your cultivation anymore. I'll take my leave now. After Shun Fengxing left with Tianjun and Wang Fuqi, Dongfang Yongping and Dongfang Yuner came to bid farewell. Yongping, you have to work hard in your cultivation as well. Try to break through to the Divine Soul stage as soon as possible. Become a peerless expert in the southern domain. After 5 days of cultivation in the Heaven-Barren secret realm, Dongfang Yongping's physical fitness and potential had all been improved. In just over a month's time, his cultivation had broken through to 3 minor stage in a row. At this moment, he was already in essence gathering stage 5th layer peak, and he could break through to the 6th level at any time. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian encouraged him. Don't worry. Although I won't be able to catch up to you, I won't be left behind by you. Dongfang Yongping said calmly. Mr. Chu, after you have finished your seclusion, you must come to Trial Peak to find me. Don't let me find you every time. Dongfang Yuner was sincerely happy for Chu Zhongtian's breakthrough to the Divine Soul stage. However, considering that the higher the stage, the longer he would spend in seclusion, the more time they would spend in the future, the less time they would see each other. Dongfang Yuner felt a little sad. For the first time, it made a girl so willful. Regarding this, not only was Chu Zhongtian not angry, but he felt that she was even cuter. Reaching out his hand to grab her mysterious guard, Chu Zhongtian gently said, "Try not to leave Trial Peak during this period of time. After I finish my seclusion, I will immediately go and find you. Mr. Chu, keep your promise." Ever since the 2 of them met, this was the first time Chu Zhongtian had clearly stated that he would take the initiative to visit her. Dongfang Yuner immediately felt very happy. Little girl. Reaching out his hand to touch Dongfang Yuner's hair, Chu Zhongtian felt a little helpless, but also a little happy as he said. After Dongfang Yongping left with Dongfang Yuner, Shi Guangliang, Zhang Qian and Wang Zhongning also took their leave and left Peak Courtyard. When only Jiao Anjuan and Chu Zhongtian were left in the courtyard, Jiao Anjuan first activated the defensive formation in the courtyard. Elder Huang, who was hiding in Chu Zhongtian's sleeve, immediately flew out. The body of the Divine Soul slowly separated from the Supreme Wild Beast's corpse. When the body of the Divine Soul completely separated from the Wild Beast's corpse, the 1 centimeter tall Wild Beast's corpse instantly returned to 1,000 meters long. Fortunately, Elder Huang used the secret technique to shrink in time and put away the wild beast's corpse. At the same time, Zhao and Juan cut open the void in front of him. The stone pavilion that had been moved away, the garden that had been moved away, and the room that had been torn apart returned to the courtyard. In a short minute, Hidden Dragon Peak's Peak Courtyard had once again returned to its original state. Hidden Dragon Peak, the peak of the mountain, in the courtyard. When Peak Courtyard returned to its original appearance, the two of them and their divine souls came to the stone pavilion. After enjoying the tea brewed by Zhao and Juan, he took the lead and said, "Chu, do you want to know the origin of the golden scroll painting?" Nodding his head, Chu Zhongtian put down the teacup in his hand and said with a puzzled expression, "Master, just as the golden scroll painting appeared, you once blurted out the 3 words Hidden Dragon List. I vaguely remember that I had heard of these 3 words before, but I can't recall them for a moment." "It's normal that you can't remember them." Zhao and Juan felt that it was normal for Chu Zhongtian to not remember when he heard of the Hidden Dragon List, and he gave a reasonable explanation. "The reason why you can't remember is that you must have heard about it by accident. Also, you must have unintentionally revealed that the people of the Hidden Dragon List are young peerless geniuses. The Hidden Dragon List isn't something that ordinary people can come into contact with. Even the top geniuses can't come into contact with the Hidden Dragon List. This was because the Hidden Dragon List was targeting all the peerless geniuses in the southern domain and the other 4 regions of the Eternal Continent. There are also monster-level geniuses. It must be a young peerless genius." After hearing Zhao and Juan mention this reason, a memory immediately flashed across Chu Zhongtian's mind. That was when he followed Chu Zhongxian to participate in the first round of recruitment test of Floating Cloud Sect. When he was passing by the Luoyang city, the capital city of Great Ming Royal Dynasty, he had encountered the prince of Great Ming Royal Dynasty, Zhu Yunwan, and the Xue Wuying from the Demon Heart sect. At that time, he was just an insignificant 10th level of Qi refining stage expert. He was facing 2 men who were only 22 years old and had already reached the essence gathering stage 3rd layer peak. His heart was filled with fear and envy. He had once fantasized about whether he would be able to reach the ____ when he was 22 years old. Their cultivation base had reached the stage at that time. The Hidden Dragon List, which was revealed during the duel between Xue Wuying from the Demon Heart sect and Zhu Yunwan, was defeated. However, Chu Zhongtian clearly remembered that when Xue Wuying sent out the invitation, it was said that the Hidden Dragon List was fighting 5 years later. Now, only a year had passed since the 5 years he had mentioned. In other words, there should still be more than 3 years left until the Hidden Dragon List battle. Why did the competition between the Hidden Dragon List come earlier than expected? Just as Chu Zhongtian was recalling the time when he met Zhu Yunwan and Xue Wuying, Zhao and Juan continued to introduce the information about the Hidden Dragon List. In the Eternal Continent, there are a total of 2 ranking lists. One of them is the Hidden Dragon List and the other is the Supreme Ranking. The Hidden Dragon List is targeted at all Divine Soul Stage warriors in the entire continent. They are between 18 to 25 years old, and their talent has reached a peerless level. They are the geniuses who have a super challenge. The Hidden Dragon List ranking only records the 108 most outstanding Divine Soul Stage warriors in the entire continent. On the other hand, the Divine Soul Stage geniuses who were able to enter the ranking would not only gain an unimaginable reputation, but also gain an unimaginable amount of reputation. The Hidden Dragon List's ranking list only records the 108 most outstanding ____ geniuses in the entire continent. It can also increase one's comprehension of the power of law. The 108 Divine Soul Stage geniuses who will be able to enter the list in the end will have the lowest achievements in the future, and they will also be Royal Stage Peak Warriors. As for the top 10 Divine Soul Stage geniuses, the lowest cultivation base among them will be at the Supreme level. The top 3 Divine Soul Stage geniuses will definitely be able to break through to the titled Supreme level. As for the final champion, it was said that there was a chance for the 3rd layer to break through the shackles of heaven and earth. Become an immortal god. Zhao and Juan's last mention of the Hidden Dragon List piqued Chu Zhongtian's interest. Of course, his interest wasn't in the position of an immortal god, but the fact that the Hidden Dragon list could assist him in comprehending the power of law. The combat techniques and secret technique he was cultivating, as well as his fighting style, they're all leaning towards the law of destruction, the spatial law hidden within the Dantian, as well as the law of control contained within the newly advanced Saber intent. All of them were the laws that ranked near the top amongst the myriad of laws. Wanting to comprehend the laws ranked at the top was already very difficult to begin with. And for him to grasp the 3 laws by chance, it would be even more difficult to thoroughly comprehend them. Therefore, he was looking forward to the use of the Hidden Dragon list to assist him in comprehending the power of law. Master, when does the Hidden Dragon list usually open? When was the last time it opened? Chu Zhongtian's anticipation for the aid of the Hidden Dragon list in comprehending the power of law made him ask the question that he had just recalled. The Hidden Dragon list opens once every 10 years. The last time it opens was 7 years ago. At this point, Zhao Enjuan's face also revealed a trace of puzzlement. According to the process of the Hidden Dragon list opening up for millions of years, it will always open once every 10 years. Every time it will open up to 3 years in advance. This isn't a good thing for some young geniuses. It's not like there has never been a precedent for the opening of the Hidden Dragon list in advance. Although Zhao Enjuan was already a supreme level peak expert, he wasn't that old. He didn't have a lot of experience, so he didn't know much about some secrets. He was far from being as knowledgeable as Elder Huang, an old man who had lived for 1,000,000 years. Therefore, while Zhao Enjuan was still in a state of confusion, Elder Huang, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, "Brother Huang, could it be that you have encountered a precedent of the Hidden Dragon list opening ahead of time?" Zhao Enjuan's eyes widened, and he asked with an extremely shocked and interested expression, "I have never seen it before." Shaking his head, Elder Huang continued, "When my body was destroyed and the body of the divine soul was looking for a place to hide, I once accidentally entered a very mysterious ancient ruin. In that ancient ruin, there was no cultivation method that could shock the world, nor was there any pill that could raise one's cultivation base. There were also no divine weapons, only countless ancient books. Chu, the reason why I know so many things and know so many secrets, apart from the fact that my formation master is able to enter different secret realm and forbidden grounds, is also because of my harvest from that ancient ruin." He recalled the sadness behind his loss of his flesh and the confusion in the future. And Elder Huang still couldn't forget it. It was also because of his unwillingness that he had endless motivation to read all the ancient books in the ruins. Furthermore, he found a way to reconstruct his physical body in the ancient books. I can't remember the exact age, but in the era when the Curse Masters thrive, the Hidden Dragon list was only opened once in advance because of the Curse Masters, and it was opened 3 years earlier than usual. And in that competition for the Hidden Dragon rank, all of the Curse Masters won the championship in the end. Speaking up to this point, Elder Huang couldn't help but glance at Chu Zhongtian. His tone was full of regret as he said, "The spell master Quan Kai who won the first place in the Hidden Dragon list, in a short 20 years, the stage that has reached the titled supreme level peak. Many people thought that a spell master was the one with the highest chance of breaking through to the titled supreme level. He has become an immortal. Unfortunately, because of spell master's genius, he created a forbidden cultivation technique that could devour a warrior's divine sense. It caused all the experts in the Eternal Continent to join hands to hunt down the Curse Master. The Curse Master's divine soul was also destroyed during this hunt. He lost the hope of advancing to the immortal realm. Hidden Dragon Peak, the peak of the mountain, in the courtyard. Brother Huang, could it be because of Chu that the Hidden Dragon list opened 3 years earlier?" Zhao Enjuan asked with anticipation and disbelief. Zhao Enjuan didn't know who Curse Masters were, but they only used less than 20 years. His cultivation base had risen from the Divine Soul stage to the titled Supreme Level Peak, which made him look forward to it. The reason why he was looking forward to the opening of the Hidden Dragon list was because of Chu Zhongtian. If the opening of the Hidden Dragon list was because of Chu Zhongtian, then according to the experiences of the Curse Commander, he might very well become the #1 disciple of the Hidden Dragon list battle. 20 years later, 3 titled Supreme-level warriors would join forces to rule the sect. Presumably, the law enforcement peak, Merit Palace, and Senator Group would not be able to stop and destroy the sect. Unfortunately, Elder Huang's answer made Zhao Enjuan very hopeful. Although Chu is very outstanding, even in the era when my body was still intact, he is still a top monster-level genius, but compared to the all-round spellmaster, the gap between us isn't just a little. Therefore, the Hidden Dragon list opening ahead of time isn't because of him. Elder Huang shook his head and said without any contempt. After that, Elder Huang suddenly stood up and left the stone table. He walked straight to the stone pavilion and looked towards the north, muttering to himself. I guess the early opening of the Hidden Dragon list this time might be because of the emergence of a genius who is as talented as a curse master in the central domain. The future main character of the Eternal Continent might very well be this person. The future main character of the Eternal Continent revealed a shocked expression when he heard Elder Huang giving such a high evaluation to the genius who could attract the opening of the Hidden Dragon list ahead of time. However, to Chu Zhongtian, the introduction of Elder Huang just now didn't have any effect on him. Even if the genius of the central domain was outstanding, what did it have to do with him? Even if he encountered a genius of central domain during the competition of Hidden Dragon list, it wasn't shameful for him to admit defeat if he couldn't defeat him. At this moment, what Chu Zhongtian wanted to know the most was how to participate in the competition of Hidden Dragon list battle. Master, before sect leader left, he said that you know the Hidden Dragon list better than him. What's going on? Hee. Hearing Chu Zhongtian ask this question, Zhao Enjuan smiled proudly. Then his tone was full of schadenfreude. Senior sect leader's talent is about the same as mine, but his luck has always been better than mine. When he went out to temper himself, he also obtained more opportunities than me, and his cultivation speed is also faster than mine. Later on, because of an accident, he was unable to suppress his cultivation. He broke through to the longevity period half a year earlier than me, and missed out on the Hidden Dragon list's competition. Master, this means that you have participated in the Hidden Dragon Peak. I wonder what your final ranking will be. Zhao Enjuan had also participated in the competition for the Hidden Dragon list. This had aroused Chu Zhongtian's interest. He looked at Zhao Enjuan with anticipation. When he heard Chu Zhongtian interrogating him about the ranking of the Hidden Dragon list, a complicated expression emerged on Zhao Enjuan's face. The second competition. Ranked 3rd in the Southern Domain and 32nd in the Eternal Continent. Seeing Chu Zhongtian's slight frown, Zhao Enjuan immediately knew that he didn't understand the rules of the Hidden Dragon rank. He didn't understand the meaning of his ranking, so he explained it to him in detail. Through Zhao Enjuan's detailed explanation, Chu Zhongtian finally understood the details of Hidden Dragon list battle, and finally understood the difficulty of competing for the last name of Hidden Dragon list. According to Zhao Enjuan, the competition of the Hidden Dragon list was divided into 2 rounds. The first round was the competition for the top 108 places in the region, and it was considered the preliminary round before the opening of the Hidden Dragon list. On the other hand, between the age of 18 and 25, one's talent had reached the level of a peerless genius and above. Any divine soul stage warrior had the qualifications to participate in the competition for the Hidden Dragon list's ranking. The first round of the competition was divided into 2 rounds. The first round was the advancement competition, and the second round was the ranking competition. Before the official opening of the Hidden Dragon list, there would be a process of the scale selection, which would determine the seeded contestants and the ordinary contestants. On the contrary, the warriors who were chosen as seeded contestants had the right to choose once, and that was to choose whether to participate in the first round of the advancement competition or not. If they chose to participate in the advancement competition, then the seeded contestants' qualifications would be revoked immediately. They would be able to successfully advance for ordinary contestants, and they would be eliminated if they failed. If they chose not to participate in the advancement competition, then they could wait until the end of the advancement competition and participate in the ranking competition with the final contestant. The advancement competition will determine a total of 540 contestants according to the number of seeded contestants. They will participate in the second round of the competition. Chu, according to the results of the Hidden Dragon list's test, you will be chosen as the seeded contestant. You intend to give up your identity as the seeded contestant and participate in the competition through the advancement competition. Or do you want to keep your identity as the seeded contestant and directly participate in the second round of the ranking competition? Zhao Enjun asked curiously when he talked about the advancement competition and the ranking competition. The reason why Zhao Enjun's question was a little strange was because of his identity as a seeded contestant. He could avoid participating in the advancement competition and not expose his strength in advance. Furthermore, there was sufficient rest time for every seeded player. He was afraid that everyone would choose to retain their identity as a seeded contestant. However, facing Zhao Enjun's inquiry, Chu Zhongtian did not hesitate to reply, "Give up your identity as a seeded contestant and participate in the advancement competition." Why? Seeing Chu Zhongtian choose to participate in the qualifying competition without any worries. Although Zhao Enjun was very happy in his heart, he wanted to know the reason even more. The reason is very simple. I like fighting. I like to use fighting to stimulate the boiling blood in my body. I also like to use my own spirit blade to slaughter my way into the ranking list, Chu Zhongtian said in a domineering manner. Very good. This is my Zhao Enjun's disciple, Chu Zhongtian replied in a domineering manner. Zhao Enjun slammed the table with all his strength and said excitedly. After that, he adjusted his state of mind and continued to introduce the process of the Hidden Dragon List battle. The second round of the ranking competition was going to be a one-on-one match. In other words, the contestants of the ranking competition in the second round would fight with 539 contestants, and the top 108 contestants would be ranked according to their final points. After the 108 contestants were decided, after that, the Hidden Dragon List from the 5 big regions would merge together and form an independent space. The 108 participants that were decided from the 5 big regions would immediately enter the isolated space formed by the Hidden Dragon List and begin the second competition. The 108 participants from each region were exactly the same as the 540 participants from the 5 big regions. They would compete according to the method of the ranking competition during the first competition, and then be ranked in the top 108 according to the final points. These 108 people were the ones who were able to enter the Hidden Dragon List in the end, and they represented the strongest Divine Soul Period stage warriors in the Eternal Continent. Hidden Dragon Peak, the peak of the mountain, in the courtyard. Out of the 5 major regions of Eternal Continent, the overall strength of Southern Domain was the weakest, and the overall strength of Central Domain was the strongest. The difference between the two could only be described as heaven and earth. When Zhao Enjun mentioned his ranking, he said that it was during the competition in Southern Domain. He was ranked 3rd, but he was only ranked 32nd among the 5 major regions. The most important reason was that he had lost too much to the geniuses of Central Domain, causing him to be ranked lower in the end. According to Zhao Enjun, the participants representing Central Domain, in fact, most of them could even be ranked in the top of the final rankings. It could be said that non-human participants had the combat strength of an entire great stage. In other words, with their peak of the Divine Soul Period cultivation base, they had the strength of a peak of the longevity period. More importantly, the champion of the Hidden Dragon List battle that Zhao Enjun had participated in, he was able to borrow the power of law with the help of the Great Tao Period stage with his peak of the Divine Soul Period cultivation base. Using the strength of a half-step Great Tao Period was something that he couldn't even imagine in his mind at that time. Later on, Zhao Enjun was able to advance by leaps and bounds in his cultivation base. Breaking through to the supreme level in less than 100 years had a lot to do with the shock he received at that time. Each of them had the strength of half a great stage. When Zhao Enjun described the warriors of Central Domain, he didn't feel fear or fear. Instead, he felt excited, and even the blood in his body began to boil. Chu, calm your mind and focus. As if he could feel the changes in Chu Zhongtian's heart, Zhao Enjun quickly reminded him while admiring him. Who? Taking a deep breath, he adjusted his excited mood and suppressed the boiling blood in his heart. Chu Zhongtian indicated for Zhao Enjun to continue introducing the information regarding the Hidden Dragon List. Chu, since you intend to give up your identity as a seeded warrior, If you want to participate in the advancement competition as an ordinary player, then you must learn how to hide your strength. You must strive to enter the top 180 in the ranking competition. When Chu Zhongtian regained his composure, Zhao Enjuan didn't immediately introduce the Hidden Dragon list battle. Instead, he made a request to Chu Zhongtian. "This is not a problem," Chu Zhongtian replied. Even if Zhao Enjuan did not remind him, as someone who had experienced hundreds of battles and had rich combat experience, he would still pay attention to this situation. "No, Chu, you have to pay attention to this. Regarding the competition for the Hidden Dragon list in Southern Domain, you can't afford to make a single mistake. This is because not only will you be able to enter the top 108, it will also determine whether you will be able to participate in the finals or not. It also depended on whether or not you could comprehend the power of Law of Destruction in advance during the finals, and the key to improving the level of saber intent." Seeing Chu Zhongtian's casual reply, he didn't put the Hidden Dragon list's preliminary round in his eyes at all. Zhao Enjuan, who was worried that he would fail miserably, immediately criticized him seriously. "Master, what do you mean? Entering the finals was related to whether he could comprehend the annihilation power of Law in advance, as well as whether he could increase the level of his saber intent." Zhao Enjuan's reminder made Chu Zhongtian, who was originally very casual, quickly straighten his attitude. He carefully listened to Zhao Enjuan's explanation. Through Zhao Enjuan's more detailed explanation, Chu Zhongtian finally understood why Zhao Enjuan would remind him so seriously. It turned out that within the isolated space formed by the Hidden Dragon list, there was a divine soul dragon that was 540 miles long. This divine soul dragon was formed by the purest energy in the eternal continent. Within this energy, there was a power of the divine soul that could increase the cultivation of divine soul stage. There was also a special energy that could increase the spiritual energy of the divine sense, as well as a special energy that could increase one's comprehension ability. When one reached the peak of the longevity period in order to break through to the Great Tao period, one needed to comprehend the power of Law. In order to gain insight into the power of Law, one needed to have a certain understanding of the power of Law. The rest would depend on one's own comprehension ability. The more outstanding one's comprehension ability was, the stronger one's ability to comprehend the power of Law would be. The speed at which one could borrow, control, and fuse the power of Law would also be greater. All the participants who obtained the top 108 places in different regions would first obtain the benefits of entering the independent space formed by the Hidden Dragon list, and that was the Divine Dragon rewards formed from pure energy. The return gift of the Hidden Dragon list was a divine dragon with a length of 540 miles. It would be divided into 540 parts. Each part would be 500 meters long, which was also a 1-mile-long divine dragon. The 500-meter-long divine dragon would temporarily merge into one's body. Although it could not be refined or absorbed, the divine dragon that had merged into your body, it could borrow the energy emitted by the divine dragon to increase one's comprehension ability and temporarily increase one's comprehension ability. Furthermore, he could use this to cultivate the secret technique or use the martial skills that he was proficient in. Comprehend the power of Law you can use in the future in advance. When the true finals begin, every time you defeat an opponent, the 500 miles long divine dragon within the opponent's body will be divided into 1 meter long divine dragon and fused into the divine dragon within your body. As for the divine dragon that has fused into your body, not only does it increase in size, it also emits a greater amount of energy to increase your comprehension, and the effect of assisting in your cultivation will be even greater. If you can win the championship, then the divine dragon within your body will not only be able to restore the true body of the 500 miles long divine dragon, but also restore the true body of the 540 miles long divine dragon. Furthermore, you can use the divine dragon that has fused into your body to cultivate in the isolated space formed by the Hidden Dragon list for 1 to 3 months. Therefore, for every champion of the Hidden Dragon list, after the end of the Hidden Dragon list battle, it would take 2 to 3 years for them to break through to the Great Tao period and become a mighty warrior of the Eternal Continent. Master, don't worry. Not only will I break into the 108 ranks of the Hidden Dragon list in the Southern Domain, I will also win a ranking that you can't even imagine. Chu Zhongtian expressed his confidence 100 times more. There were so many benefits to joining the Hidden Dragon list. Chu Zhongtian initially thought that winning or losing would not matter to him. As long as he could hold on until the final match, his mentality would change. Not only would he have to hold on until the final match, but he would also have to hold on until the final match. And the final champion of Saber Finger. Chu, besides the benefits I mentioned earlier, anyone who can make it into the top 108 will receive a year of protection from the rules of the hidden ranking. During this year, no matter what kind of danger it is, it won't hurt you at all. It will definitely be a great opportunity for you to explore the secret realm and the forbidden areas. There is such a thing. After hearing this news, Chu Zhongtian was so excited that he almost jumped up. 0. The reason why Elder Huang agreed to inherit his formation was because he wanted to go to a very dangerous place in the secret realm, where he would most likely die. He wanted to find 3 treasures that could help him reconstruct his body. According to the original agreement, he planned to venture into the secret realm after breaking through to the supreme level. Now that he had the ability to protect himself from harm for a year, it would be the best time for him to venture into the secret realm. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but look excitedly at Elder Huang, who was standing beside the stone pavilion. Hidden Dragon Peak, the peak of the mountain, in the courtyard. Elder Huang, who noticed Chu Zhongtian's gaze, turned around and returned to the stone table. He said, "Chu, the protection period your master mentioned just now was not complete. A year's protection period isn't something that no danger can harm. If it's a titled Supreme Level Warrior, or a top 30 forbidden area in Eternal Continent, or the secret realm that's no less dangerous than the top 30 forbidden areas, it can also take your life." "Brother Huang, that's not right. When I joined the Hidden Dragon List battle, I had personally heard about the rules of the Hidden Dragon List." Zhao Enjuan refuted when he saw Elder Huang refuting his words. "Brother Zhao, with the eyesight of a titled Supreme Level Warrior, can a Divine Soul Stage Warrior enter their eyes? The forbidden area ranked in the top 30 of the Eternal Great Mystery is not something a Divine Soul Stage Warrior can enter." Elder Huang immediately gave Zhao Enjuan a reason to refute him. Zhao Enjuan didn't know how to refute Elder Huang's reason. "When my body was still intact, I also participated in the Hidden Dragon List. Although my family is only a third-grade family, it isn't considered a top power in Central Domain. However, when I was at the Divine Soul stage, I had already reached the level of a formation Great Master. With the help of the defensive formation and self-destructing formation, not only did I advance into the 108 ranks of the Hidden Dragon List in the Central Domain, and finally at 11th place." Ignoring Zhao Enjuan, who didn't know how to refute, Elder Huang continued. "During the final competition, I borrowed the power of the Divine Dragon from the Hidden Dragon List's isolated space. Not only did I gain enlightenment of the power of law that I will need in the future, but I have also made a breakthrough in my cultivation of the formation. With the help of the formation cultivation base, I am finally ranked 9th in the Hidden Dragon List." 9th! Upon hearing Elder Huang's final ranking, Zhao Enjuan stood up in shock. As someone who had participated in the Hidden Dragon List before, Zhao Enjuan knew very well how difficult and cruel the finals of the Hidden Dragon List were. Whether it was the monster-level warriors from the other regions or the geniuses from the Central Domain, every contestant wasn't easy to deal with. Furthermore, when Elder Huang's body was still intact, it was more than 1,000,000 years ago. At that time, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was much thicker than it was now, and the number of heavenly treasures was far richer than it was now. The number of monster-level geniuses was also much greater now. To be able to stand out among the 540 geniuses and be ranked 9th in the end, Elder Huang's talent, comprehension ability and strength must be extremely terrifying. Pointing at the shocked Zhao Enjuan to calm down, Elder Huang continued, "At that time, I was too confident in the protection period given by the Hidden Dragon List's law consciousness. 2 months after the end of the Hidden Dragon List battle, I took the risk of entering the secret realm, which was close to the top 30 forbidden area of Eternal Continent, but I almost died there. If I didn't have the life-saving trump card given to me by my family's titled Supreme Level Patriarch, I'm afraid that I would have died in the secret realm during that risk. Speaking up to this point, Elder Huang looked straight at Chu Zhongtian and said, "After that dangerous adventure, I came to a conclusion. The only thing that can ensure my own safety in this world is my powerful strength. Nothing is safe." Elder Huang, I understand. Chu Zhongtian stood up and said with a teaching attitude. He waved his hand and gestured for Chu Zhongtian to sit down. Then Elder Huang said with a strange expression, "Chu, although the Hidden Dragon list rules give a year of protection period, it is not very safe. I have a feeling that the final competition of the Hidden Dragon list will be a chance for you to transform into a divine dragon. Because when I first met you, I felt that there was a flood dragon trapped in shallow water in your body. I have been waiting for the opportunity to transform into a dragon. Perhaps the final competition of the Hidden Dragon list. It would be the chance for the dragon to transform into a divine dragon. There was a flood dragon trapped in the shallow water in his body." Chu Zhongtian frowned when Elder Huang told him what he felt. Because he had no idea what was inside his body that there was a trapped flood dragon. A dragon. A divine dragon. The different types of names of dragons caused Chu Zhongtian's memory to gradually return to Chu family, Lu City, and the Yulong Mountain thousands of miles away from Lu City. When the Qi country hunting competition ended, Lu Yujun was invited to a duel. The two of them carried out a thrilling challenge on the summit of the Yulong Mountain. When he finally defeated Lu Yujun, he once had a feeling that there was a special aura entering his body from the Yulong Mountain. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find it. As time passed and he was determined to pass the test of the floating cloud sect, he gradually forgot about this matter. Elder Huang's reminder just now, as well as the legends about the Yulong Mountain, Chu Zhongtian had a feeling that what Elder Huang said just now might be true. Perhaps there really was a flood dragon trapped in his body, and this flood dragon was waiting for the opportunity to transform into a divine dragon. Although he had already made a guess in his heart, Chu Zhongtian didn't tell Elder Huang and Zhao Enjuan the truth. Instead, he wanted to use his own observation to verify whether there was a flood dragon in his body. Whether the Hidden Dragon list battle was the opportunity for the flood dragon to transform into a divine dragon or not. Humph! Chu Zhongtian's confused eyes gradually became clear. Elder Huang knew that he had guessed it through his senses. Chu Zhongtian had already thought of the origin of the hidden flood dragon in his body. He was hoping that Chu Zhongtian could tell him the whole story. However, he found out that he had no intention of telling the truth as he poured himself a cup of tea. Elder Huang let out a cold snort in an unhappy manner. Elder Huang, Master, I wonder if you have anything else to add to the fight for the Hidden Dragon list. Chu Zhongtian drank the tea in his cup and calmed himself down. He was looking forward to hearing the news. Yes. Zhao Enjuan looked at Elder Huang and found that he was still angry. Zhao Enjuan felt that Elder Huang's temper was as funny as an old child's. So he changed the topic. After Zhao Enjuan's introduction, Chu Zhongtian's calm expression gradually became serious. His right hand, which was holding the teacup, also slightly exerted strength. According to Zhao Enjuan, there were too many benefits to entering the Hidden Dragon list's ranking list. All Divine Soul Stage warriors who were selected to participate in the Hidden Dragon list battle were going all out in every match. Besides, there were no restrictions in the process of entering the Hidden Dragon list battle. In order to win, any means could be used. In other words, the competition of the Hidden Dragon list was a process where one could kill their opponent and obtain victory. 0. When Zhao Enjuan participated in the advancement competition of Hidden Dragon list, there was a total of 50,000 contestants. When the advancement competition ended, nearly 15,000 peerless divine soul stage geniuses and above died tragically in Wulong Castle. It had brought disaster to many major powers in Southern Domain. It could be said that the Hidden Dragon list battle was a meat grinder for peerless geniuses every year. Every time the Hidden Dragon list battle ended, Eternal Continent would lose at least half of their geniuses. Hidden Dragon Peak, the peak of the mountain, in the courtyard. Chu, do you feel any pressure? After describing the cruelty of the Hidden Dragon list battle, Zhao Enjuan asked seriously. I feel pressure. Chu Zhongtian nodded. He didn't deny the pressure brought by the cruel competition. Immediately after that, his attitude changed, and he said with an excited expression, "Only when there's pressure will there be motivation. The more motivation there is, the faster your cultivation base and strength will increase. Besides, the cruel competition is also an opportunity for one to obtain a large amount of wealth." Brat! Chu Zhongtian's first reply satisfied Zhao Enjuan and Elder Huang. However, when they heard the second half of Chu Zhongtian's reply, they were instantly amused. "Chu, today is the first day of the third month. There are still 7 months left until the Hidden Dragon List's advancement competition. In these 7 months, not only do you want to advance your cultivation base to the peak of the Divine Soul period, you also want to advance all the combat techniques and secret technique you have mastered to the profound grade. Time is tight, the pressure is huge." That's right. The opening of the Hidden Dragon List was both good and bad news to Chu Zhongtian. The good news was that he had the chance to participate in the opening of the Hidden Dragon List, which could only be opened once every 10 years. When his soul advanced to the divine grade, it would separate his 3 souls and 7 physical souls ahead of time. This also meant that the stage of Divine Soul stage wouldn't pose too much of a pressure to him, and it wouldn't delay his cultivation speed. With the help of Elder Huang imparting the secret technique to temper his soul, the spirit beast in his sea of consciousness could provide pure energy at any time, as well as the 2 blood essence fruit that he had obtained from the blood divine tree. Even if he stayed in Hidden Dragon Peak to cultivate in seclusion, Chu Zhongtian was confident that he would be able to reach the peak of the Divine Soul period within 10 months, breaking through to the longevity period within a year. If the Hidden Dragon List was opened according to the normal rules, then after breaking through to the longevity period, he would lose the chance to participate in the Hidden Dragon List battle. The bad news was that the time the Hidden Dragon List opened up was too short. It had only been 7 months. In such a short period of time, not only did he need to advance his cultivation base to the peak of the Divine Soul period, he also needed to control all the warriors and the secret realm to advance to the profound grade. At the same time, in order to ensure that he could make it into the final 108 participants, apart from the combat techniques and secret technique that he had mastered, he also needed to cultivate some combat techniques that belonged to the Divine Soul stage. Time was running out. Faced with such a difficult situation, Chu Zhongtian could only turn to Elder Huang and Zhao Enjuan for help, especially the experienced Elder Huang. "Elder Huang, Master, I wonder if you two have any good suggestions that can allow me to improve my cultivation and strength quickly within 7 months. Brother Zhao, tell me first." Elder Huang had already thought of Chu Zhongtian's plan for the next 7 months. But no matter what, Zhao Enjuan was Chu Zhongtian's master, and Chu Zhongtian was his only disciple, so he couldn't surpass Zhao Enjuan. He would first arrange Chu Zhongtian's next cultivation plan. "Chu, I never thought that the Hidden Dragon List would open ahead of time, so I didn't consider your next 7 months of cultivation plan. This is my dereliction of duty." First, he apologized to Chu Zhongtian, then aimed at Elder Huang. However, with Brother Huang's rich experience and the Formation Master's ability, I'm sure he has already arranged everything for you, so we can listen to his arrangements later. After saying that, Zhao Enjuan took out 2 wooden boxes and a storage bag from the storage ring's finger, then placed them in front of the stone table and introduced them. "When you return to the sect to visit your family, didn't I borrow the remaining branches of the God-devouring tree from you?" Chu Zhongtian nodded, indicating that he remembered the matter. "When you were preparing to break through to the Divine Soul stage, I brought the remaining branches of the God-devouring tree to a hidden danger zone. In that danger zone, I found a low-grade level 5 soul cleansing grass that could increase the strength of 3 souls, and 3 high-grade 6th grade soul cleansing flowers that can refine 7 souls. It's perfect for you to speed up your advancement to the Divine Soul stage." Zhao Enjuan opened 2 wooden boxes and pointed at a palm-sized grass and 3 flowers that looked like old flowers. "Master, thank you." Chu Zhongtian felt a warm feeling in his heart, as he felt the strong soul power from the spirit herbs and flowers. He waved his hand and put away the spiritual herbs and spiritual flowers, as well as the storage bag that contained the remaining branches of the God-devouring tree. He only thanked Zhao Enjuan. "Brother Huang, I'll have to trouble you with the arrangements that Chu will make next. After Chu Zhongtian put away the spiritual herbs and flowers, Zhao Enjuan signaled Elder Huang to tell him his plan. Chu has the low-grade level 5 soul cleansing grass and the high-grade 6th grade soul cleansing flower. The time you need to break through to the peak of the divine soul period has been reduced by at least half. This way, you will have more time to practice some martial skills and secret technique. First, he evaluated the effects of the spiritual herbs and flowers Zhao Enjuan gifted him. Then, Elder Huang straightened his attitude. He said in a very serious tone, "Chu, after a period of contact, I found that you are not a stable person. You are a person who likes to take risks everywhere, and you use those risks to crazily increase your cultivation base and strength. Therefore, I want to advance my cultivation base to the peak of the divine soul period in 7 months' time. With the strength of the peak of the longevity period, you can't stay in Hidden Dragon Peak and cultivate in seclusion. You have to take risks everywhere you go, just like in the past." After saying that, Elder Huang paused for a moment and thought about his journey for the next 7 months. He then said, "According to the records I read in the countless ancient books in the special ruins, there are 3 secret realms in southern domain. One dangerous place is more suitable for your future cultivation." "Elder Huang, where are the exact locations of these 3 places?" Chu Zhongtian hurriedly asked. Chu Zhongtian raised both his hands and feet in agreement with Elder Huang's arrangement. In just over a year, the reason why his cultivation base could surpass 4 great stage warriors was because of his different experiences in Secret Realm and the risks he took in dangerous places. If it wasn't for the experiences in the Secret Realm that belonged solely to the Purgatory City, he wouldn't have been able to obtain the profound dragon fruit that could help him break through to the body refining stage, and he wouldn't have been able to increase the speed of his advancement. If he didn't have the cavern that was suspected to be left behind by a peerless expert, he wouldn't have been able to obtain the human spiritual root of one of the 3 great spiritual root in the world, and he wouldn't have been able to directly increase the grade of the cultivation talent to a whole new level. If he didn't have the experience of cultivating in the Blood Demon Secret Realm, the advancement of the Mind State's cultivation base wouldn't have been able to surpass the stage, and it wouldn't have been possible for him to increase his cultivation base with all his strength, let alone. If he didn't have the experience of refining in the Azura Secret Realm, it would be impossible for him to obtain the blood core that could increase his potential and comprehension, the blood essence that could restore the spirit, chi and energy in an instant, and the spatial law that was ranked second among the thousands of laws. If he didn't have the risk of surviving in the spatial zone of the Blood Divine Tree, it would have been impossible for him to cultivate the 9 Revolutions Vital Spirit Pill that he had mentioned earlier, and he wouldn't have been able to form the perfect Dantian. It would have been even more impossible for him to break through to the essence gathering stage so quickly. Hidden Dragon Peak, the peak of the mountain, in the courtyard. Although there was great danger in Secret Realm and dangerous places, it also contained endless opportunities. Chu Zhongtian was very happy to see Elder Huang's future arrangements. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had to understand the exact location of these 3 places. Because when he captured the spirit beast to aid his cultivation, he had promised Zhou Qi, the 97th prince of Great Zhou dynasty, that he would continue the unfinished battle in Weishan Island half a year later. More than a month had passed since the agreed time. If the secret realm and the danger zones that he had refined deviated far from the Weishan Island, he would find a way to inform Zhou Qi and delay the challenge time. Or rather, he would set the time of the 2 people's challenge in the Hidden Dragon list. If the secret realm and the danger zone did not deviate too much from the Weishan Island, then he would pay the time on time and truly defeat Zhou Qi. With the Floating Cloud sect as the starting point, the 3 secret realms are located in the south. The north and the east are in 3 different directions, and the danger zones are located in the east as well. He recalled the records he had read in the ancient records. Then, according to the environment in the real world, Elder Huang drew 3 general positions of the secret realm and the danger zones on the stone table. First, go to the secret realm and danger zones in the east direction, then go to the secret realm in the south direction, and finally go to the secret realm in the north direction. Chu Zhongtian made arrangements according to Elder Huang's coordinates. All right, I'll listen to you. Elder Huang did not have much of an opinion on the order of the 3 secret realm and the danger zones. After breaking through to the Divine Soul stage, Chu Zhongtian could borrow his power of the divine soul. Although he couldn't tear the void apart for the time being, he could still use his full strength. However, there was no problem with his speed, which meant that he wouldn't delay the advancement competition of the Hidden Dragon list on the 10th of October. Chu, you have just broken through to the divine soul stage. You need to consolidate and comprehend the stage after breaking through. Since you have already obtained information about the Hidden Dragon list, you will have to return to Courtyard 9 to cultivate. I have something to discuss with Brother Huang. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian and Elder Huang had discussed the next 7 months of cultivation, Zhao and Juan indicated that Chu Zhongtian could leave the courtyard. Master Elder Huang, I will go back now. After getting up and leaving the stone chair, Chu Zhongtian said goodbye. Even if Zhao and Juan did not mention it, Chu Zhongtian would still say goodbye, because he also wanted to know the changes in his strength after breaking through to the Divine Soul stage. At the same time, he also wanted to return to the secret room immediately, and then duplicate and paste the soul-cleansing grass and soul-cleansing flower. Go! Elder Huang waved his hand and said. After Chu Zhongtian left the courtyard, Elder Huang and Zhao and Juan's expressions became serious at the same time. Brother Zhao, for the next period of time, I will accompany Chu out to temper himself. I will do my best to improve his cultivation and strength. During this period of time, you will make use of the desolate fat and the insights I have given you to break through to the titled supreme level within 7 months. Elder Huang reminded when he saw Zhao and Juan's solemn expression. Difficult. Zhao and Juan shook his head and did not have much confidence in replying. Difficult? I have to try my best to break through. Elder Huang was dissatisfied with Zhao and Juan's lack of confidence. He criticized him. Brother Zhao, you and I have both participated in the Hidden Dragon list battle. We know the cruelty of the competition and the consequences of it. Given Chu's ruthless personality and his habit of seeing money, I'm afraid that this time's competition will be another massacre. After this massacre, who knows how many powerful forces will be offended, as well as supreme level and titled supreme level experts. After saying that, Elder Huang looked into the depths of the sect and said, Brother Zhao, during the process of Chu breaking through to the Divine Soul stage, as you can clearly see, other than sect leader and the other blood robe who didn't tell you about it just now, I'm afraid no one wants Chu to truly grow. At that time, you want to rely on those experts of the sect to support him. I'm afraid that's just wishful thinking. That's why I said that I want Chu to exert all of his strength in Hidden Dragon list battle. I want him to be able to continue living safely after the Hidden Dragon list battle is over. All of your reliance is on you. As long as you can break through to the titled supreme level and become a true expert that can influence the situation in the Eternal Continent, those who want to touch Chu behind his back will have to fear your existence. Staring at Zhao and Juan, Elder Huang explained the pros and cons of Chu Zhongtian's participation in the Hidden Dragon list clearly and clearly. Elder Huang, most of the reason why Zhongtian is in such a situation is because of me. If it wasn't because of my bloody methods from 100 years ago, if it wasn't because I have irreconcilable conflicts with most of the sects, Chu will definitely be taken care of by the sect, so he doesn't have to worry about the consequences of Hidden Dragon list battle. Zhao and Juan agreed with the division of advantages and disadvantages of Chu Zhongtian's participation in the Hidden Dragon list battle. Furthermore, he also placed the main responsibility on himself. After that, he stood up, walked out of the stone pavilion, and came to the courtyard. He swore to the sky, I, Zhao and Juan, swear here that if I can't break through to the titled supreme level within 7 months, I will die in Hidden Dragon Peak. Seeing that Zhao and Juan was forcing him to fight with his life on the line, Elder Huang nodded with satisfaction. After that, a special divine sense was sent to Zhao and Juan's ear. Brother Zhao, if you confuse with the power of law you have in this place, the chances of breaking through to the supreme level within 7 months will be raised to the 9th level. After the sound transmission ended, Elder Huang said proudly, Brother Huang, you, after learning about the mysterious space that could help one break through to the titled supreme level and the special energy contained within, Zhao and Juan couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. If he knew about this place in advance, as well as the supplementary effect of breaking through to the titled supreme level, He wouldn't have used such a method to force his own potential. Trial Peak. As the mountain peak where the servants of Floating Cloud sect and the disciples of Outer sect lived and cultivated, there were rarely any powerful warriors with high cultivation bases arriving. On this day, a young man with a handsome face and extraordinary temperament suddenly appeared in the middle of the mountain of Trial Peak, right in front of the girls' dormitory in Trial Peak. The chi refining stage and physical training girls who entered and left the girls' dormitory revealed a trace of interest when they saw the young man in blue standing at the entrance. However, the young man in blue was emitting a special aura, making these girls who wanted to get close to him not dare to approach him. "Excuse me, are you the #1 disciple of the Outer sect last year, Chu Zhongtian?" Senior Chu. Among the many young girls who were paying attention to the blue-clothed youth, there was one with an outstanding appearance. A young girl who was at the 6th level of the body refining stage, the peak, asked with an expectant look on her face. "That's right. I am Chu Zhongtian." The young man in blue smiled at the girl with an outstanding appearance, and then admitted his identity. Trial Peak, halfway up the mountain, in front of the girls' dormitory. Youth in blue appeared in the girls' dormitory. He was Chu Zhongtian, who had just finished his seclusion. After returning to the secret training room in Courtyard 9, he used 1 day and 1 night to consolidate his cultivation after breaking through. Then, he tested the power of his saber intent after breaking through. After advancing to saber intent, although he had lost the ability to solidify his surroundings with force, it restricted his opponent's movement, but it had increased his saber technique's attack power. After some experimentation, Chu Zhongtian discovered that with the combination of saber intent, a yellow-level beginner-level saber technique could unleash the power of a profound grade low-rank saber technique. In other words, not only did the advancement of the blade intent not weaken his strength, it also increased his strength by dozens of times. The movement technique, which had just broken through to the profound grade low-rank small completion stage, had now reached the profound grade low-rank peak stage after breaking through to the divine soul stage. Could break through to the profound grade intermediate at any time. After checking the stage, he found that his strength had increased. Chu Zhongtian used the low-rank 6th grade soul cleansing flower gifted by Jiao Anjuan, as well as the soul refining secret technique taught by Elder Huang. He tried to refine the second soul that was separated from his body. It was the soul essence. The soul essence represented the evil of human nature. It was the soul that was best separated from the 3 souls and 7 souls, but difficult to refine. Since it was the soul cleansing flower and the secret technique that tempered the soul, he spent 3 days and 3 nights to barely refine 2/3 of it. Initially, he wanted to refine the soul essence in one go so that he could break through to the 2nd level of the divine soul stage before coming out of seclusion. However, Elder Huang suddenly informed him and told him to be ready to go out and refine it at any time. When he thought about the request he had made to Dongfang Yuner, he would personally come to find her. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian could only temporarily end his seclusion and come to Trial Peak, as he had promised that day. "It really is Senior Brother Chu." After getting confirmation from Chu Zhongtian, the young girl with an outstanding appearance, then she called over a dozen of her friends. She started to talk about Chu Zhongtian's great achievements. After hearing the introduction of the beautiful girl, the voices of surprise, admiration, and admiration began to ring out from the group of girls. "Senior Brother Chu is so amazing. Senior Brother Chu is so handsome. I wonder if Senior Brother Chu has a crush on me. Will he fall in love with me? In the future, if I want to find a man, I must find a man like Senior Brother Chu!" Exclamation point. As Chu Zhongtian listened to the words of the dozen or so young girls around him, he felt embarrassed at the same time. He felt that his head was getting bigger and bigger. He wanted to stop these girls from revealing their bones and evaluating him. However, when he saw these crazy young girls, he thought of the time before he transmigrated. When he saw the craziness of his idol fans, he immediately gave up on this idea. Her. I thought that it was some divine soul stage elder or the hall master who came to my trial peak. I didn't expect it to be you. Just as Chu Zhongtian didn't know how to resolve the awkward situation in front of him, a friendly voice sounded. Disciple Chu Zhongtian greets Peak Master Zhong. Since he didn't need to turn around, Chu Zhongtian could tell who the owner of the voice was. So, after turning around, he bowed respectfully. Back then, during the disciple competition of the outer sect, the master of Trial Peak, Zhong Fakan, had taken good care of him. Chu Zhongtian had never forgotten the secret care he had given him, and had always wanted to find an opportunity to repay him. However, he had always been short of time. Disciple greets Peak Master. Chu Zhongtian bowed respectfully. The dozen or so young girls surrounding him also hurriedly bowed, and they didn't dare to speak carelessly. AI! Ignoring the dozen or so young girls, Zhong Fakan looked at Chu Zhongtian, who was still the same as before. His heart was filled with complicated feelings. The first time he noticed Chu Zhongtian, he was a disciple recruited by a sect. Chu Zhongtian, with his 10th level of Qi refining stage cultivation base, had surpassed many body refining stage disciples. In the end, he was ranked 3rd and became an elite disciple of the sect. The second time he noticed Chu Zhongtian was when he was participating in the Great Sect Disciple Competition. He was a 7th layer peak of the body refining period, and after breaking through to the 8th layer of the body refining period, he finally won the first place in the Great Sect Disciple Competition of the Outer Sect. The third time he noticed Chu Zhongtian was when he broke through to the Qi transforming period. He had revealed his true strength. At the same time, at that time, Zhong Fakan knew that his future was limitless, but in just a few months' time, he had once again broken through to the Divine Soul stage, becoming a powerful warrior equal to him in the stage. Regarding this, how could Zhong Fakan not sigh in his heart? Chu Zhongtian, your current cultivation base is no longer weaker than mine. There's no need to be so polite when we meet in the future. Chu Zhongtian's future was something he would never be able to catch up to. Besides, he might be able to ask Chu Zhongtian for help in the future. So he didn't dare to be as arrogant as before. All right. Chu Zhongtian didn't oppose Zhong Fakan's suggestion. Because he knew that as his cultivation level continued to rise, the status of his former peers, brothers, seniors, and even those whom he had looked up to would gradually change. He would also become someone that others looked up to. Chu Zhongtian, you have just broken through to the Divine Soul stage. Why did you come here instead of going into seclusion in Hidden Dragon Peak? Zhong Fakan asked with a puzzled expression. When Chu Zhongtian broke through to the Divine Soul stage, he had caused quite a commotion. At that time, Zhong Fakan had wanted to help, but when he saw the Hidden Dragon Peak, it wasn't a royal stage peak warrior, it was supreme level expert. He was the peak master of the 6th level Divine Soul stage. If he went forward, he wouldn't even be able to withstand a single slap from him. Therefore, he just stayed in his courtyard and observed the situation. It's nothing. I'm just looking for someone. When he heard Zhong Fakan ask him why he was here, Chu Zhongtian shyly touched his head and said with some embarrassment, You're looking for Dongfang Yuner, right? Zhong Fakan smiled like an elder when he recalled the outstanding girl with a silk veil by Chu Zhongtian's side when he participated in the competition. Yes. Understood, said. Chu Zhongtian nodded. He was too embarrassed to say anything more. Go and invite Dongfang Yuner. Say that Chu Zhongtian is looking for her. Zhong Fakan instructed a young girl who was surrounding Chu Zhongtian. Chu Zhongtian, if you have time in the future, you can go to the courtyard on the summit of Trial Peak. Let's have a good chat. When a man and a woman met each other alone, he would continue to guard this place. This made the other party feel uncomfortable. He also felt uncomfortable, so after being polite to Chu Zhongtian for a bit, Zhong Fakan flew back to Peak Courtyard. After Zhong Fakan left, the dozen or so young girls who had been scared out of their wits were no longer as enthusiastic as before. They were also looking at Chu Zhongtian with respect in their eyes. The fact that Chu Zhongtian could talk to the Peak Master as if they were of the same generation was enough to show that Chu Zhongtian's strength was not weaker than the Peak Master's. To the young girls who were still at the Qi refining stage and body refining stage, this was a stage that they could only dream of. Chu Zhongtian could understand the changes in the mentality of the young girls around him. Now that they had calmed down, it was exactly what he wanted. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian could finally wait for Dongfang Yong Air in peace. Trial Peak. Halfway up the mountain, in front of the girls' dormitory. Less than a minute after Chu Zhongtian had calmed down, Dongfang Yuner, who was wearing a long white dress, quickly ran over. Ever since she had met Dongfang Yuner, she had similar habits as herself. She had always been wearing blue matching clothing. This was the first time he had seen Dongfang Yuner wearing a pure white dress. Chu Zhongtian's eyes lit up because she was running towards him quickly. She was like a fairy that had descended from the heavens. "Mr. Chu, you're here?" Dongfang Yuner shouted in surprise as she ran towards Chu Zhongtian. Chu Zhongtian nodded and waited for Dongfang Yuner to come to his side. He held her small waist and flew to the peak. When they were less than 100 meters away from the peak of Trial Peak, Chu Zhongtian chose a protruding cliff and landed on the protruding boulder with Dongfang Yuner. After landing behind the boulder, he bent over and sat on the boulder. Dongfang Yuner leaned on Chu Zhongtian's shoulder tightly. The two of them did not say anything for a moment and just quietly enjoyed this rare piece. After leaning on it for nearly 3 hours, Dongfang Yuner, who was filled with happiness, fell asleep. "Mr. Chu, I'm sorry." Dongfang Yuner, who was woken up by a cool breeze, realized that not only did she fall asleep, but she also slept for nearly 3 hours. She immediately apologized in embarrassment. "It's okay. I like to let you lean against me and sleep like this." Chu Zhongtian stretched out his hand to help her tidy up her messy hair and said gently, "I like it too." Dongfang Yuner lowered her head shyly and said softly, "Yun, in order to prepare for the Hidden Dragon List battle in 7 months, I will leave the sect and go out to train for a long time." Chu Zhongtian held Dongfang Yuner tightly in his arms and said with some reluctance, when he chose Elder Huang to give the order of 3 secret realm and 1 dangerous place, Chu Zhongtian placed the secret realm in the north last. He hoped that after he finished exploring the secret realm, he would directly rush to Wulong Castle. He was preparing to participate in the Hidden Dragon List's advancement competition. The result of this was that he would be out for more than 7 months. It might even be more than a year, and he would not be able to see Dongfang Yuner for such a long time. Of course, he would miss her, especially after seeing Dongfang Yuner's true peerless appearance. This kind of longing became even more intense. "Mr. Chu, no matter how long it takes, I will wait for you in the sect." Chu Zhongtian left for 7 months. Dongfang Yuner was also very reluctant in her heart. But she knew that this was the path that Chu Zhongtian must walk in the future. What she could do was to support him silently from behind. "Mr. Chu, you have to pay attention to your safety when you go out for training. Yun, during the time I went out for training, your training can't be delayed. I hope the next time I see you, I will see you again. You have already reached the peak of the Qi transforming period." Dongfang Yuner's considerate actions made Chu Zhongtian feel that he liked her more and more. He could not leave her anymore. In order for the two of them to be able to look bad in the future, he had to urge Dongfang Yuner to work hard in her cultivation, and not let her cultivation fall too much. Otherwise, the gap between the two of them in reality would form an insurmountable gap. "Mr. Chu, don't worry." Dongfang Yuner got up from Chu Zhongtian's arms and said very seriously, "When I returned to the sect, Father not only gave me a lot of cultivation resources, but also a lot of cultivation resources. He also entrusted a peak of the king stage, an elder of the sun, to the sect. He asked her to personally guide me in my cultivation. Now, I have reached the 10th level of the body refining stage, the time where I could break through to the Qi transforming period. However, in order to ensure that I will do my best to break through to the Qi transforming period, Elder Sun asked me to continue accumulating my potential. When my potential reaches its limit, I will choose to break through to the Qi transforming period. Elder Sun's method is not bad." Chu Zhongtian nodded his head, agreeing with Elder Sun's method as well. Temporarily delaying the breakthrough of the stage and accumulating deep potential, it seemed like delaying the breakthrough of the stage, but in reality it was not the case. This was because when one broke through to the Qi transforming period, the wider the range of spiritual energy of heaven and earth that was drawn into the Dantian, the more spiritual energy of heaven and earth that was fused into the Dantian. So when using the true condensation pill to transform the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the cultivation of the Qi transforming period would also increase at a faster rate. "Yun, There are some pills that can increase one's strength and potential. You can use them first. Chu Zhongtian took out a storage bag from his waist, and as he explained, he stuffed it into her hand. Mr. Chu, thank you. Holding the storage bag tightly, Dongfang Yuner thanked him without any delay, because she knew that this was Chu Zhongtian's intention. If she delayed it, it would definitely cause him to be unhappy. Yun, this is a storage ring finger. It contains some barren stone used to advance to the physical body level. A few blood core that can increase one's potential and comprehension, as well as pills that can increase one's cultivation base and innate talent. Keep it well. Remember, you can't be discovered by others. After Dongfang Yuner put away the storage bag, Chu Zhongtian took out the storage ring finger that he had prepared earlier from his bosom. He also stuffed it into her hands. Mr. Chu, this storage ring finger is too precious. I can't accept it. Furthermore, you have been using the storage bag all this time. This storage ring finger is still yours. Dongfang Yuner placed the storage ring finger back into Chu Zhongtian's hands and refused. She accepted the storage bag because she could not accept Chu Zhongtian's good intentions. However, the storage ring finger was too precious. Even her brother Dongfang Yongping did not have it. How could she accept such a precious gift? Yun, when I was at the 8th layer peak of the body refining period, I had already started using the storage ring finger. Furthermore, I still have a few of these storage ring finger, so you can accept them without worry. After putting the storage ring back into Dongfang Yuner's hands, Chu Zhongtian said with a smile, There were still a few storage ring fingers in his hand. Chu Zhongtian's explanation stunned Dongfang Yuner and she did not continue to push it. 2. Seeing Dongfang Yuner officially accept the storage ring finger, Chu Zhongtian continued to remind, Yun, the treasure in the storage ring finger is very precious. Even Peak of the King stage experts would feel greedy after seeing it. So, I still have the same words as before. Before your cultivation base reaches the Divine Soul stage, you must not let others find out that you have the storage ring finger, and you must not let others find out that you are using a treasure like the Barren Stone and the Blood Core to increase your strength. Without answering Chu Zhongtian's reminder, Dongfang Yuner took out a sachet made of 1,000-year natural silk from her neck, and then placed the storage ring finger into the sachet to show that she was protecting the storage ring finger. Yun, come into my arms. Chu Zhongtian nodded in satisfaction at Dongfang Yuner's actions. He then held her in his arms again and continued to enjoy this rare piece. The Mi Kingdom was located on the east side of Southern Domain. It was a medium-sized kingdom, and the strongest warrior in the kingdom was at the peak of the Divine Soul period. The Sisui city was located in the southeast direction of the Mi Kingdom. It was a good place with a beautiful scenery. Many aristocrats and wealthy people would choose to build courtyards here as a place to relax. One End Inn was located on the southeast side of Sisui city. It was a small 6-story building. One End Inn was very famous in Sisui city. Basically, everyone knew about it. Everyone knew about it because the owner of the inn was not the city lord of Sisui city. It was also the private room on the highest floor of the inn, which allowed people to view the entire Sisui city. It also included the sea-water river on the east side of Sisui city. On this day, a group of special guests suddenly arrived at the entrance of an inn that was open for business. These special guests were all wearing luxurious clothes, and each of them had an extraordinary temperament. One could easily tell that they were big shots. Me manager, hurry up and tidy up the private rooms on the 6th floor. His Highness 5th Prince wants to eat inside. The group of special guests arrived at the front and back of One End Inn. They were around 20 years old. The young man who had reached the 7th layer of the body refining period said to the shopkeeper who was guarding the entrance of the inn in a low voice, His Highness the 5th Prince is here. Hearing the young man's warning, the innkeeper with the surname Mi hurriedly raised his head and looked at him. When he discovered that the young man was surrounded by several powerful experts, he immediately wanted to kneel down and pay his respects. However, he was stopped by the young man beside him and hurriedly ordered, After entering the private room, you will pay your respects. Hurry up and prepare. Young Master Ling, thank you. He turned around and thanked the youth who had reminded him. The shopkeeper surnamed me hurriedly went to clean up the 6th floor of the private room. Come here. After leading the group into the inn, the youth saw that there was a hubbub of voices in the hall. He raised his eyebrows slightly, and when he saw 5th Prince frowning in the corner of his eyes, his expression changed drastically as he greeted the waiter standing in front of the counter. Young Master Ling, the waiter said respectfully as he quickly ran to the young man's side. Tell these people that I've booked Iju in today. Tell these people to leave as soon as possible. While instructing the waiter to chase away the guests, he gestured for 5th Prince to go upstairs. However, when he saw a one-armed blade master in the northwest corner, his expression changed, and he hurriedly reminded underscore again. Tell those guests that I'll pay for all the expenses today. All right. Originally, forcing customers to leave was against the rules of the business. Besides the customers in the hall, the waiter was very worried that these people would make a scene in a while. However, when he heard that someone was willing to pay for their expenses, he immediately went to drive the customers away happily. Get lost. Most of the guests in the hall knew the young man who had just entered the inn. They also knew that this young man had an extraordinary background, which was why the young man had booked the inn. Furthermore, the young man was willing to pay for their expenses, so they happily stood up and left. However, when the waiter arrived in front of the one-armed blade master, he did not allow the waiter to speak. A sound wave that contained the vital spirit caused the waiter to take a dozen steps back. Fortunately, the one-armed blade master had a certain degree of propriety when it attacked. The sound wave that contained the vital spirit only pushed the waiter away and did not harm him. Mr. Kong, today this little brother is going to entertain a distinguished guest. Can you give this little brother some face? Let's leave this place for now. In the future, this little brother will definitely hold a banquet to apologize. When the one-armed blade master scolded the waiter, the young man who had brought 5th Prince upstairs. He happened to walk to the corner of the staircase leading to the 2nd floor, so he happened to hear. When he saw the action of the one-armed blade master just now, he immediately felt very unhappy. However, the young man who understood the strength and means of the one-handed blade master suppressed the fury in his heart and begged. You want me to leave? You don't have the face to do so. The one-handed blade master gave the young man a cold glance and said without showing any mercy. Kong Rulin, don't be so shameless. I'm begging you. It's not because I'm afraid of you, but because I don't want to disturb the noble character of our guest. If you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me for not showing you any mercy. Seeing the one-handed blade master not giving him any face, the young man was instantly enraged. He threatened with a gloomy expression. Xueling, I want to see how ruthless you are. Putting down the wine cup in his hand, Kong Rulin picked up the weapon that was wrapped in black cloth on the table and said coldly. Seeing Kong Rulin pick up the weapon and was about to attack, a trace of fear flashed across Xueling's face. He did not know if he should let the guards around him attack. Xueling, what happened? While Xueling was in a dilemma, 5th Prince, who had already ascended to the 2nd floor, returned to his side and asked, Your Highness, it's like this. Seeing that 5th Prince had taken the initiative to question him, Xueling, who had a trace of a conspiracy flashing in his heart, hurriedly told 5th Prince the reason for the matter. Long Qi, kill him. Hearing that someone dared to not give Xueling face, it was equivalent to not giving him face. 5th Prince, who had been spoiled since he was young, ordered a 7th layer of the Qi refining period guard beside him. Yes, sir. Long Qi cupped his fist and answered. He took out a low-grade spirit sword, jumped over the fence of the stairs, and rushed towards Kong Rulin. Dragon 8. Kill that man as well. After instructing Dragon 7 to kill Kong Rulin, 5th Prince originally wanted to turn around and go upstairs, but unexpectedly saw Youth in Blue sitting by the window, and immediately ordered the guards to kill him. Chu, your trouble has come. Looking at Dragon 8, who was only a 6th layer peak of the Qi transforming period warrior, rushing over, a mocking voice sounded in Youth in Blue's mind. AI. Can't we just let him have a good meal? Facing the laughter in his mind, Youth in Blue, no, it should be Chu Zhongtian who let out a long sigh. ever since he had a good relationship with Dongfang Yuner at the peak of Trial Peak. Chu Zhongtian returned to Hidden Dragon Peak and watched Zhang Qian break through to the Qi transforming period. Under Elder Huang's guidance and Zhao and Juan's help, he quietly left the Floating Cloud sect. According to the plan, Chu Zhongtian had to travel day and night. It took him nearly 5 days and 5 nights before he arrived at the designated area. Unfortunately, the information Elder Huang had read didn't specify the exact location of the secret realm. Therefore, during this period of time, he and Elder Huang had used the divine sense to look around. Finally, they had locked onto the Sisui city. As Chu Zhongtian had just broken through to the divine soul stage, he had only refined the soul and soul of the 7 souls. There weren't many power of the divine soul that could support the divine sense, so after consuming the divine sense to a certain extent, he chose an inn to rest in. Secondly, he wanted to have a taste of the local delicacies. Secondly, he wanted to have a chat with the customers in the inn. He wanted to see if he could find any valuable information. However, he did not expect that his relaxed mood due to the delicacies would be disturbed by the sudden arrival of these people. We're almost out of the top 15. Can you guys give Smoke another shot so he won't fail in the end? Sisui City, Yiju Inn. Looking at the charging Long Qi, the one-armed blade master Kong Rulin's face turned serious. He then took off the black cloth covering his weapon, revealing the weapon's original appearance. Impossible! Wasn't this devil blade completely destroyed? When Kong Rulin took off the black cloth covering the weapon and revealed the original appearance of the weapon, Elder Huang, who was attracted by the aura, saw the shape of the weapon. He immediately shouted out in shock. He glanced at the devil blade in Kong Rulin's hand. Chu Zhongtian didn't ask Elder Huang about the origin of the devil blade in Kong Rulin's hand, and why it had shocked him so much. Instead, he stretched out his hand toward Dragon 8, who was charging at him from afar. An invisible force was formed from the divine sense and the power of the divine soul. He grabbed Dragon 8's neck and exerted his strength with the divine sense and power of the divine soul. With a very simple sound, Dragon 8's neck tilted. There was no aura left. Elder Huang, what is the origin of that one-armed blade master's devil blade? It actually shocked a supreme-level warrior like you. The divine sense let go of Dragon 8's neck and allowed him to fall to the ground. Chu Zhongtian asked Elder Huang. Chu, allow me to adjust my emotions first. I will tell you about the origin of that devil blade later. Even if he used the power of the divine soul, even if he used the supreme-level mind state, therefore, he signaled Chu Zhongtian to wait for a while. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian could only temporarily suppress the desire to know in his heart, and deal with the trivial matter in front of him that was not too troublesome. Chu Zhongtian easily killed one person. He did not feel much, but it gave everyone in the hall a scare. Kong Rulin, who originally took off the black cloth covering the weapons and planned to fight Long Qi, was stunned. Long Qi, who was holding a sword and charging towards Kong Hailin, was also stunned. The Dragon 8 who was killed just now wasn't an ordinary man. He wasn't just a 6th-layer peak of the Qi transforming period warrior. He was also a well-trained, experienced and powerful palace guard. A guard like this, even a peak of the Qi transforming period warrior, even a ____ warrior would find it hard to defeat him with just a single strike, let alone kill him with a single strike. However, not only did Chu Zhongtian kill him with a single strike, he also killed him from afar. How could they not be shocked? Standing in the stairwell, 5th Prince and Xuejun, who were planning to go upstairs, they stood there with their mouths wide open, totally unable to believe Youth in Blue, who seemed to be only 17 or 18 years old. How could he kill a 6th-layer peak of the Qi transforming period warrior so easily? Chu Zhongtian looked coldly at 5th Prince, who was standing in the stairwell. Then he returned to his seat. He poured a cup of the special liquor of the Ju in and tasted it bit by bit. He didn't seem to be disturbed by what had just happened. Senior. Seeing Chu Zhongtian sitting back in his chair, Kong Rulin thought for a while and wrapped the magic blade in his hand with a black cloth. He then walked in front of Chu Zhongtian and bowed respectfully. Seeing Kong Rulin walking towards Chu Zhongtian, Dragon 7, who was holding the spiritual sword, was a bit worried. He didn't attack Kong Rulin. Instead, he directly returned to Fifth Prince's side. Don't call me senior. I'm still very young. Hearing Kong Rulin address him as senior, Chu Zhongtian had a strange feeling, as if he had turned into a white-haired old man in his eyes. So he hurriedly stretched out his hand to stop him. My surname is Chu, and my name is Zhongtian. If Mr. Kong doesn't mind, you can call me Zhongtian or Mr. Chu. For some reason, ever since he saw the one-armed blade master Kong Rulin, it was not because he was a blade master. It wasn't because he was a disabled person, but because there was a sense of loneliness in his bones. Mr. Chu. Although Chu Zhongtian indicated that he could call him Zhongtian, Kong Rulin didn't dare to call him by his name when he thought of Dragon 8, who had easily killed a 6th-layer peak of the Qi transforming period warrior. Therefore, he called him by his peers. Mr. Kong, if it's convenient, I would like to have a chat with you. Chu Zhongtian extended his hand to signal him. Then he took the initiative to invite him. Mr. Chu, sorry to bother you. Kong Rulin cupped his fists and gestured. Kong Rulin sat opposite of Chu Zhongtian. He reached out to pick up the wine jug on the table, only to find that he had finished all the strong alcohol in it. He called out to the terrified waiter, "Waiter, get the wine!" The sound that contained the power of the divine soul immediately woke up the waiter, who was still in a daze. He saw the corpse lying in the living room, and then he saw the jovial laughter. The waiter couldn't help but shiver when he saw that Chu Zhongtian didn't feel the sense of urgency to kill. Then, he quickly ran to the counter and carried a 10-kilogram large wine jar and placed it on the guest table in a panic. It's none of your business. Go to the side. Chu Zhongtian waved his hand and rudely expelled him. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Hearing Chu Zhongtian ask him to stay aside, the waiter was so happy that he quickly thanked him. As an in-business that welcomed guests and closed the door to see them off, the waiter could only refine a pair of fiery golden eyes to distinguish customers. His brain was also very clever. Chu Zhongtian had asked him to stay by the side just now. He did not blame him for chasing away customers just now, so how could the waiter not be happy? Who are you? After a period of time, Fifth Prince and Xueling finally woke up. They saw that master of the Qi transforming period, who had easily killed the royal family's carefully nurtured master of the Qi transforming period, was actually not a match for the other party in one move. Fifth Prince asked with a solemn expression, Mr. Kong, I wonder where you are from, and who your teacher is? Carrying a 10-kilogram wine jar and pouring wine into a wine cup that could only contain a few coins. It was a test of technique, and exquisite control of strength. As for technique, and control of strength, it was a piece of cake for Chu Zhongtian. Even if he did not use any strength, he steadily poured the wine into the wine cup. Mr. Chu, good technique. Seeing the wine in the wine pot steadily pour into the wine glass, Kong Rulin could not help but praise. Kid, I am still His Highness Fifth Prince of the Mi Kingdom. Not only did you kill my guards, but you also dare to ignore me. Do you believe that I won't let the city lord send an army to kill you? Fifth Prince said with a gloomy expression when he saw Chu Zhongtian and Kong Rulin ignoring him. If you don't want to die, just stand there. Otherwise, I won't introduce you and break your head. Chu Zhongtian turned his head around. His originally smiling face instantly turned cold, and he didn't conceal his killing intent as he threatened. How dare you? Hearing that Chu Zhongtian dared to threaten him, Fifth Prince, who had never encountered such humiliation, went completely crazy. He ordered the guard beside him, Go to the prefecture and ask the city lord to send out 100,000 soldiers. Fetch this kid into pieces and feed him to the dogs. Yes, sir. Long Qi, who had just returned to Fifth Prince's side, replied. After that, he quickly left the inn and ran towards the city lord's mansion. Sisui City, in an inn. Regarding the matter of Long Qi inviting the prefecture to send an army to surround him, Chu Zhongtian didn't stop him, nor did he pay much attention to him. Instead, he directly raised his wine cup and indicated to Kong Rulin, Mr. Kong, cheers. Mr. Chu, please. Although he had a lot of things to say in his heart, Kong Rulin still raised his wine glass and indicated to Unisofers, then drank the wine in one go. After putting down the wine glass, Kong Rulin advised with a worried expression. Mr. Chu, you should leave Sisui City as soon as possible, because the prefecture not only has 100,000 soldiers. Moreover, the city lord is a peak essence gathering stage 3rd layer peak expert. If the city lord personally leads an army here, Mr. Chu will be in danger. A mere essence gathering stage 3rd layer peak city lord is nothing to worry about. Chu Zhongtian put down his wine cup and said disdainfully. Not to mention an essence gathering stage city lord, even a longevity period city lord, Chu Zhongtian was not afraid at all. After breaking through to the divine soul stage, the power of the Qi extermination fist he had mastered had increased by tenfold. It could allow him to use the power of a great stage. In other words, with his current cultivation base, if he used the Qi extermination fist, he could kill a longevity period beginner level peak warrior. Furthermore, after breaking through to the divine soul stage, Elder Huang would be able to use the strength of a royal stage peak warrior with the help of his body and sea of consciousness. In the face of an essence gathering stage 3rd layer peak city lord, not only was Chu Zhongtian not afraid, he was also not afraid at all. This made Kong Rulin suspect that this young man in front of him looked to be only 17 or 18 years old. What kind of stage had his true strength reached? Could it be that he was already a top essence gathering stage intermediate warrior? Mr. Kong, shout. After pouring the liquor again, Chu Zhongtian indicated. Mr. Chu, drink. Kong Rulin did not delay either. He also raised his wine glass and shouted generously. Chu, help me ask him where he got that devil blade. Just as Chu Zhongtian drank the second glass of wine, Elder Huang, who had finally calmed down, said with a murderous tone. Mr. Kong, I have a question in my heart. I wonder if Mr. Kong can answer it. Putting down the glass in his hand, Chu Zhongtian pretended to be looking forward to it and asked. Mr. Chu, if you have any questions, just ask. As long as you can answer them, I will tell you the truth. Putting down the wine glass as well, Kong Rulin replied with a proper attitude. Mr. Kong, you also know that our martial artist's cultivation has reached a certain level of stage. We'll have a very strange reaction to certain special things. Speaking up to this point, Chu Zhongtian pointed at the table and placed it on top of it. The weapon that was wrapped in black cloth asked. When Mr. Kong removed the black cloth just now and revealed the true appearance of the spirit blade, I had a special feeling in my heart. I felt that this spirit blade was extraordinary. It was definitely not an ordinary spirit blade. I wonder where Mr. Kong got this spirit blade from. This? Seeing Chu Zhongtian notice the weapon wrapped in black cloth, Kong Rulin immediately became nervous. He was afraid that ____ would take a fancy to his weapon. At the same time, the strange method of getting the spirit blade also made him not know how to explain. Mr. Kong, don't be nervous. I have no interest in the spirit blade in your hand. Seeing Kong Rulin suddenly become nervous, Chu Zhongtian could vaguely guess the reason. In order to help Elder Huang figure out the true origin of the devil blade, he willed it. A spirit blade that had advanced to the semi-supreme grade spirit weapon appeared in his hand. With the help of the 9 Heavens Star Brilliance Stone, Chu Zhongtian's natal spirit blade had always been 1 grade higher than his stage. Just as he broke through to the Divine Soul stage, the top grade natal spirit blade also advanced to the semi-extreme grade spirit weapon. This could also be considered as a manifestation of his strength after breaking through to the stage. The qi and spiritual qi emitted by the semi-supreme grade spirit weapon were quite shocking. Everyone in the living room, including Wang Wuzi and Xueling, or the guards who were guarding Wang Wu, who had reached the 9th layer of the qi transforming period. All of them were pushed to the side of the wall by the imposing aura emitted by the spirit blade. As for Kong Rulin, who was sitting opposite of Chu Zhongtian, when faced with the power of the half-step supreme grade spirit blade, the devil blade he had placed on the table suddenly gave off an aura that was not weaker than the spirit blade, protecting Kong Rulin from being affected by the aura. Feeling the devil blade that was wrapped in black cloth, but was not weaker than the aura of the spirit blade, a trace of fear flashed across Chu Zhongtian's eyes. After that, he calmly put away the semi-supreme grade spirit blade and smiled as he introduced, Mr. Kong, the spirit blade in my hand is still my vital spirit tool. The spirit blade has already advanced to the semi-supreme grade. Therefore, I'm interested in the weapon in your hand. Don't worry about it. At the same time, he hurriedly asked Elder Huang in his mind, Elder Huang, what is the origin of the devil blade in Kong Rulin's hand? Why can it stimulate the chi that isn't weaker than my natal spirit blade? Chu, wait until you find out how that kid obtained this devil blade. After obtaining the magic blade, I'll tell you in detail the origin of the magic blade. Without answering Chu Zhongtian's question, Elder Huang stared at the devil blade with a serious expression. Mr. Chu, you are also an expert with a blade. Seeing Chu Zhongtian put away the natal spirit blade, Kong Rulin didn't pay any attention to Chu Zhongtian's explanation about the grade of the spirit blade. Instead, he stared at Undersur, his face revealing a trace of excitement. That's right. Ever since I stepped into the path of cultivation, the weapon I chose at the beginning was a saber. Furthermore, the members of my family are all experts in using sabers. Seeing the excitement on Kong Rulin's face, Chu Zhongtian thought for a moment and knew why he was excited. In the southern domain, although there were all kinds of weapons, warriors above the 9th floor, the weapons used were all swords, so there weren't many martial artists who chose to use swords. Moreover, most of the martial artists who chose to use sabers had low stage, so their strength was average. Therefore, every expert who truly liked to use sabers would meet a similar expert who also used sabers. Excitement was a normal phenomenon. Great! I wonder if I can learn a few saber techniques from Mr. Chu later. After getting confirmation from Chu Zhongtian, Kong Rulin asked with anticipation. Of course. Just like how Kong Rulin wanted to spar with a saber-wielding expert to improve his sword method martial technique, Chu Zhongtian also needed it. Although Kong Rulin's cultivation base was too low, and he was only a 7th layer of the Qi refining period peak, when he suppressed the stage, he might gain some unexpected benefits from the improvement of his sword method martial technique. After receiving Chu Zhongtian's affirmative answer, Kong Rulin was so excited that he didn't know whether to stand or sit down. Fortunately, after losing an arm, he was able to pull himself together again. Kong Rulin's mind state's cultivation base was still pretty good. He quickly calmed his excitement and started to answer Chu Zhongtian's question. Mr. Chu, the origin of this spirit blade in my hand is a little special. Speaking up to this point, Kong Rulin glanced at 5th Prince and the others. Fall! With the divine sense and the power of the divine soul that Elder Huang injected into the Dantian, Chu Zhongtian used sound waves to knock out everyone in the hall. Then, he looked at Kong Rulin with a smile on his face. Sisui City, in an inn. Just the sound waves alone were enough to knock out everyone present. And among these people, there were even 9th layer of the Qi transforming period warriors. In Kong Rulin's mind, Chu Zhongtian's strength had improved a step further, and he had reached the essence gathering stage advanced. Mr. Chu, this spirit blade is a disaster to me. It's also a gospel. This was because this spirit blade wasn't obtained through the advancement of the natal spirit blade, nor was it obtained by chance. It was transformed from the arm that I lost. Kong Rulin pointed at the sleeve that lost his right arm and said with a complicated expression. What? The spirit blade in your hand is actually the transformation of your arm. After hearing Kong Rulin's explanation, Chu Zhongtian stood up in shock. In his mind, Elder Huang almost rushed out of his sea of consciousness and appeared in front of Kong Rulin. Mr. Chu, is it unbelievable? Do you think I'm lying? Kong Rulin said bitterly when he saw Chu Zhongtian standing up in shock. After his arm transformed into a spirit blade, many people recognized him. They were very surprised that he suddenly lost his arm and obtained a spirit blade. After hearing his explanation of the relationship between his arm and the spirit blade, everyone's reactions were filled with disbelief. Some of the companions who had a good relationship even mistakenly believed that there was something wrong with his mind. They gradually distanced themselves from him. No, it's not like there have never been cases of arms transforming into weapons before. In order to comfort the bitter Kong Rulin, Chu Zhongtian said against his heart. Really? There really was such a thing in the past. Kong Rulin, who was originally depressed, immediately asked excitedly when he heard Chu Zhongtian's words that went against his heart. Ever since his arm transformed into a spirit blade, Kong Rulin felt that he had become a madman in other people's eyes. Especially when he explained the origin of the spirit blade to others, not only did they not believe him, but they also did not believe him. This made the originally cheerful Kong Rulin. He gradually became this cold and arrogant character now. Chu helped me ask him. When my arm turned into a devil blade, the grade of the devil blade and the help of the devil blade in his cultivation. When I have confirmed the origin of the devil blade, I can give you an example like this. Just as Chu Zhongtian didn't know how to respond, Elder Huang suddenly reminded him in his mind. That's right. I have read about this in the ancient records of the sect. However, whether or not it is the same as the records, I still need to ask a few questions. Elder Huang's reminder made Chu Zhongtian happy in his heart, and he pushed the source of the incident onto the sect. Then he asked, Mr. Kong, I wonder how the grade of the spirit blade and the spirit blade will affect your cultivation and strength when your arm becomes a spirit blade. The changes are too great. Kong Rulin sighed and told Chu Zhongtian everything that had happened to him. After Kong Rulin's introduction, the shock on Chu Zhongtian's face became stronger and stronger. Elder Huang's expression in his mind became more and more serious. He even looked at Kong Rulin with intense killing intent. It turned out that Kong Rulin was not from Sisui City. He came from a very remote mountain village in Mi Kingdom. There were only 100 or so families in that mountain village. They made a living by planting and hunting. Although there were martial artists in the village who cultivated mental cultivation methods, most of them only cultivated ordinary mind method martial skill that hadn't even entered the ranks. As a result, the strongest martial artist in the village was only at the Qi refining level 7. It was precisely because it was remote that they had less contact with the outside world. When the children in the mountain village grew up, they did not have any special methods to test their talent. They could only rely on cultivating ordinary mind method martial skill to determine the length of the cultivation talent when they entered the Qi refining stage. Kong Rulin was an orphan who grew up eating the food of hundreds of families when his parents died early. Fortunately, the villagers in the mountain village were very simple. Kong Rulin, who had been an orphan since he was young, felt a lot of care and concern for them, which made him quite cheerful. When he was 16 years old, he became an adult. When he obtained the mind method martial skill that could be used for cultivation, Kong Rulin practiced cultivation as if he was hungry, and wanted to become the Qi refining level 7 in the village. An expert who held the life and death power of the entire village, and then married for 2 years. He wanted to make a vow to the little flower of the alliance. It was unknown whether it was because his cultivation talent was too weak, or because the mind method martial skill was not suitable for his physique. For 3 whole months, he did not sense the existence of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. As for his companions who cultivated the mind method martial skill with him, they had already sensed the existence of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. There were even 2 of them who had managed to draw the spiritual Qi into their bodies, allowing them to break through to the first level of the Qi refining stage, the stage. Fortunately, his life as an orphan had made him very tenacious, and he had a kind of unyielding spirit in his bones. Since 3 months is not enough, then I will use 5 months. If 5 months' time is not enough, then I will use 1 year's time. In order to focus on cultivating the mind method martial skill, Kong Rulin ran up the mountain alone. He found a cave where wild beasts lived, and used it as his cultivation ground. Usually, he would go down the mountain and return to the outside of the village to eat. He spent the rest of his time in the cave. The truth was just as he encouraged himself. It took him a full year. He finally sensed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and successfully guided it into his body. He became a first-level Qi refining stage warrior. The joy of becoming a Qi refining stage level 1 warrior made him want to inform Xiaohua immediately, so that she could share this joy with him, as well as determine the date of their marriage. However, when he happily returned to the village to look for Xiaohua, he saw that Xiaohua was already wearing a big red dress, and her hair was covered in red satin. She had become the wife of the first person in the village to break through to the Qi refining stage. When he saw the happiness on Little Flower's face, and the undisguised love in his eyes when he looked at his companion, Kong Rulin felt his heart break. The belief that he had persisted for a year had been broken. He returned to his old and shabby house, and his head was still on the stone bed. It was as if he had completely lost his consciousness, and had become a walking corpse. As an orphan in the village, few people took care of him, and no one paid attention to him. He had spent nearly a year, but he had not become a powerful warrior. No one would notice him. Kong Rulin, who had been lying on the stone bed for 7 days and 7 nights without eating anything. He gradually felt his body become lighter and lighter, and very soon, he broke away from the hard stone bed. The worn-out stone house finally came to an isolated space that was completely formed by black gas. After his body floated into the isolated space, Kong Rulin completely lost consciousness. He did not remember anything that happened after he entered the solitary room. He only remembered a voice, "Wake up!" After lying on the hard stone bed for 7 days and 7 nights, Kong Rulin, who had never eaten anything, gradually felt his body become lighter and lighter. As if he had gotten rid of gravity, his consciousness and body quickly separated from the hard stone bed. Finally, he floated into an isolated space that was completely formed by black gas. When his body floated into the isolated space, an aura that was like the might of heaven caused him to completely lose consciousness. He didn't remember anything that happened after he entered the isolated space. He only vaguely remembered a voice, "Demon Monarch, wake up!" When he woke up again, he found that he was still lying in the worn-out house, on the hard stone bed. It was as if the voice just now was just a dream. It was also because of this person's dream that Kong Rulin temporarily eased the pain of his beloved woman marrying someone else. He once again thought about the woman who swore an oath with him and would never be separated from him. Why did she choose to betray him? After serious consideration, Kong Rulin came to a conclusion. It was because his talent was too poor, his cultivation was too low, and he was far from being as outstanding as the companion she married. As an orphan, although Kong Rulin usually felt inferior, his personality was also very gentle, but deep down he was extremely cold and arrogant. Since you have chosen a companion with outstanding talent and high cultivation base, then I will cultivate with all my might and strive to surpass the companion she marries. I will make her regret her choice from the beginning. After making a decision in his heart, Kong Rulin once again fell into the path of cultivation that he had just started. In order to allow his cultivation base to surpass his companions, he had completely regarded the cave as his home. He stayed in the cave day and night to cultivate. When he was hungry, he would go and pick some wild fruits. He would open the beast and drink some spring water when he was thirsty. Under this kind of painstaking cultivation, in the 2nd year, his cultivation base broke through to the 2nd level of refining stage. In the 3rd year, his cultivation base broke through to the 3rd layer of the Qi refining period. In the 4th year, his cultivation base broke through to the 4th layer of the body refining period. Just as his cultivation base broke through to the 4th layer of the Qi refining period, he suddenly felt some pain, numbness, and heat in his left arm. This feeling made him very worried that he would cultivate his mental cultivation method alone. Was there something wrong with it? Therefore, in the following cultivation, he circulated his heart technique to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth while carefully observing his left arm. Then, he discovered a surprising phenomenon. Every time his arm felt pain, numbness, and heat, the speed at which the mind method martial skill was circulating would increase, and the speed at which it absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth would increase. The speed at which his cultivation base increased would also increase. 99 days. In just 99 days, his cultivation base had reached the 4th layer of the Qi refining period peak, and he could break through to the 5th level of Qi refining stage at any time. And just as his cultivation base had advanced to the 4th layer of the Qi refining period peak and was about to break through to the 5th level of Qi refining stage, his left arm, which had been assisting him in his cultivation, suddenly changed. His entire arm had become numb. It suddenly separated from his body and floated in front of him. Seeing the arm that suddenly separated from his body, Kong Rulin was completely frightened, because he had never seen or heard of such a strange thing. Looking at the arm that suddenly separated from his body, Kong Rulin was also worried to death. Because the arm that separated from his body was the right arm that he was best at using. If he lost his left arm, not only would it affect his future cultivation, it would also affect his future cultivation. It would also have a huge impact on his future life, not to mention defeating that companion who won and married Xiaohua in the future. What made Kong Rulin even more afraid was that after the arm left his body, not only did there not be any blood flowing out from the wound, there was not even a scar, as if the arm he lost was born. The arm that separated from his body began to emit traces of black gas. 3 minutes later, the entire black gas dissipated into the cave, making Kong Rulin's vision completely lose its function. The cave that was completely covered by the black gas was filled with a strange type of aura. This aura made Kong Rulin want to leave the cave. However, just as he stood up, before he could even take a step out of the cave, in the dark fog, he could not even see his own fingers. Suddenly, a steel knife flew out. It was as if he had an intimate connection with the steel knife. Although he could not see the trajectory of the steel knife, Kong Rulin subconsciously stretched out his hand to catch it, just in time to grab the saber handle of the steel knife. After completely grasping the steel knife, the black gas in the entire cave surged into the steel knife. It allowed him to completely regain his sight. He looked at the nearly perfect steel knife in his hand, and at his arm that had disappeared without a trace. Kong Rulin did not need to look carefully to know that he was holding the steel knife in his hand. It was his own arm. His left hand, which was originally not good at using, felt as if his flesh and blood were connected after he held the steel knife. It made him feel as if the steel knife in his hand had left his right arm. There was no sense of unfamiliarity. He held the steel knife in his left hand and used the basic saber technique. Kong Rulin found out that he was using the basic saber technique in his left hand. Not only was he not a bit rusty, but he was actually very familiar with it. Moreover, the power of the basic saber technique was far stronger than when he used his right hand. Although he had lost his arm, the sudden appearance of the steel knife and the successful breakthrough to the 5th level of Qi refining stage made him very happy. The 5th level of Qi refining stage cultivation base was basically considered the top of the mountain village. It was also the reason why he could appear in the mountain village and in front of Xiaohua. It made her realize how wrong her choice was. When he reappeared in the village with the steel knife on his back, the entire village was in an uproar. No one had thought that Kong Rulin, who had been hiding in the cave for more than 3 years, would be a 5th level of Qi refining stage warrior. No one in his generation was a match for him. The commotion caused by the villagers made Kong Rulin secretly delighted and proud. He couldn't help but speed up his pace and rush to his companion's house. When he appeared in his companion's house, he saw that he was the first one to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The first person who had broken through to the 1st level of the Qi refining stage, his companion whom the villagers had high hopes for. When his cultivation base was only at the 3rd layer of the Qi refining period, Kong Rulin, who had not laughed for nearly 4 years. Finally, he revealed a happy smile. However, when he saw the girl he loved, and the coldness in her eyes when she looked at him, when he saw his disheartened husband, his eyes revealed adoration and heartache. Kong Rulin's heart, which he had spent so much effort to recover, once again shattered. He wanted to return to the cave on the mountain and quietly think about his future. However, his companion who had readjusted his emotions pulled him back and insisted on treating him to a drink to congratulate him on his advancement to the 5th level of Qi refining stage. Kong Rulin, who had lost his consciousness once again, was like a walking corpse. Once again, he let his companion arrange everything. When the 3 glasses of wine entered his stomach, he completely lost his consciousness. When he woke up, he found that he was lying in his shabby house. On the hard stone bed, there was a cold feeling that made him subconsciously want to seek protection. The only thing that could protect him was the steel knife that his arm had turned into. However, even after searching the entire room, he still couldn't find the steel knife. Thinking back to last night when he was drinking at his companion's house, the steel knife might have been forgotten at his companion's house. He hurriedly went to his companion's house to search, but when he arrived at his companion's house, He discovered that not only was his companion's family present, but even the village chief, who was the strongest in the village, was present as well. It was a simple statement of his intentions, but the result was a slip of the tongue denial. Although Kong Rulin was disappointed, he was not in a hurry. Because the steel knife was formed from his arm, and it was connected to his flesh and blood. Their minds were the same, as long as the distance between them wasn't more than a mile. He could rely on his senses to find it. When he started to sense the exact location of the steel knife, he was surprised to find that it was less than 20 meters away from him. In other words, the steel knife he had thrown away was in this courtyard. When he looked up at the village chief, his companion, his former lover, and his companion's parents, Kong Rulin saw the coldness in their eyes, and the ruthlessness in their eyes. Although Kong Rulin had never left the mountain village, he was not very experienced. However, after more than 10 years of being an orphan, he had trained himself to be able to read people's expressions. He could guess some things from the eyes of these people in front of him, but he still did not understand. Because the steel knife in his hands was not some peerless treasure, why did they secretly hide their own steel knife? Why? Looking at the village chief, his companion, and his former lover, Kong Rulin asked in grief. It seems that you have already guessed it. Seeing Kong Rulin open his eyes once again, his eyes were filled with sorrow. The village chief who had gone out to temper himself knew that he had thought of it or guessed it, so he didn't hide it anymore. Rulin, you are an orphan. You survived by relying on the support of the entire village's elders. You also relied on the mind method martial skill that I taught you to become a 5th level of Qi refining stage warrior. For both reasons, you have to repay the villagers and my nominal master. An ordinary steel knife is worth so much for you to use such a despicable method. Seeing the village chief admit that he had taken the steel knife, Kong Rulin asked in puzzlement. An ordinary steel knife. Hearing Kong Rulin's evaluation of the steel knife, the village chief couldn't help but sneer. With an excited expression, he said, Rulin, I didn't think that you would also lie. That's not an ordinary steel knife. As for a supreme grade 10 times refined steel knife that has reached its limit, its power and value are no less than 100 tempering top-quality steel blades. If I have enough of this steel knife, not only will my strength increase greatly, but I will also be able to hunt more prey. I will be able to defeat the experts of the surrounding villages, bringing endless benefits to the village. If it wasn't because the steel knife was still formed from his arm, and hearing that the village chief was thinking about the entire village, he would definitely be willing to give out the steel knife, but the steel knife was still formed by his arm. It was a part of his body, so no matter what, he couldn't give up the steel knife. Since the village chief and his companion had already shed all pretenses of cordiality, Kong Rulin didn't waste any more time talking nonsense. He called for the steel knife to return in his heart. Under his call, the steel knife that was hidden under the bed of his companion, it rushed out as if it had a mind of its own and fell back into Kong Rulin's hand. Seeing the steel knife fall back into Kong Rulin's hands, the village chief's expression changed, because he had never seen such a strange thing before. Even if he had seen a half-step Qi transforming period warrior with the highest cultivation base, he wouldn't be able to summon the natal spirit blade. Seeing the steel knife fall back into his hand, Kong Rulin didn't say anything. He turned around and planned to leave his companion's home, then return to the mountain cave to continue his cultivation. Reaching the peak 10 times refined, which was comparable to 100,000 gold coins steel knife, was worth hundreds of thousands of gold coins. This had caused the village chief who had reached the Qi refining level 7 to become greedy. When he saw that the steel knife had such a spiritual nature, the greed in his heart made him take out the ordinary steel knife that he carried with him and slash at Kong Rulin's back. It was as if he was going to cut ____ into pieces. When he turned around, Kong Rulin had already been on guard against the sneak attack from the village chief or his companions. Therefore, when the village chief used the saber technique slash on his back, he used the basic saber technique slash to slash at the ordinary steel knife that the village chief had slashed at him. There was no sound. The steel knife in the village chief's hand was like tofu. It was directly sliced in half by the steel knife in his hand. At the same time, The slicing style's power did not decrease as it directly sliced towards the village chief's chest. Although the village chief had a Qi refining level 7 cultivation base, he didn't have much combat experience. In the face of Kong Rulin's attack, he didn't know how to defend against it. In the end, his chest was sliced open by the steel knife, and a wound that was more than 20 centimeters long was left on his chest. Through the wound, one could clearly see his beating heart. Looking at the steel knife in Kong Rulin's hand, and then looking at the wound, the Qi refining level 7 village chief closed his eyes and fell to the ground. Kong Rulin had never thought that his ordinary basic saber technique would not only cut off the village chief's weapon, but also cut off the village chief's weapon. It was also the first time he had killed the village chief, and he had panicked after killing him for the first time. It made him escape the mountain village with all his might, leaving the area where the village was located. When he got used to it and accepted the thought of killing, he began to refine all over the place. He did not know if it was because of the steel knife. Originally, he could only increase the speed of 1 minor stage per year. Now, he could increase the speed of 1 minor stage per month. This was an increase that didn't matter whether it was the stage, Qi refining stage, body refining stage, or Qi transforming period. Chu Zhongtian looked at Kong Rulin, who had told him everything that had happened since he was born. Apart from admiration, there was also a trace of pity in his eyes. Mr. Kong, the matter has already passed. You don't have to worry about what happened in the past. Furthermore, the village chief of your village started thinking about money and evil intentions. He deserved to die for it. If this matter is related to me, not only will I kill the chief, I will also kill him. He would not let go of his accomplices either. Looking at the regretful and sad expression on Kong Rulin's face, Chu Zhongtian tried to persuade him in a soft voice. Mr. Chu, I'm fine. I was just thinking about it. Kong Rulin waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. After that, he looked at Chu Zhongtian with anticipation and asked, Mr. Chu, didn't you just say that there were people like me in the past? Can you tell me in detail? Mr. Kong, it has been a while. I need to think about it carefully, Chu Zhongtian said with slight embarrassment. In fact, he was not thinking about it. He wanted to ask Elder Huang in his mind to verify the origin of the devil blade and the examples he promised to tell him. Chu, the devil blade in that kid's hand is extraordinary. It is still the natal spirit blade of the devil monarch, the strongest expert of the demon Dao in central domain when my body was still intact. Devil monarch. Being called the devil monarch in the titled supreme level stage was enough to show how powerful this devil monarch was. However, the reason why the natal spirit blade of the demon lord appeared in Kong Rulin's hand was because of the transformation of his arm. That's right, demon lord. Adding Chu Zhongtian's surprised words, Elder Huang's tone was very complicated as he introduced the Chu. In the era when my body was still intact, there were 3 titled supreme level warriors in Eternal Continent. Their true strength has already surpassed the titled supreme level stage, but I don't know if they lack the following cultivation techniques. It was also because of the shackles of heaven and earth that the stage couldn't break through to the titled supreme level. Demon Lord is precisely the number 1 powerhouse among the 3 utmost powerful beings. Demon Lord was born abandoned and came from a remote mountainous region in Central Domain. The Demon Lord's natural talent was ordinary when he was young, and his reputation was not that great. He could be considered one of the ordinary people. Demon Lord, when he broke through to the Qi transforming period, he accidentally revealed his monster-level talent. He was chosen by Supreme Expert, the number 1 demonic sect in the Central Domain, the Evil Extermination sect. Not only did he bring him back to the sect, he also took him as his disciple. Perhaps it's because the mind method martial skill provided by the Evil Extermination sect is suitable for Demon Sovereign, or perhaps it's because he suddenly opened his aperture when he broke through to the Qi transforming period. Since then, the Devil Monarch's cultivation base has skyrocketed. Breaking through to the Essence Gathering stage in 3 months, breaking through to the Divine Soul stage in 8 months. 9 months to break through to the longevity period, 1 year to 3 months to sense the killing and destruction power of law. Successfully breaking through to the Great Tao period, 1 year and 5 months to break through to the peak of the King stage. 1 year and 6 months to break through to the royal stage peak, 2 years to break through to the supreme level. In 2 years and 6 months, I have broken through to the titled supreme level, creating a record that no one in the future can surpass. Elder Huang, you said Demon Lord broke through to the titled supreme level from the Qi transforming period. It only took 10 years. Elder Huang's introduction to Demon Lord's cultivation made Chu Zhongtian's breathing become heavier. His tone revealed a trace of excitement and nervousness. At the beginning of his cultivation, he swore to himself that he would break through to the titled supreme level within 30 years and master the ability to tear apart the void and travel proudly in the sky. He would be able to return to the earth and take a look at his aged parents. However, Chu Zhongtian understood in his heart that although his cultivation had increased very quickly during the early stages of his cultivation, that was because he could use the duplication and paste program to paste medicinal pills and treasures that could aid in the advancement of his cultivation. However, if he wanted to improve the stage after the longevity period, the supplementary ability of the medicinal pills would be weakened. The main thing he needed to do was to rely on his own comprehension. Besides, he had never heard of anyone who could advance from the Qi refining stage to the titled supreme level within 30 years. Therefore, he wasn't very confident in breaking through to the titled supreme level in 30 years, but when he heard that the Devil Sovereign could do this in 10 years, he was greatly encouraged. That's right. The Demon Sovereign only used 10 years. He had already completed the advancement that others would need several hundred years, or even 1,000 years to complete. Furthermore, the Demon Lord is also someone who can surpass his stage. He was a super genius who could defeat all opponents of the same level as the stage. Elder Huang, since the Devil Lord is so powerful, I think no one in the Eternal Continent is a match for him. Then why did his natal Devil Saber appear in Kong Rulin's hand? Elder Huang's introduction of the Devil Sovereign made Chu Zhongtian feel puzzled. This is what I'm going to say next. Perhaps it was because he was an orphan, and it was also because of the negative influence of the Demon Dao's cultivation. The Devil Lord was a good-tempered man, and he did things as he pleased. He also had the desire to conquer the world. After he had broken through to the titled supreme level, he felt that no one in the Eternal Continent could suppress him. He began his bloody journey of conquering countless families, kingdoms, dynasties, and sects in the central domain. Moreover, he believed that those who followed him would prosper. As long as he doesn't kill those who oppose him before his army arrives. If the martial artists of the attacking forces did not surrender, then there was only one outcome: slaughter. As long as there is one thing that makes him unhappy in the process of surrendering, there will only be one result: carnage. As long as this faction's collection can't satisfy him, there will only be one result: carnage. Speaking up to this point, Elder Huang took a deep breath and said with a trembling voice, "Chu, do you know that? In just 10 years, the warriors and ordinary people of Central Domain who were slaughtered by the Devil Lord. There are nearly 10 billion of them. 10 billion. If stacked together, it could even reach the horizon. But the demon monarch directly slaughtered without mercy. This is simply not something humans can do. It is precisely because of the devil monarch's inhumane slaughter that aroused the resistance of all the experts in Central Domain. Of course, under the leadership of the 2 supreme experts, the other 2 formation master of Central Domain attacked at the same time, setting up a set of Grade 1 formation that sealed the sky and earth. After that, 15 titled Supreme Level and 99 Supreme Expert attacked the Devil Lord together. After saying that, Elder Huang paused for a moment. He glanced at the devil blade that Kong Rulin had placed on the table, which was wrapped in black cloth. He raised his head and looked at Kong Rulin, who was deep in thought, and continued to speak with a frightened tone. When we trapped the Devil Lord in the formation, we planned to gather the strength of all the experts. When we try to crush the Devil King into powder, we are shocked to find that the Devil King is facing the combined strength of all of us. It was still able to resist. And the reason why he was able to resist so many of our attacks was because of his natal demon blade. After being identified by a Grandmaster Refiner at the scene, as well as the speculation of a prophetic Grandmaster at the cost of 10,000 years of life, finally, it was confirmed that the reason why the Devil Monarch fought in Central Domain was not to conquer the world. Instead, he used the means of war to slaughter countless living beings. He wanted to use this to raise the grade of the devil saber, so that it could truly advance into a legendary devil weapon. Then, he used the devil tool to break through the shackles of the titled supreme level. Then I'll advance into the immortal realm. Chu, tell me the truth. Ever since the destruction of the ancient era, I have read countless ancient books, explored countless secret realm and historical remains, but I have never found any records of him advancing to the immortal god through his natal weapon. In other words, it is impossible for the devil monarch to improve the grade of his natal devil blade by slaughtering countless living beings and using the spirit, chi and energy of living beings. Even if the natal devil saber can advance to the devil weapon grade, I'm afraid that all living creatures in the central domain and the entire eternal continent will become sacrifices for the advancement of the devil saber. The devil monarch, who has already become a devil, is also doing this for himself. As well as the safety of his family members, there were 99 supreme level expert and 15 titled supreme level experts. Under the circumstances of overdrawing his potential, he was barely able to kill the devil lord. After that, the two formation master and I will blow up the formation that sealed up the heavens and the earth. With the help of the destructive power of the formation, we will completely destroy the demon blade that has a certain level of intelligence. Chu, out of the three great formation master, my formation has the highest cultivation base. In the end, it was also me who detonated the formation, so I witnessed the entire process of the devil blade being destroyed. That's why I found it hard to believe that the destroyed devil blade had actually appeared in front of me. Elder Huang, what do you want to do? The destroyed devil blade reappeared in southern domain. As the witness who destroyed the devil blade, it was normal that Elder Huang couldn't accept the reality. However, Chu Zhongtian needed to know what he wanted to do now. Should he destroy the devil blade once more? Or should he have the basis? Sisui City, in an inn. Chu, I have a suspicion that the demon sovereign who was killed by everyone was still alive. I don't know what kind of secret technique he used to be able to reincarnate into a human after 1,000,000 years. The demon sovereign's consciousness should be attached to the demon sovereign's soul when the demon sovereign was crushed into powder by my formation. He was reincarnated with the demon sovereign. He looked at Kong Rulin and the devil blade that he had placed on the table. Elder Huang speculated. Elder Huang, what do you want to do? Chu Zhongtian continued asking. Chu, in order to prevent the reappearance of the devil lord, and to prevent the eternal continent from facing a disaster, I hope you can kill this brat. Then I will use the formation to completely seal the devil blade. I will find a chance to throw myself into the eternal abyss and face the future troubles. Looking at Kong Rulin, Elder Huang said with killing intent. Elder Huang, I don't agree. Regarding Elder Huang's suggestion, Chu Zhongtian only considered it for a moment before directly rejecting it. Chu, you have to know that he is very likely to be the reincarnation of a demon lord. He might become an executioner who will slaughter countless lives in the future. Do you want all the people of Chu family to die in the hands of a devil lord? Do you want your lover, your friend, and your master to become the energy of a devil weapon? Elder Huang became anxious when he saw Chu Zhongtian rejecting his proposal. He couldn't help but remind if it wasn't because Chu Zhongtian was too important to his future, and he needed to respect Chu Zhongtian's opinion, he would have killed Kong Rulin a long time ago. Elder Huang, the so-called reincarnation is just a folktale. Could it be that you have truly seen the reincarnation of someone? Seeing the slightly angry Elder Huang, Chu Zhongtian immediately tried to persuade him. Chu, although I have never seen the reincarnation of a person before, but according to the process of this brat obtaining the demon blade, it is enough to prove that there must be a very deep relationship between him and the demon lord. Elder Huang refuted with reason. Fine, even if Kong Rulin is the reincarnation of the Devil King, so what? Anyway, he doesn't remember the memories of his past life. When he becomes strong in the future, he might become a good man who acts like a hero. Chu Zhongtian could not object to Elder Huang's reasonable rebuttal. He could only continue to explain according to his own thoughts. Chu, as long as Demon Blade is by his side, don't delude yourself that he can become a good man. because the devil blade that has intelligence will always affect his mind. It will make him step onto the evil path of the Devil King sooner or later. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian still had his fantasies, or rather, he had good intentions in his heart, Elder Huang criticized him very discontentedly. Elder Huang, perhaps you are right. In the future, Kong Rulin will very likely become a person like the Demon Lord. So what? As long as he hasn't become an unforgivable person, then I won't kill him. I won't even allow you to kill him. Chu Zhongtian said shamelessly. Chu, you are not a soft-hearted person. Why are you so kind to Kong Rulin? Elder Huang asked in confusion when he saw that Chu Zhongtian refused to kill Kong Rulin no matter what. I feel it. After thinking for a while, Chu Zhongtian gave Elder Huang a reason that Elder Huang couldn't believe. Feels good. After hearing Chu Zhongtian's explanation, Elder Huang couldn't help but sneer. Then he said sarcastically, Chu, just based on your feeling, you have decided to let go of the Devil Lord who might slaughter all the living beings in the Eternal Continent in the future. This reason of yours is too funny. Elder Huang, I don't care if you believe me or not, but I believe in my own feeling, Chu Zhongtian said in a domineering manner. When he saw Kong Rulin just now, Chu Zhongtian had a good feeling about him. This feeling was very special. It was an indescribable feeling. Chu, if you don't listen to the old man, you will suffer a great loss. I hope you can think about it carefully. When he saw that Chu Zhongtian was still following his feelings, he refused to kill Kong Rulin. Elder Huang tried to persuade him in the end. At the same time, he secretly activated the power of the Divine Soul. If Chu Zhongtian still protected Kong Rulin, he would do it himself. After that, he would think of a way to make up for Chu Zhongtian's mistake so that he could calm down. As if he had guessed what Elder Huang was thinking, after the conversation ended, Chu Zhongtian directly used the divine sense and the power of the two souls to seal off the entire sea of consciousness, making it impossible for Elder Huang to leave the sea of consciousness and attack through the sea of consciousness. Although it wasn't difficult for Elder Huang to break through the seal of the sea of consciousness with his supreme level strength, it would definitely hurt his divine soul when he broke through. Chu Zhongtian believed that Elder Huang wouldn't have the heart to do that. Stinking brat! Seeing Chu Zhongtian using the secret technique that he had taught him to deal with him, Elder Huang was so angry that smoke almost came out of his head. The power of the divine soul that he had already activated could only disperse. Chu Zhongtian's guess was right. Elder Huang really did not have the heart to harm his divine soul. Putting aside the fact that he would need Chu Zhongtian's help in rebuilding his body, after spending some time with him, he and Chu Zhongtian had formed a relationship that was not a master and disciple, but more like a master and disciple. No matter what, he wouldn't hurt Chu Zhongtian. Mr. Kong, I'm really sorry. I suddenly thought of something else. I was delayed by telling you about the case. After waiting for about 10 seconds, he found that there was no movement in his sea of consciousness. Chu Zhongtian knew that he had made the right bet. Elder Huang really couldn't bear to hurt him, so he apologized to Kong Rulin, who was sitting quietly in front of the guest table. It doesn't matter. Mr. Chu, I was thinking about something else just now. Seeing Chu Zhongtian, whose cultivation base was so much higher than his, apologized to him, Kong Rulin quickly waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. Mr. Kong, according to the records of my sect, more than 1,000,000 years ago, there were people like Mr. Kong who appeared in Central Domain. Chu Zhongtian said with a nostalgic expression. Although Elder Huang did not give a similar example to Chu Zhongtian, it wasn't a difficult thing to fabricate such a story. Therefore, he combined the experiences of the Demon Lord's growth and then carefully modified it. In the end, it formed an example that could make Kong Rulin believe and give him a warning. Mr. Chu, that Demon Lord is truly insane. He dares to use all the living creatures in the world as sacrifices for his advancement to the stage. Kong Rulin said in disbelief when he heard Chu Zhongtian's revised example. When he accidentally killed the village chief, he hid in the cave for more than a month. Only then did he reluctantly accept the fact that he had killed the village chief. Furthermore, during the 2 years he had gone out to cultivate, when he fought with other people, he had basically focused on forcing them to retreat. He rarely took their lives, unless it was those who truly threatened him and wanted to take his life. Mr. Kong, although your cultivation base is not bad, you have experienced too little. So you do not know the dangers of this world and the complexity of the human heart. There are many people who seem like a gentleman, but in fact, they do things behind their backs. They are not even comparable to exotic beasts, so when you interact with others in the future, you must be careful. Sisui City, in an inn. Seeing that Kong Rulin couldn't accept what the demon lord had done, his expression was very simple. Chu Zhongtian started to doubt whether Elder Huang's speculation was correct or not. At the same time, he was also a little worried about Kong Rulin's overly simple thoughts. Therefore, he tried to persuade him. Mr. Kong, regarding the true origin of the spirit blade in your hand, I hope that you won't mention it to anyone in the future, even if it's the person closest to you. Because not everyone in this world doesn't believe in the origin of the spirit blade, and not everyone is like me. I don't covet the spirit blade in your hands that can aid your cultivation. Mr. Chu, I'll remember this. Seeing Chu Zhongtian's reminder, all of it was for his own safety. Kong Rulin, who never knew what it was like to be cared about, suddenly felt a warm feeling in his heart. Mr. Kong, can you lend me the mind method martial skill that you are cultivating now? Chu Zhongtian could clearly see the changes in Kong Rulin's mind and face. He couldn't help but feel delighted in his heart. At the same time, he intended to deepen the relationship between the two of them. Actually, it wasn't that Chu Zhongtian didn't believe Elder Huang's speculation. However, he had his own thoughts regarding Kong Rulin, who might become a demon lord in the future. He wanted to become Kong Rulin's true friend, a brother who could live and die together with him. Because Dongfang Xiongba had once predicted his future fate, he said that he would definitely become a foul wind bloody rain in the future. Therefore, he needed to find a few brothers who could share some of the burden with him on the way to the foul wind bloody rain. Kong Rulin, who could become a demon lord in the future, was the best candidate. Sure. Regarding Chu Zhongtian's somewhat excessive request, not only did Kong Rulin not feel any displeasure, he even straightforwardly took out his cultivation method. Trash. After reading a few pages, Chu Zhongtian threw the mind method martial skill onto the table. Then, he took out an Earth-grade advanced mind method martial skill from his storage ring finger and handed it to Kong Rulin. Mr. Kong, the mind method martial skill you cultivate is just a trash at the lower yellow level. It will not only waste your talent, it will also not increase your cultivation speed. You can cultivate this Earth-grade advanced mind method martial skill first. When I find the Heaven-grade mind method martial skill in the future, you can change it. Regarding the mind method martial skill, Chu Zhongtian still had a lot of it in his storage ring finger. After all, he had killed more than 1,000 warriors over the past year, so he had gained quite a lot of mind method martial skill. Just the Earth rank mind method martial skill alone had 6. Although the mind method martial skill he had just chosen was not the best, however, it was the most suitable for Kong Rulin. Mr. Chu, this is too precious. I can't accept it. When he saw the mind method martial skill given by Chu Zhongtian turned out to be an Earth-grade advanced mind method martial skill, Kong Rulin immediately stood up and said, after leaving the mountain village, he had gone out for 2 years to undergo refinement. He had experienced a lot. He had also seen a lot of things, and he knew how precious different grades of mind method martial skill were. For example, the true overlord of the Mi Kingdom, the mind method martial skill cultivated by the Mi royal family. It was only an Earth-grade beginner level. It was precisely because he understood the preciousness of the mind method martial skill that he could not accept it. Mr. Kong, what do you think about me? Chu Zhongtian? Seeing Kong Rulin refuse to accept it, Chu Zhongtian wasn't angry or anxious. Instead, he held the Earth-grade advanced mind method martial skill and asked with a calm expression. Mr. Chu, you are the most loyal person I have ever seen in my life. You are also the first person who sincerely treats me well. Kong Rulin told the truth. Mr. Kong, if I am in trouble in the future, will you help me? Chu Zhongtian didn't have any emotions towards Kong Rulin's evaluation. He still asked with a calm expression. Of course I will help you. Without thinking, Kong Rulin replied. Mr. Kong, to tell you the truth, I am now a divine soul stage. An enemy that I can't deal with will surely have a higher cultivation base. How can you help me in the face of such an opponent? Chu Zhongtian asked. This? Kong Rulin didn't know how to answer Chu Zhongtian's question. At the same time, he was shocked by Chu Zhongtian's divine soul stage cultivation base. Ever since his arm transformed into a spirit blade, Kong Rulin felt that his cultivation speed had become extremely terrifying. Even so, it took him nearly 2 years to break through to the 7th layer of the Qi refining period. As for Chu Zhongtian, from his introduction, Kong Rulin knew that he was only 18 years old this year. He had already reached the divine soul stage at the age of 18. This shocked him, and his heart was filled with endless admiration. Mr. Kong, only when your cultivation base has improved will you be able to help me in the future. That's why I'm giving you the mind method martial skill. Not only for you, but also for me, Chu Zhongtian said without hiding his true intention. All right. After taking the Earth Advanced Mind Method martial skill, Kong Rulin stood up once again. Picking up the devil blade in his hand, he swore, I, Kong Rulin, swear on the spirit blade that in the future, Mr. Chu will have to do something in return. I, Kong Rulin, will do my best to help you. If you break the oath, I will kill you with my blade. Elder Huang, do you see that? Just as Kong Rulin raised his sword and was about to make an oath, Chu Zhongtian opened the seal on his divine sense and let Elder Huang look at Kong Rulin, who was making an oath. Chu, how did you do it? Seeing that Kong Rulin not only made an oath, but also made an oath with him and the devil blade, Elder Huang asked in surprise. If you treat others with sincerity, you must respect me. Chu Zhongtian responded to Elder Huang, but then he frowned slightly, because after Kong Rulin swore on himself and the devil blade, Chu Zhongtian could clearly feel a trace of evil fluctuation from the devil blade, and the evil fluctuation was directed at him. At this moment, Chu Zhongtian was basically certain that the devil blade in Kong Rulin's hand was the natal devil blade of the Devil King from 1,000,000 years ago. Fortunately, regardless of the grade and power of the devil blade, as long as you didn't transform into a devil weapon or break away from the restriction of the heavenly Tao law, the oath Kong Rulin made would be effective. In other words, no matter if Kong Rulin would transform into a devil lord in the future, it wouldn't be dangerous for him. Since he wanted Kong Rulin to accept his favor, he would let him accept some favors so that they could deepen their friendship. Therefore, after seeing the slightly damaged storage bag on Kong Rulin's waist, he directly took out a 60 cubic meter storage bag from his storage ring finger. After that, he prepared some spirit stones and medicinal pills and stuffed them into Kong Rulin's hands. He said, Mr. Kong, if you want to quickly increase your cultivation, you have to find a high-grade mind method martial skill. You can keep these spirit stones and medicinal pills for now. Thank you, Mr. Chu. After he swore the oath, a strange thought suddenly arose in Kong Rulin's mind. That was to make the best use of the time to improve his cultivation base, so that he could help Chu Zhongtian a day earlier. Therefore, he didn't reject the spirit stones and pills that Chu Zhongtian gave him. He accepted them directly. Sisui City, in an inn. After Kong Rulin accepted the storage bag containing the spirit stones and pills, the sound of orderly footsteps could be heard. It was as if 10,000 horses were galloping over. The divine sense passed through the inn and extended to the main street. Chu Zhongtian quickly saw a group of orderly soldiers. They were approaching the inn with killing intent. They're here, Chu Zhongtian said to Kong Rulin. He grabbed a wine jar and poured a cup for himself and Kong Rulin. He then signaled Kong Rulin to continue drinking. Just now, Chu Zhongtian had told him that his true cultivation base was at the divine soul stage, and that he was a peerless expert in the southern domain. In the face of such a powerful opponent, a peak essence gathering stage warrior, there's no need to be nervous. Therefore, Kong Rulin sat down with a relaxed expression, then continued drinking and chatting with Chu Zhongtian. Not long after, a burst of hurried footsteps could be heard. 1. A stalwart middle-aged man was wearing 10 black suits of armor. All of them were 10th layer great perfection of the Qi transforming period guards, and they jogged into the inn. When he saw 5th Prince and the others lying in the corner, the middle-aged man's expression changed, and he immediately appeared next to 5th Prince. When he found out that 5th Prince had really fainted, the middle-aged man let out a sigh of relief. He took out a lower-level Qi calming pill from his storage bag and fed it to Fifth Prince. After only 3 seconds, Fifth Prince, who had fainted from the shock, woke up. When he saw the middle-aged man, Fifth Prince, who had just woken up, almost cried. As the prince who loved him dearly, Fifth Prince had been born until now. When had he ever been humiliated like this? When had he ever been knocked unconscious by someone? He had never been ignored after he was knocked out. From the corner of his eye, he saw Chu Zhongtian and Kong Rulin. He saw the two of them chatting and drinking wine. They were tasting delicious food, and he hadn't paid attention to them for a long time, as well as the middle-aged man who had rushed over. He immediately stood up angrily, then pointed at Chu Zhongtian and Kong Rulin. He roared loudly, "City Lord, arrest them. I want to torture them. I want them to experience what it means to live a life worse than death. I want them to know the consequences of offending me. Your Highness, please calm down." Seeing Fifth Prince's flushed face due to anger, City Lord, who was afraid that Fifth Prince would anger him, quickly consoled him. "Your Highness, don't worry. Not only did I personally lead more than 10,000 elite soldiers to surround the inn, I also brought the 10 peak of the Qi transforming period guards that I have carefully trained. They will definitely be able to relieve your anger. City Lord Migong, as long as you can get your revenge today, when I return to the palace, I will definitely speak for you in front of my father and patriarch." Fifth Prince was very proud of the City Lord's respect for him. He couldn't help but make a promise. "Thank you, Your Highness." Seeing that his efforts had finally been rewarded, City Lord Milan was also very happy. After that, he walked to a distance of 10 meters from Chu Zhongtian and said coldly, "Do you want to surrender obediently, or do you want me to let the guards capture you personally?" After drinking the wine in the cup, Chu Zhongtian casually glanced at the City Lord, and a trace of contempt flashed across his face. He then grabbed the wine jar and poured himself another cup of wine, looking as if he didn't care about the City Lord. In fact, Chu Zhongtian couldn't be blamed for looking down on the City Lord and the others, because the dozen or so people who had barged into the inn, the City Lord with the highest cultivation base, he was only an essence gathering stage 2nd level expert, and his Qi was ordinary. It was obvious that he was a peak expert who had relied on the accumulation of medicinal pills, a warrior like the City Lord. He didn't even need to stand up. With the help of the power of the Divine Soul and the Divine Sense, he would be able to kill him just like how he had killed Dragon 8. "Take them down." Chu Zhongtian's eyes revealed a look of contempt. In the eyes of the City Lord, it was obvious that he was looking down on him. It was an undisguised humiliation. In his anger, he ordered the guards beside him. "Mr. Chu, do you want to attack? Or do you want me to attack?" Although the guards surrounding him were 10th layer great perfection of the Qi transforming period warriors, Kong Rulin didn't fear them at all. If a warrior wants to improve his cultivation base and strength quickly, the mind method martial skill and cultivation resources are very important. However, the rich combat experience makes the tempering between life and death even more important. Glancing at Kong Rulin, the Divine Sense looked at the surrounding guards. Chu Zhongtian thought for a moment and decided to let Kong Rulin attack. First, he wanted to refine his combat experience, hoping that he could increase his strength through real life and death battles so that he could help him in the future. Secondly, he wanted to see how powerful the devil blade that Elder Huang feared was. "Mr. Kong, pick one of your opponents and attack. I will help you stall the rest of them, so that they won't disturb you." "Mr. Chu, thank you." He only chose one of the guards to attack. The rest of the guards would not disturb him. Kong Rulin knew that this was the opportunity Chu Zhongtian gave him, so he thanked him. He picked up the magic sword on the table and removed the black cloth covering the magic sword. He chose an opponent. Chu Zhongtian nodded secretly when he saw Kong Rulin choose an opponent. This was because the opponent Kong Rulin chose was one of the 10 Qi transforming period perfection opponents. The one with the weakest momentum meant that he had a clear judgment of his own strength. He wasn't a reckless and impulsive person. He saw that Kong Rulin, who was only a 7th layer of the Qi refining period, was using a spirit blade and a set of basic saber technique, which could be used to tie the score with the guards that he had trained with great care. The city lord, who had a somewhat embarrassed look on his face, signaled the guard with the strongest energy among the 10 to attack him. However, Chu Zhongtian's voice, which was filled with killing intent, made him draw his spirit sword. The guard who was about to step forward to help stopped abruptly. "Whoever dares to interfere in their battle, I will take their life." Looking at the guard who drew his spirit sword, Chu Zhongtian said coldly, "Jiao De, capture him." When he heard Chu Zhongtian's overly arrogant threat, he recalled how Chu Zhongtian ignored him just now. The city lord temporarily ignored Kong Rulin, who was being torn apart, and indicated that his guards were the strongest. Gao, who was planning to attack Kong Rulin just now, asked him to capture Chu Zhongtian. "Understood." Jiao De, who was holding the spirit sword, responded with a sound. He used the sand-calming swallow and pointed it at Chu Zhongtian's right wrist, which was holding the wine cup. Seeing Jiao De coming at him with the sword in hand, Chu Zhongtian did not fight back, nor did he stand up to dodge. Instead, he held the wine cup in his hand and looked coldly at the approaching Jiao De. When Jiao De's sword was less than half a meter away from his right wrist, his left hand, which had been empty the whole time, grabbed the sword that was coming at him like a poisonous snake. His fleshly body had broken through to the 6th grade, which was equivalent to the divine soul stage. In other words, with just the strength of his fleshly body, Chu Zhongtian could ignore the attack of any spirit weapon below the mid-level, let alone a low-grade spiritual sword like Jiao De. Sisui City, in an inn, Chu Zhongtian reached out his hand and grabbed the low-grade spirit sword that was coming at him with the help of his 6th grade body. His left hand suddenly pulled forward. It had the double effect of pushing and pulling. He pulled the unstable sword in front of him. At the same time, his empty right hand was like a pair of large pincers, tightly grabbing onto Jiao Dragon's neck. "Remember, in your next life you must be smarter. You must choose a master with foresight." His 5 fingers suddenly exerted force, and a crisp sound was heard from Jiao Da's weak neck. After that, his head tilted and his body went limp. His entire person's aura was gone. He took off the storage bag hanging on his waist, and threw the corpse of Flood Dragon to City Lord Milan. Chu Zhongtian acted as if nothing had happened, and looked at Kong Rulin, who was fighting with the other party. Chu Zhongtian's attitude of complete contempt, although it made Milan very angry. However, he could only suppress his anger in his heart for the time being. This was because Jiao De was the strongest amongst all the experts he had carefully nurtured. Although his cultivation base was only at the 10th layer great perfection of the Qi transforming period, his true strength was no weaker than a peak half-step essence gathering stage expert. A peak half-step essence gathering stage expert couldn't even withstand a single strike from his opponent. Not even his opponent could stand up. This alone was enough to show how powerful this young man in front of him was. Therefore, City Lord Milan didn't act rashly for the time being. Instead, he considered whether or not he should let the army from the outside come in. Then, he would cooperate with the human wave tactic to deal with the young man in front of him. So that's what happened. After watching the exchange of blows, Chu Zhongtian finally knew the reason why Kong Rulin could jump ranks to challenge him. Although Kong Rulin was weaker than the opponent in terms of cultivation base, with the help of the Devil Blade, the power of his basic saber technique was no weaker than an ordinary yellow-grade high-rank martial technique. At the same time, although the Devil Blade was only a low-grade, it was extremely sharp. This caused the opponent's spirit sword to collide with the Devil Blade. They'll all have a minor injury. The vital spirit tool was still connected to a martial artist's mind. The vital spirit tool had been injured. A Qi transforming period martial artist had been severely injured. So every time the spirit weapon collided, Kong Rulin's opponent would spit out a mouthful of blood and cut off some of the aura on his body. After a dozen or so moves, Kong Rulin became fiercer and fiercer as he fought. His essence, energy, and spirit were getting closer and closer to the peak. It was time to upgrade the stage. And his opponent was not only weakened to the 7th layer of the Qi refining period, but also the gap in the natal spirit sword. It had almost caused the spirit sword to drop in level. Boundless sword Qi. Using a yellow-level intermediate sword technique, Kong Rulin had no choice but to take a few steps back to defend himself. His opponent took the opportunity to take a few steps back, planning to call his companions to deal with Kong Rulin together. Looking at Kong Rulin, who was about to break through, as long as he could borrow the help of killing his opponent, the spirit, chi and energy would instantly evolve, and he would be able to break through in one go. How could Chu Zhongtian let his opportunity disappear? He picked up the wine cup in his hand and poured a portion of the vital spirit into it. Chu Zhongtian stretched out his finger and flicked it. The wine cup hit the back of the guard who wanted to retreat, making him want to retreat and call for his companions. After defending with all his strength against the opponent's all-out attack, Kong Rulin used the basic saber technique splitting style and directly cut the opponent who had not yet regained his strength into two. Looking at the opponent who had been cut in half, Kong Rulin felt that the vital spirit in his dantian was boiling like hot blood. The boiling vital spirit kept attacking his bottleneck, and it started to push him towards the 8th layer of the chi transforming period. Whoever dares to disturb my brother's breakthrough, I will take your life. Kong Rulin was about to break through to the stage. Everyone present could see that Chu Zhongtian was worried that someone would disturb him, so they warned him in advance. All of you, don't move. After hearing Chu Zhongtian's warning, Milan immediately stopped the guards who wanted to avenge his brothers. He looked at Chu Zhongtian and asked, "Who are you? You don't need to care who I am, but I can tell you that I only need one move to kill you." He coldly looked at Milan. Chu Zhongtian warned him, then continued to pay attention to Kong Rulin, who was breaking through. In just a minute, Kong Rulin's cultivation base had broken through to the early 7th layer of the chi refining period. He had broken through to the late mid-stage and reached the 7th layer of the chi refining period peak, but now, Chu Zhongtian could clearly feel that the vital spirit in his dantian was lacking in strength. He wanted to break through to the 8th layer of the chi transforming period with the current force of the vital spirit. He was afraid that it would be a little difficult. However, since the opportunity had arrived, he had to seize it. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian took out a high-quality pill from his storage ring finger and intended to give Kong Rulin a hand. However, just as he took out the medicinal pill and was about to remind Kong Rulin to consume it, unexpectedly, he discovered that a trace of black gas was quietly leaking out from the hilt of the devil blade in his hand. This trace of black gas entered his body through his right hand that was holding the handle. After that, Chu Zhongtian found the vital spirit that was originally a little weak. It was as if he had taken a tonic, and the impact of the vital spirit instantly increased by more than 10 times. He broke through the bottleneck of the 8th layer of the chi transforming period, allowing him to smoothly step into the 8th layer of the chi transforming period. At this moment, Chu Zhongtian finally understood why Kong Rulin could maintain the speed of breaking through to the minor stage in a month. It turned out that all of this was because the devil blade was secretly injecting energy into him, helping him increase his strength. At the same time, Chu Zhongtian finally understood his basic saber technique. Why was it so swift and fierce? Besides the special quality of the devil blade itself, it was also because the energy injected by the devil blade was too pure. It was even purer than the energy converted from the spirit beast in his sea of consciousness. With such pure energy, how could it not increase the power of his saber technique attack? Elder Huang, you're right. Whether Kong Rulin is the reincarnation of a devil lord or not, it doesn't matter. As long as the demon blade is by his side, he will become the demon lord sooner or later. Chu Zhongtian finally felt worried about the changes of the devil blade and Kong Rulin. Chu, the matter isn't as serious as you think. Elder Huang, who had been worried that Kong Rulin would transform into a devil lord and bring endless slaughter to Eternal Continent, now seemed very relaxed. Elder Huang, why are you so confident all of a sudden? Chu Zhongtian asked, puzzled. Chu, didn't you make that Kong kid swear on his and the devil blade's name that you treated him sincerely? He swore a deadly oath. Although Chu Zhongtian's cultivation base had improved very quickly, he was still young. He has experienced too little, and his knowledge is too shallow. He doesn't know much about some of the more profound information. Therefore, Elder Huang intended to explain it to him. I know that an oath can restrict Kong Rulin and the devil blade, but with the help of the Devil Blade, Kong Rulin, in the future, I'm afraid that his cultivation speed won't be any slower than mine. In fact, when he is comprehending the power of law, it'll be far beyond me. What if the Demon Blade uses Kong Rulin to advance to a demon weapon? I'm worried that the Heavenly Tao Law might not be able to restrain Kong Rulin and the Demon Blade. Sisui City, in an inn. Chu Zhongtian would never forget Elder Huang's promise to Kong Rulin. The reason why he refused to kill Kong Rulin and used sincerity to treat him. The reason why he took the initiative to swear an oath was because he believed that his cultivation base could always suppress Kong Rulin. Even if Kong Rulin really transformed into a devil lord in the future, he would still be able to restrain him from causing trouble to the world. However, the strange enhancement method of the Devil Blade just now had given him a lot of pressure. If Kong Rulin continued to maintain the speed of 1 minor stage per month, he would want to catch up to him. Furthermore, if ____ continued to maintain the speed of 1 ____ per month, surpassing him wasn't a difficult task. What if, when the Devil Blade borrowed Kong Rulin's help to raise the stage, Chu Zhongtian was worried about the Heavenly Tao Law formed by the oath? It was very likely that he wouldn't be able to suppress the Devil Blade. At that time, in order to obtain greater power, Kong Rulin would repeat the journey of the Demon Lord massacring the central domain. He would truly become a sinner of the Eternal Continent. Chu, you have underestimated the Heavenly Tao Law of the Eternal Continent. I can tell you this clearly, even if the Devil Blade really breaks through to the Devil Tool realm, Kong Brat, even if you surpass the titled Supreme level, it will still be difficult for you to break through the restriction of the Heavenly Tao Law. He will still be affected by the Heavenly Tao Law. Everyone says that even if the kid surnamed Kong's cultivation base surpasses yours in the future, he will still be affected by the ____ law. If you want to bring disaster to the world under the influence of the Devil Blade, you can also use the oath he made. Lure him to death, such as the endless abyss or the hopeless Dead Sea. Elder Huang explained and suggested. Well, this is a way. Regarding Elder Huang's suggestion, Chu Zhongtian thought about it carefully. He felt that this method was feasible, but he secretly decided in his heart. He had to work even harder to improve his cultivation base. He couldn't let Kong Rulin surpass him. This was to prevent his benevolence and selfishness from harming countless innocent people in the future. The Devil Blade injected the pure energy that helped Kong Rulin break through. After helping him break through the stage, it didn't consume all of it. The remaining pure energy quickly helped him consolidate his cultivation base. Mr. Chu, thank you. Kong Rulin opened his eyes, bowed to Chu Zhongtian, and thanked him in a hoarse voice. His opponent's retreat was forcefully interrupted, and he threatened others not to interrupt his breakthrough. Everything Chu Zhongtian did just now was to help him break through to the 8th layer of the Qi transforming period smoothly. Kong Rulin understood this point, and he knew it very well in his heart. He really didn't know how to repay Chu Zhongtian's kindness. If it wasn't for the fact that the spirit blade was still formed by his arm, he would have given it to Chu Zhongtian. Mr. Kong, helping you is my duty. If you continue to be so polite, then I will be really angry. Chu Zhongtian smiled and stood up to comfort him. Mr. Chu, I will still say the same thing. No matter when or where you are in the future, as long as you need my help, I will do my best even if I have to sacrifice my life. Kong Rulin patted his chest and promised. Mr. Kong, it's getting late. Let's go. Looking at the sky outside, the sun had begun to set in the west. They still needed to find the whereabouts of Secret Realm. Chu Zhongtian did not continue to sit, but called Kong Rulin to leave. Kid, aren't you looking down on me? The city lord of Sisui City? Seeing that Chu Zhongtian had no intention of leaving the inn, Milan, who couldn't suppress the anger in his heart, sneered. That's right. So what if I don't put you in my eyes? Turning his head and looking at Milan, Chu Zhongtian slapped his face and humiliated him. Kid, I, Milan, have been in charge of Sisui City for more than 10 years. I have offended you instead. As well as the people from the Mi royal family, they have never left Sisui City alive. You can't be an exception. Chu Zhongtian's face being slapped in front of his face caused Milan to make up his mind. He planned to kill Chu Zhongtian at all costs to vent the anger in his heart. Soldiers outside, listen up. Surround the inn. Without my order, anyone who leaves the inn, shoot them into a nest. Milan loudly ordered the 10,000 elite soldiers outside the inn. Chu Zhongtian frowned slightly and threatened in an unhappy tone. Milan, do you know that your order just now was to force me to kill you? Kill me with just you alone. Milan sneered and took out the spirit weapon that he carried with him. After that, he called the remaining 8 peak of the Qi transforming period guards and planned to attack Chu Zhongtian together. Fifth Prince also asked Dragon 1 and a few Qi transforming period guards to cooperate with Milan to deal with Chu Zhongtian together. Seeing Milan and the others who were planning to attack him together, Chu Zhongtian knew that he had no choice but to kill them today. He wanted to use the strength of his 6th grade body to kill these people in front of him with his fists. Chu! Capture that city, lord me alive. Just as Chu Zhongtian was about to kill Milan with a punch, Elder Huang's voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Just as he was about to attack, Elder Huang suddenly reminded him. He had definitely discovered a great secret, so he quickly dispersed the power of his physical body. After that, he stimulated the power of the Divine Soul stage and planned to use his Qi to intimidate Milan. He wanted to force himself to surrender. A Qi that shook the entire inn rose from Chu Zhongtian's body. Controlling this aura, it enveloped Milan and the others, causing their facial expression to change. Among them, Xueling was so scared that he didn't even know that his weapon had fallen to the ground. Milan, I have already warned you not to provoke me, because the consequences of provoking me are not something you can bear. While threatening Milan, Chu Zhongtian asked Elder Huang in his mind for confirmation. He wanted to know why he couldn't kill Milan. Chu, take a closer look at the weapon in your hand, Elder Huang reminded. Without Elder Huang's reminder, Chu Zhongtian would never pay attention to the grade of the spirit weapon used by Milan, who was only at the 2nd level of the essence gathering stage. However, with Elder Huang's reminder, he quickly discovered that the spirit weapon used by Milan was somewhat special. First of all, the weapon used by Milan was not a vital spirit tool. Secondly, the weapon Milan used was not a mid-level spirit weapon, but a peak top-grade spirit weapon. Finally, he could feel an ancient aura from Milan's top-grade spirit weapon. If he wanted his weapon to form an aura like this, he would need at least 1,000,000 years. Elder Huang, are you trying to say that the clues we have been searching for in Secret Realm are related to this spirit weapon? Chu Zhongtian asked excitedly. That's right. The Secret Realm we are looking for this time has existed for at least 2,000,000 years. The ancient aura of the spirit weapon in his hand was very likely related to the Secret Realm. That's why I asked you to spare his life. Elder Huang also voiced his speculation. Sisui City, in an inn. If that's the case, I'll leave the rest of you here for now, since Milan might know some clues about Secret Realm. Then he wanted to get some clues from him. He couldn't completely infuriate 5th Prince and the others, and he would have to leave 5th Prince and the others behind as well. Perhaps it was a way to force him to surrender in the end. The divine sense moved the power of the divine soul that Elder Huang had injected into Chu Zhongtian's body. Chu Zhongtian let out a low roar. The sound waves formed by the roar directly knocked out everyone in the hall except for Milan and Kong Rulin. After that, he chose an empty table and chair. After sitting down, he waved at Milan and said, "City Lord me, come and sit." At this moment, Milan was completely dumbfounded by Chu Zhongtian's greeting. At first, he planned to join forces with everyone to attack Chu Zhongtian. After Chu Zhongtian revealed his divine soul stage cultivation base, he knew that he was completely finished. Not only was his life completely finished, even his family in Sisui City was finished. This was because someone who could break through to the divine soul stage at the age of 17 or 18 was definitely not an ordinary person. There was a high chance that he was a monstrous disciple from the 9 major powers. Facing the 9 major powers that had dominated the southern domain for hundreds of thousands of years, not to mention the Sisui City, even the Mi Kingdom couldn't bear the revenge of the ordinary disciples of the 9 major powers, let alone the monstrous genius disciples. However, no one could care about their funeral when they were facing death. Therefore, Milan had already obediently decided to be killed. But Chu Zhongtian not only retracted his qi. Instead, he kindly called Milan over to take a seat. This completely confused Milan. Although he was confused, the most important thing was to keep his life. Therefore, Milan hurriedly ran to Chu Zhongtian's table and chair, but he did not sit down. Instead, he said in a flattering manner, "Young hero, if there's anything you need, just tell me. I, Milan, am the only one who can do it. I will do my best." The speed at which Milan changed his facial expression was so fast that Kong Rulin, who was standing beside him, found it hard to accept. However, it was very normal for Chu Zhongtian. This was because not only had he met many people like this before his transmigration, he was also good at changing his facial expression in different situations. "City Lord Me, I would like to ask about the origin of the spirit weapon in your hand." Without much politeness, Chu Zhongtian went straight to the point. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian's target was the spirit weapon in his hand, Milan's heart tightened, and he didn't know how to answer. After that, he thought of the reason why he was able to keep his life, or perhaps it was because of the spirit weapon in his hand. Compared to the origin of the spirit weapon, his life was still a new life. Therefore, he didn't think too much about it and replied truthfully. "Young hero, the spirit weapon was found in my backyard. In my backyard, there is a fake mountain." After that, Milan explained how he discovered the spirit weapon and how he discovered it. He told Chu Zhongtian everything in detail. After hearing Milan's story, Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but feel delighted. Elder Huang said with certainty, "Chu, that secret realm is probably in the backyard of this city. City Lord Me, I warned you from the beginning. Don't provoke me. The consequences of provoking me are not something you can bear," Chu Zhongtian said with killing intent. After obtaining the concrete clues of the secret realm, Chu Zhongtian wanted to fly to the prefecture immediately. However, before he left, he had to settle everything in front of him. "Little hero, it's me who deserves to die. It's me who has eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I hope young hero can spare my life." Chu Zhongtian's facial expression changed as soon as he said it. The speed at which he changed his facial expression was beyond his imagination. That was why Milan was so scared that he immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. "City Lord Me, according to my character, you, the people in the hall, as well as the more than 10,000 soldiers outside, I will slaughter them all. But seeing that I have provided a very important clue, I can spare your lives." Chu Zhongtian's tone changed, and he no longer spoke with a murderous tone. "Thank you, young hero, for not killing me. Thank you, young hero, for not killing me." When Milan heard that Chu Zhongtian was willing to spare his life, he quickly kowtowed and expressed his gratitude. "Don't be in such a hurry to express your gratitude." Chu Zhongtian stretched out his hand to stop Milan from kowtowing and said, "In order to prevent you from secretly leaking information after I leave, I need you to stay in this inn for 3 days. Young hero, what do you want me to do?" He only stayed in the inn for 3 days. After hearing Chu Zhongtian's request, Milan let out a long sigh of relief. As long as he could keep his life, not to mention 3 days, he would even be willing to stay for 3 years. "Order the soldiers outside to completely surround the inn. No one is allowed to leave within 3 days," Chu Zhongtian ordered. "No problem." After answering, Milan followed Chu Zhongtian's orders and gave the order to the soldiers outside. "Next, in order to prevent you from being bored, you may have thought of something you shouldn't have. I will let you guys wake up for 3 days. The best way to make a person stay in a place was to make him feel dizzy." After Chu Zhongtian's reminder, he sent a heavy punch to Milan and knocked him unconscious. "Elder Huang, is there any way to make these people feel heavy for 3 days?" After knocking Milan out, Chu Zhongtian discussed with Elder Huang. "Yes, I have a seal that can make people fall asleep. According to the number of seals used, it can control the time of the other party's slumber." When Chu Zhongtian knocked Milan out, Elder Huang knew what he was thinking. That was why he had thought of a way to deal with it in advance. "That's good." Hearing that Elder Huang had a solution, Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but feel delighted in his heart. Then, He used the imprint that Elder Huang had passed on to make Milan and the others fall into a deep sleep. Mr. Kong, I'll take you to a place next. After saying goodbye to Kong Rulin, Chu Zhongtian turned around and walked towards the stairs. However, before he left, he took the storage bag from Mi Lan's waist. Without asking where Chu Zhongtian was taking him, Kong Rulin quickened his pace and followed closely behind him. Ju Inn was a 6-story building, and the private rooms on the last floor were specially designed. Standing in front of the window of the private room, one could clearly see the situation outside. However, the people outside could not see the situation inside the private room. It was definitely a good place for leisure and surveillance. Perhaps it was because Milan had an absolute deterrent in Sisui City. Over 10,000 soldiers had besieged Ju Inn, but none of them dared to surround and look around. This made it convenient for Chu Zhongtian to leave. Let's go. He reached out and grabbed Kong Rulin's left arm. Chu Zhongtian reminded him for a while before using all his vital spirit. With lightning speed, he left the inn without anyone noticing around the inn. After Chu Zhongtian brought Kong Rulin out of one end in, the wall of the 6-story private room was suddenly pushed open, and an old man in his 50s walked out. If Chu Zhongtian saw this old man, he would definitely recognize him, because this old man was the shopkeeper of one end in. Looking at Chu Zhongtian and Kong Rulin, who had already left Ju Inn, manager hastily ran downstairs. When he saw the people lying in the hall, manager's expression changed. He quickly ran to 5th Prince's side. When he found out that 5th Prince had only fainted, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If the Mi royal family's patriarch had chosen 5th Prince to die in Ju Inn, it would definitely be related to this inn. Your Highness, wake up! Wake up! He shook 5th Prince and manager shouted loudly, but the result was useless. After thinking for a while, the shopkeeper finally gritted his teeth and took out an intermediate level 8 pill that could help 5th Prince calm his mind. However, the result was still useless. After the shout and the pill were fruitless, manager got up and left the hall. He returned to his own room and used a special channel to ask for help from the Mi family's royal family. As the Sisui city, which was next to the mountains and waters, the main city was not large. This was because most of the influential people who had chosen to build their courtyards in the Sisui city had built their courtyards outside the city. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian didn't spend much time to arrive at the city lord's mansion. After confirming that the entrance to Secret Realm was hidden in the backyard, he landed directly in the backyard. After combining the clues provided by Milan and checking the divine sense carefully, he quickly found the entrance to Secret Realm. The entrance to the Secret Realm was on a modified fake mountain. There was a crack about 1.3 meters tall in the middle of the fake mountain. This crack was the entrance to the Secret Realm. Back then, Milan found this entrance because he wanted to avoid being chased by his wife. He had no choice but to hide. It was also because he found this secret realm and obtained some treasures from it that his strength increased tremendously. Not only did he conquer his wife, but he also became ambitious. After bending into the crack in the fake mountain, Chu Zhongtian took out a night-luminescent pearl. With the help of the luminous pearl, he slowly entered the tunnel. Kong Rulin, who was following behind Chu Zhongtian, still did not ask anything. He followed closely behind and entered the crack. Although the fake mountain wasn't big, the narrow passage formed by the crack was from top to bottom. Therefore, the passage to Secret Realm wasn't short. A minute later, the narrow passage began to widen, and Chu Zhongtian began to speed up his pace. 3 minutes later, a circle of white light appeared in front of Chu Zhongtian's eyes. When he walked in front of the circle of white light, Chu Zhongtian found that there was also a crack in the middle of the circle of light, and this crack was obviously torn by someone. Elder Huang, can you tell when the crack is torn? Although Milan had mentioned that there was a crack on the milky white circle that had entered the secret realm. However, with Milan's eyesight, he couldn't tell the real reason behind the crack. Therefore, at the beginning, Chu Zhongtian had fantasized that the crack on the milky white circle of light was naturally formed. It wasn't man-made, but when he saw it with his own eyes, his little heart couldn't help but race. Chu, don't worry. The crack in front of us has been formed for more than 1,000,000 years. In other words, those who entered the secret realm either died inside or left. Elder Huang comforted. However, Elder Huang's consolation did not have much effect. No matter who entered the secret realm, they were all experts from 1,000,000 years ago. And they were the experts who had entered the secret realm. Their purpose in entering the secret realm was, it must be those precious treasures in the secret realm. Because of Milan's cultivation and strength, he had stayed at the border of the secret realm to cultivate. And he didn't go too deep into the secret realm, and the spirit weapon was only found at the edge of the border. Otherwise, Chu Zhongtian wouldn't have let him go so easily. Currently, the treasures in the secret realm had long been taken away by someone. This had made his hope of improving his cultivation base and strength through the secret realm go to waste. How could he not be disappointed? Chu, let's see if there are any treasures in secret realm. It's useless to think too much at this time. Elder Huang comforted Chu Zhongtian when he felt Chu Zhongtian's disappointment. That's true. Chu Zhongtian took a deep breath and adjusted his disappointment. He nodded at Kong Rulin, who was behind him, and then stepped into the crack. After passing through the crack, Chu Zhongtian was shocked by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in secret realm. Kong Rulin, who had followed him into secret realm, was even more shocked. Ever since he was able to cultivate again, Chu Zhongtian had seen many places with plenty of spiritual energy of heaven and earth, especially the secret room used to break through the stage. The spiritual qi and concentration in there were not very close to turning into mist. However, compared to the secret realm underneath his feet, the spiritual qi and concentration in the secret room of the Sect Lord Peak were far inferior. Even if he could not use them, the difference could be said to be thousands of times greater. It was only at this moment that Chu Zhongtian finally heard Milan's words. Even if he stayed at the border of the secret realm, the speed of his cultivation advancement was still very shocking. Chu, there is at least 1 peak 2nd grade spiritual vein and 3 peak 3rd grade spiritual vein in this secret realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the secret realm to have such a thick spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Chu Zhongtian wasn't the only one who was shocked by the abundant spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the secret realm. Elder Huang was also shocked in his mind. However, as a supreme-level expert, he immediately thought of the specific reason why there were so many spiritual qi in the secret realm. 2nd grade spiritual vein. Hearing Elder Huang mention that there was a 2nd grade spiritual vein in secret realm, Chu Zhongtian felt his breathing quicken. Thinking back to the time when the Heaven Barren secret realm was being refined and hearing about the supreme grade barren stone, barren milk, and desolate fat from the 3rd grade barren lode, his voice trembled slightly as he asked, Elder Huang, does the core of a 2nd grade spiritual vein also have top grade spirit stones, 10,000-year spirit milk, and spirit fat that contains the laws of time? Impossible! Elder Huang directly denied Chu Zhongtian's inquiry that was filled with anticipation. The reason why the 3rd grade barren lode is able to form the 10,000-year barren milk and desolate fat is because of the special environment of the Heaven Barren secret realm, as well as the special energy contained in the desolate qi of heaven. The spiritual vein is unable to form the spirit milk that is over 10,000 years old, as well as the spirit fat that contains the laws of time. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few titled supreme-level warriors in the Eternal Continent, because there are a lot of upper 3 grades and above spiritual vein in the Eternal Continent. Is that so? After hearing Elder Huang's explanation, Chu Zhongtian let out a slightly disappointed sigh. However, when he thought of the top-grade spirit stones that were bred within the spiritual vein above the 3rd grade, his disappointed mood instantly disappeared. Then, he scattered the divine sense and began to search for the exact location of the spiritual vein. Chu, 60 degrees northwest. While Chu Zhongtian was using the divine sense to find the exact location of the spiritual vein, Elder Huang had already used his supreme-level divine sense. He started searching the large area of secret realm and soon found a strange place. He immediately reminded, "Follow me." Without any hesitation, he called out to Kong Rulin, who was still in a state of shock. Chu Zhongtian casted the yellow level movement technique and sped towards the location indicated by Elder Huang. City Lord's Manor, Secret Realm. Mr. Chu, Why didn't you choose to fly? Chu Zhongtian's reminder woke Kong Rulin up from his shock. He forcefully suppressed the urge to meditate on the spot and tried his best to catch up with Chu Zhongtian, who still retained most of his strength. He asked in puzzlement, Mr. Kong, as your cultivation base and strength increases, you will definitely enter different secret realm to undergo cultivation in the future. There is one thing you must remember, whether the secret realm is big or small, you must remember. Basically, there are rules that exist in the secret realm itself. These rules will more or less form some kind of prohibition. For example, flying is forbidden, and you are forbidden from using powers beyond the stage. Therefore, after you enter the secret realm, remember not to take off into the sky recklessly, Chu Zhongtian reminded. When he was in the heaven-barren secret realm, he had been taught a lesson about not being able to fly in the sky. Therefore, without confirming the specific situation of the secret realm, he would not take the risk to fly. Thank you for your reminder, Mr. Chu. I will remember it. Kong Rulin thanked him and engraved Chu Zhongtian's reminder in his heart. After walking for nearly 1,000 miles, Chu Zhongtian clearly felt that Kong Rulin's speed had slowed down and his breathing had become heavier. He knew that he had reached his limit. There were still a few thousand miles to the position that Elder Huang had indicated. With Kong Rulin's current condition, it would be very difficult to maintain this kind of speed. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian reached out his hand and grabbed him, then brought him along with him. Since he was bringing him along, there was no need for him to hold back too much of his strength. The profound grade low-rank peak stage movement technique only took him less than 3 minutes to reach the location Elder Huang had pointed out. When he saw the 3 corpses without any flesh and blood in front of him, a trace of vigilance flashed across his heart. He let go of Kong Rulin's hand, signaling him to be more alert. Chu Zhongtian hurriedly moved the vital spirit in his dantian to form a defensive barrier around his body. Then, he spread out the divine sense in his sea of consciousness, and kept an eye on the situation around him. After confirming that there were no flaws in his body, he slowly approached the corpse. The 3 corpses had no flesh and blood, and they gave off a gloomy feeling. Every corpse was perfectly fine without any injuries. Elder Huang, how did these 3 people die? What kind of stage was their cultivation base before they died? How long did they die? Chu Zhongtian took a quick glance at the 3 corpses, but nothing happened. He then asked Elder Huang for confirmation. Although he was at the 2nd level of the Divine Soul stage, he could still use the Divine Sense to check the condition of the corpses. However, the Divine Sense formed by the 2 soul power of the Divine Soul was comparable to the Divine Sense formed by Elder Huang's supreme level cultivation base. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. Besides, was there any danger hidden within the 3 skeletons? He didn't know either, so he needed Elder Huang to check it himself. Chu, these 3 were only Qi transforming period beginner level warriors when they were alive. They died less than a month ago. How did they die? I can't tell the exact reason either. After carefully examining the divine sense 3 times, Elder Huang said with a puzzled expression. He died less than a month ago. The result of Elder Huang's observation made Chu Zhongtian very surprised. If the time of death was less than a month, it meant that there were still unknown dangers hidden in Secret Realm. Furthermore, the time of death was less than a month. These 3 Qi transforming period beginner level warriors, it was very likely that they were Mi Lan's subordinates who had arranged to excavate the Secret Realm. More importantly, in less than a month's time, the flesh and blood on the bones had completely disappeared. It was very likely that they were the murderers, not humans. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongtian dispersed the divine sense and used his own divine sense. He thoroughly examined the condition of the 3 corpses, from top to bottom, and from inside to outside. Finally, his divine sense noticed the eye sockets on the skull. He retrieved the divine sense and took out a low-grade spirit sword from the storage ring finger. Chu Zhongtian bent over and lifted the head of one of the dead bodies. Through the natural light that was formed in the secret realm, using the naked eye to carefully observe the eye sockets of the skull, he found a small wound. The wound in the eye sockets was very small. If he didn't examine it bit by bit, he wouldn't have noticed this wound. Putting the raised head back to its original position, he lifted up the heads of the other two corpses and observed the same place. He found that there was a small wound in the eye sockets of each corpse's head. Chu, perhaps I know how these three people died. I also know why the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is so dense in this small secret realm. When Chu Zhongtian was carefully observing every skeleton, he was staring at the eye sockets of the skeleton. This immediately attracted Elder Huang's attention. Using his naked eye and the divine sense, he had also discovered that the eye sockets of the skull were very small, and it was very easy to overlook the wound. After seeing the same small wound on the eye sockets of the three corpses and the records he had seen before, Elder Huang said in a somewhat frightened tone, "Elder Huang, say it." Feeling the fear in Elder Huang's tone, Chu Zhongtian was shocked, but at the same time, a trace of panic began to rise in his heart. He had been with Elder Huang for quite some time. No matter what kind of crisis he encountered, he rarely panicked, and he had never been scared before. Now, since he was scared, it meant that the hidden danger in Secret Realm was something that even Elder Huang could not deal with. How could Chu Zhongtian not panic when faced with such a situation? Chu, you also know that there are thousands and thousands of strange beasts living in Eternal Continent. No one can know the species of all the strange beasts, even the strongest titled Supreme level. However, among the known strange beasts, there are 10 of them that are listed as the most dangerous. It's very likely that there are 10 strange beasts living in this secret realm, and they are ranked 7th on the danger level, Spirit-Eating Ant. Spirit-Eating Ant. Hearing Elder Huang mention the Spirit-Eating Ant, Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Regarding the information regarding the Spirit-Eating Ant, in the secret book Zhao Enjun gave him back then, there were detailed records of the 10 great dangerous beasts. The spirit-eating ant was ranked 7th among the 10 great dangerous beasts. It was a beast that titled Supreme Level would hide from even if they saw it. The spirit-eating ant was a beast with unlimited abilities. The newly born spirit-eating ant was just an ordinary beast. By devouring the treasures and living creatures that contained the spiritual qi, it could increase one's survival and advancement. The spirit-eating ant did not have a bottleneck in its grade. As long as there were enough treasures and living creatures that contained the spiritual qi, then its grade can be increased limitlessly. Therefore, the spirit-eating ant was also one of the exotic beasts that had the highest chance of breaking through the first grade and advancing to the holy beast realm. The appearance of the spirit-eating ant was similar to the ants he had seen before his transmigration. However, its size and personality were completely opposite. The newly born spirit-eating ant was more than half a meter tall. It was more than 1 meter long. Once it advanced to the level 10, its size would double. It would reach 1 meter tall and 2 meters long. When it reached the level 9, its body size would still double, reaching 2 meters tall and 4 meters long, and so on and so forth. City Lord's Mansion. Within Secret Realm, the spirit-eating ant belonged to a group of strange beasts. The danger of a single spirit-eating ant was not great. Although the spirit-eating ant could ignore the advancement of bloodlines and grade bottlenecks, its intelligence was basically zero. The attack methods it possessed were also very simple. Even if it was a spirit-eating ant that had reached the level 5, however, the spirit-eating ant was a beast that lived in groups. If there were more than 100 spirit-eating ant, the attack power would be doubled. Normally, the number of spirit-eating ant that lived in groups would be at least 10,000, or at most 100 million. It was definitely a terrifying beast that no one dared to provoke. According to the secret records of the continent, Eternal Continent had once encountered a disaster caused by spirit-eating ant 300,000 years ago. Because the survival and advancement of the spirit-eating ant depended on devouring the treasures and living beings that contained the spiritual qi. Therefore, the places that the spirit-eating ant passed by could be said to be barren. The appearance of the spirit-eating ant was absolutely a devastating disaster. At that time, in the face of the catastrophe caused by the spirit-eating ant, all the Qi transforming period and above experts in the 5 large regions of Eternal Continent, under the lead of all the titled supreme level experts, they massacred the entire spirit-eating ant. Only after losing nearly a quarter of the experts could the spirit-eating ant be considered to have been completely wiped out. That's not right. Recalling the records in the secret books, wherever the spirit-eating ant passed, Not a single blade of grass grew. But the scene in front of him was green grass, 1,000 miles in green. It didn't seem like the environment where the spirit-eating ant lived. So Chu Zhongtian told Elder Huang the questions in his heart. Who? Originally, the body of the divine soul did not need to breathe, but Elder Huang used a deep breath to ease the nervousness in his heart. Chu, actually, the world does not have a comprehensive understanding of the spirit-eating ant. The people of the world have always thought that the spirit-eating ant lacked intelligence. It was the queen ant that ruled the entire spirit-eating ant. It only had the intelligence to issue simple orders, but that was not the truth. According to the records I saw in the ruins, when the number of a spirit-eating ant race exceeds a certain number, then, after the spirit-eating ant of this race is upgraded to a brand new stage, a stage that possesses intelligence not weaker than an adult human, this stage is called the spirit-eating ant emperor. Spirit-eating ant emperor, Chu Zhongtian repeated to himself. Then, his eyes widened, and he asked with a panicked expression, Elder Huang, do you mean that the spirit-eating ant emperor is a holy beast that exceeds grade 1? That's right. Although he didn't want to tell Chu Zhongtian, it wasn't the secret realm's next step. Instead, he wanted to consider how to keep his life and how to leave the secret realm safely. How could he return to the sect and inform the titled supreme-level experts? Mr. Kong, there is a huge danger hidden in this secret realm. It is not something that a stage warrior like you and I can cultivate, so we have to leave this place as soon as possible. After getting Elder Huang's confirmation, Chu Zhongtian, who was panicking, instantly calmed down. No matter how terrifying the spirit-eating ant group was, and no matter whether or not the spirit-eating ant could really advance to the holy beast realm, what he needed to consider now was how to leave secret realm. Fortunately, the distance to enter secret realm wasn't long, and there was still a chance to escape from secret realm. Therefore, after reminding Kong Rulin, Chu Zhongtian directly grabbed his arm. With the fastest speed he could muster in his life, he fled towards the exit of the secret realm. The fact that Chu Zhongtian could make a divine soul stage flee in panic indicated that the hidden dangers in the secret realm had exceeded his imagination. Therefore, he didn't open his mouth to interrogate him, nor did he disturb him. He allowed ___ to escape from the secret realm with him. 3 minutes later, Chu Zhongtian, who had unleashed the movement technique with all his strength, suddenly stopped. He looked at the endless sky with a gloomy face. Mr. Chu, what's wrong? Kong Rulin asked in confusion when he saw Chu Zhongtian suddenly stop. We are trapped. We can't leave secret realm for the time being, Chu Zhongtian said in a deep voice, his gloomy face still showing no signs of easing up. When they first entered secret realm, Chu Zhongtian used the secret technique that Elder Huang taught him to leave a special mark at the entrance of secret realm. The distance between him and secret realm was only about 5,000 miles. When he returned with all his strength, he had already traveled more than 6,000 miles in 3 minutes. Not only did he not see the exit of the secret realm, he could not even sense the mark left by the entrance of the secret realm. He knew that he was trapped in the secret realm. Elder Huang, how are you? Since the mark he had left in advance had disappeared, Chu Zhongtian could only place all his hopes on Elder Huang. Chu, I'm afraid I will disappoint you, because the seal I left behind at the entrance of secret realm is not only undetectable, the divine sense is also being suppressed. I can only barely check the area within a 100-mile radius. Elder Huang said in an even gloomier tone. When Chu Zhongtian brought Kong Rulin back to the entrance of secret realm, Elder Huang had already sensed the mark left behind by the entrance ahead of time. After losing contact with the mark, he immediately used the divine sense to check. When he found out that his divine sense had been suppressed by nearly 1/10,000th, he knew that his guess was close to the truth. In other words, it was very likely that the spirit-eating ant in the secret realm would break through the first grade and advance to the holy beast. Otherwise, the divine sense wouldn't have been so suppressed. Is it really that powerful after being suppressed? After hearing Elder Huang say that his divine sense could only extend for 100 miles, Chu Zhongtian muttered to himself in shock as he scattered his divine sense. After that, he was surprised to find that not only was his divine sense not suppressed, it had actually increased by a lot. After breaking through to the second level of the Divine Soul stage, the Divine Sense had extended for over 20,000 miles. When his Divine Sense had extended out just now, it had actually reached over 20,000 kilometers. That was more than 40,000 kilometers, and it had been doubled. This made Chu Zhongtian very puzzled. He told Elder Huang the doubts in his heart. Chu Zhongtian looked forward to Elder Huang giving him a reasonable explanation, but after thinking about it for a long time, Elder Huang finally gave an answer that he did not know. Chu, no matter why your Divine Sense is doubled in size, it will be a great help to avoid the spirit-eating ant. It can also be considered a good thing. Elder Huang, what do you think we should do next? Since they couldn't leave Secret Realm, what they should think about next was what they should do next. Although Chu Zhongtian had already made his decision, he wanted to hear Elder Huang's opinion. Since we can't leave Secret Realm in a short period of time, let's take the risk and continue to venture deeper into Secret Realm. Let's see what is hidden in the depths of Secret Realm, and see if the spirit-eating ant can really advance to the Holy Beast Realm. Elder Huang suggested. All right. Elder Huang's suggestion was the same as what Chu Zhongtian had expected. Therefore, after responding to Elder Huang, he turned to Kong Rulin and said, Mr. Kong, we are now trapped in the Secret Realm. I'm afraid we won't be able to leave this place for a short period of time. Therefore, I plan to venture deep into the Secret Realm and find out what is hidden in the depths of the Secret Realm. Let's see if we can find a way to leave this place in the depths of the Secret Realm. Mr. Chu, I'll listen to your arrangements. Kong Rulin agreed to Chu Zhongtian's decision without any hesitation. My brother, who's been divorced for 5 years, came back from Guangzhou with a new sister-in-law who hasn't been married yet. Meeting, receiving, and arranging saturated accommodations and other such things require the effort of being my biological brother. Can't be helped. Who asked me to have such an disobedient older brother? So, during this period of time I can only guarantee 3 chapters a day of updates. After all the hard work and work were done, not only would Smoke Cloud restore the 5 chapters of a day, but he would also make up for the missing chapters. City Lord's Manor, Secret Realm. After getting Kong Rulin's permission, Chu Zhongtian led him into the depths of the Secret Realm. Because they were worried that they would encounter a group of spirit-eating ant, they didn't dare to venture too deep into the undersurface too quickly. They could only maintain the speed of yellow-level beginner-level movement technique. An hour later, looking at the basically unchanged environment in front of him, Chu Zhongtian frowned and asked, Elder Huang, when your Divine Sense wasn't suppressed, did you thoroughly check the entire Secret Realm? Yes, Elder Huang replied. After that, he frowned like Chu Zhongtian and said, After entering the Secret Realm, the first thing I want to do is to find out the exact range of the Secret Realm. I want to know how strong the rules of the Secret Realm are, but my Divine Sense was only extended to less than half of it. Then I touched the barrier of the Secret Realm. Half of the Divine Sense had been extended, which is a range of 5 million kilometers. After listening to Elder Huang's description, Chu Zhongtian made some calculations and gave a rough estimate of the range of the Secret Realm that had been extended by Elder Huang's Divine Sense. That's about it. Nodding his head, Elder Huang agreed with the result of Chu Zhongtian's calculations. Elder Huang, if that's the case, then something is not right. He looked around and even took the risk to use flying magic to slowly rise more than 20 meters. Looking at the horizon, Chu Zhongtian felt that something was not right. Chu, what's wrong? Elder Huang quickly asked when he saw Chu Zhongtian taking the risk to fly into the sky and heard him mumbling that something was not right. Elder Huang, although Kong Rulin and I only used the yellow-level beginner-level martial skill to travel just now, besides, I just used the Divine Sense to check the situation of 40,000 miles ahead of us. I found out that the environment in front of us is exactly the same as the environment in front of us. From this, I suspect that we might have fallen into an illusion. Chu Zhongtian voiced his guess. Impossible! After hearing Chu Zhongtian's guess, Elder Huang immediately denied it. Chu, it doesn't matter if it's an illusion created by the formation or a natural illusion. As the formation master, therefore I can tell you this clearly. Everything you see in front of you is real. If that's the case, then I'll increase my speed and continue to venture deeper into the secret realm. Let's see what exactly is going on. Elder Huang used the theory of the Formation Master to deny his previous guess. This made Chu Zhongtian somewhat uncertain about his previous guess. In order to further investigate the true situation of the secret realm, Chu Zhongtian decided to give it a try. That's fine. Elder Huang also supported Chu Zhongtian's decision to take the risk of increasing his speed. After all, it was almost 100,000 miles, and they were all in the same environment. This kind of feeling made people panic. Chu, when you are increasing your speed, the divine sense's observation range must not be less than 5,000 miles. Because the spirit-eating ant's sense of smell is very developed, any living creature and treasure that contains the spiritual qi within 1,000 miles, they can all feel it. Elder Huang reminded. I know. After responding to Elder Huang, Chu Zhongtian explained to Kong Rulin, and then led him deeper into the secret realm. An hour passed. At this moment, not only Chu Zhongtian's face was gloomy, even Elder Huang's face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out of it. The speed of a profound grade low-rank peak movement technique was more than 30 times faster than a yellow-level lower-level movement technique. In just an hour, they had traveled nearly 1 million miles. The environment in front of them was still the same as before. Elder Huang began to doubt if he and the others had really fallen into an illusion. Chu, you should rest here for a while. I will use a secret technique to test it out. Are we really trapped in an illusion? He couldn't continue walking aimlessly like this, or else anxiety will lead to inner demons, eventually leading to qi deviation. Therefore, Elder Huang planned to overdraw a portion of his power of the divine soul and use a forbidden technique to see what was going on in the secret realm. Fortunately, the innate spiritual treasure soul stabilizing gourd had completely refined the divine soul of a peak of the king stage warrior. Furthermore, Chu Zhongtian had broken through to the divine soul stage ahead of time, so he didn't need the divine soul energy that he had refined yet. Therefore, he didn't have to worry about overdrawing the power of the divine soul and affecting his strength. When Elder Huang used the secret technique to thoroughly investigate what was going on in the secret realm, Chu Zhongtian didn't stay idle. He absorbed the dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the secret realm to improve his vital spirit, and at the same time, he tempered the third soul core that was separated from the 3 souls and 7 souls. As the central soul that could affect the 2 middle and lower dantian, the difficulty of the refinement was not only far greater than the essence and the soul, but also the pain brought by the connection between the central soul and the dantian. Fortunately, the pain brought by the core soul pulling dantian was much weaker compared to the pain he experienced in the past. He was able to maintain his composure and focus on the refinement of the central soul. Apart from increasing his cultivation base and tempering the central soul, Chu Zhongtian focused on 3 parts of his heart. He divided a small portion of his energy to control the divine sense and started to use him as the starting point to check the situation around him bit by bit. When one advanced to the divine soul stage, the speed of one's cultivation would be extremely slow if one wanted to rely solely on absorbing the spiritual qi from the heaven and earth. Even if there were plenty of spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the secret realm, the speed of advancement would be extremely slow. After absorbing for more than an hour, Chu Zhongtian could barely feel a slight increase in the vital spirit in the dantian. This made him sigh involuntarily. Although the perfect dantian allowed him to have the combat strength of 4 to 5 minor stage warriors, it also gave him a terrifying demand for the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If he wanted to continue improving his cultivation, he would have to use some precious pills and spirit fruit, and a higher grade of spirit stones. Just as he was lamenting how he had relied solely on the spiritual qi to slowly increase his cultivation, the divine sense that had extended out of his body discovered a trace of abnormality 20,000 meters away from him. Mr. Kong, stay here and don't move. I'll take a look in front of you. After warning Kong Rulin, Chu Zhongtian left a mark on his body. He quickly casted the movement technique and rushed towards the place where the divine sense found something unusual. Wait. When he was 50 meters away from the place where the divine sense found something unusual, Chu Zhongtian stopped in his tracks. His eyes widened, and his breathing became heavier. That was because 50 meters in front of him, there was a strange beast about 6 meters tall and 12 meters long. There were 2 long antennae on its head, and the shape was exactly the same as the ant he had seen before. The only difference was that there were 2 long, thin, and sharp teeth in the sharp mouth of the strange beast in front of him. City Lord's Manor, Secret Realm. Looking at the ferocious and terrifying beast in front of him, Chu Zhongtian didn't need to think much about it. He knew that this beast in front of him was the spirit-eating ant that terrified countless people. It was 6 meters tall and 12 meters long. Judging from the size of the spirit-eating ant, the spirit-eating ant in front of him was a level 5 exotic beast, which was equivalent to a longevity period human warrior. However, although the grade of a single spirit-eating ant was high, its strength wasn't very strong. It was equivalent to a spirit-eating ant at the stage of the Myriad Gang. The true strength it could display was at most at the peak essence gathering stage, and it didn't pose much of a threat to Chu Zhongtian. For the time being, he did not kill the spirit-eating ant. Chu Zhongtian wanted to let Elder Huang see if he could divine some secrets of the secret realm through the spirit-eating ant in front of him. Elder Huang, quickly see what's in front of us. The divine sense connected with his sea of consciousness, and Chu Zhongtian shouted out loudly. Unfortunately, even after waiting for more than 10 seconds, he still did not receive any response from Elder Huang. When he thought about how Elder Huang had used the secret technique to check out the real situation in Secret Realm, he felt that the secret technique that Elder Huang had used was very powerful. He needed to focus all of his attention on it, so he didn't continue to call out to Elder Huang. Instead, he drew out the natal spirit blade and planned to get rid of the spirit-eating ant in front of him. The spirit-eating ant had a single intelligence, and it was bloodthirsty. It liked to devour all the living beings and treasures that contained the spiritual qi in front of it. Therefore, after seeing Chu Zhongtian, the spirit-eating ant didn't care if its opponent was strong or not. It strode forward with its strong limbs and charged at Chu Zhongtian with all its might. It raised its hand and swung its blade down. Facing the charging spirit-eating ant, Chu Zhongtian used the chop mount hua skill of the basic saber technique to split the spirit-eating ant in half. After that, he started to examine the corpse that had been cut in half. After a careful examination, Chu Zhongtian was surprised to find that the spirit-eating ant had reached the level 5. There was no inner core in his body, and the energy contained in the corpse and flesh was extremely little. It didn't fit the characteristics of a level 5 beast at all. Chu, the spirit-eating ant, is different from other strange beasts that live in groups. The reason why a single spirit-eating ant can't display its strength is because of its grade. The main reason is that most of their strength after advancing. They are all in the body of the ant queen, so they don't have any source of strength. That is, they don't have inner core. Just as Chu Zhongtian was deep in thought, Elder Huang, who had used the forbidden secret technique, opened his eyes once again. He saw Chu Zhongtian squatting on the ground, and the corpse of the spirit-eating ant kept repeating itself. He muttered to himself from time to time, then explained, "Elder Huang, the secret technique is over." After hearing Elder Huang's voice, especially when he was explaining the spirit-eating ant with a confident tone again, Chu Zhongtian was delighted. After responding, Elder Huang's tone gradually became excited as he said, "Chu, a heaven-defying opportunity has come. A heaven-defying opportunity." The fact that Elder Huang was able to tell him about the heaven-defying fortune indicated that there must be an unimaginable treasure hidden in the secret realm. It was just like in the Heaven Baron secret realm, when he predicted the 3 treasures hidden in the core of the Baron Lode ahead of time. He said the words heaven-defying fortune. That's right. After slightly adjusting his emotional state, Elder Huang explained, "When I used the forbidden secret technique to inspect this secret realm, I found that the environment of the entire 9th level of the secret realm was exactly the same. The only difference is that the center of the secret realm is the real center." At the same time, after checking the forbidden secret technique and combining it with the records I've seen before, I finally understood why this secret realm is so strange. After that, Elder Huang began to explain in detail the conclusion he came to after checking the forbidden secret technique. After listening to Elder Huang's introduction, Chu Zhongtian's face first showed shock, then joy and finally ecstasy. According to what Elder Huang said, the secret realm in front of him wasn't like this. The size of the secret realm when it was first born was about the same as the blood demon secret realm of Floating Cloud sect. The spirit-eating ant that emerged from the secret realm now was a small portion of the spirit-eating ant that was left behind during the massacre of countless experts in the Eternal Continent. It was by chance that they managed to escape into the secret realm. The secret realm at that time was not only vast and boundless, but there were also countless strange beasts and countless heavenly treasures living in the secret realm. Among the small portion of the spirit-eating ant that escaped into the secret realm, there was a newly incubated spirit-eating ant. Under the lead of the ant queen, the remaining spirit-eating ant began their hunt. Borrowing the help of the countless strange beasts that lived in secret realm, as well as the heavenly treasures that contained a huge amount of energy, not only did the spirit-eating ant group gradually become stronger, but the grade of the queen ant also became higher and higher. Her strength became stronger and stronger. As the secret realm hadn't been born for a very long time, the rules of the secret realm didn't have their own consciousness. Therefore, when faced with the stronger and stronger queen ant, the rules of the secret realm didn't have any counterattacks, and allowed it to continue growing stronger. When the ant queen swept across the entire secret realm along with her spirit-eating ant swarm, she would wipe out all the living beings in the secret realm. After devouring all the treasures that contained the spiritual qi, its grade also advanced to the limit of a strange beast. In other words, it would be the stage of a first-grade peak. Whether it was a human full of wisdom or a single-thought spirit-eating ant, chasing after a higher grade stage was an instinct. Therefore, the spirit-eating ant wanted to break through the limit of a first-grade beast and advance to a stronger holy beast. However, all the living creatures and treasures that contained the spiritual qi in secret realm had been devoured by it. The energy needed to advance to a higher grade was not something that ordinary creatures and treasures could provide. Therefore, the ant queen's target of devouring was the rules of the secret realm. The law of secret realm was born at the beginning of the secret realm. It was formed by the law of heaven and earth and countless energies. Not only did it contain the law of the great Tao, but it also contained unimaginable energy. If the ant queen could devour the law of secret realm, she would certainly be able to break through the first grade and advance to the supreme with the help of the law and energy of secret realm. It was only when the ant queen wanted to devour the law of secret realm that the law of secret realm, which only possessed instinct, felt the danger. Facing the danger of being devoured, the law of secret realm began its counterattack. One was consciously devouring while the other was an instinctive counterattack. The result of the battle between the two could be imagined. The ant queen started to devour the rules of secret realm bit by bit with the advantage of having the upper hand. When half of the rules of secret realm were devoured, the ant queen reached the point where she could advance to the holy beast. The law of secret realm, which had been devoured by half, unexpectedly developed its own consciousness when it was about to collapse. Seeing that the ant queen was about to advance to the next level, and considering that it was still unable to escape the fate of being devoured after advancing to the beast realm, the rules of the secret realm adopted a suicidal approach. The self-destruction of the rules of the secret realm had directly destroyed the soul of the ant queen, who had just advanced to the holy beast and was still able to consolidate the stage after advancing to the next realm. Due to the fact that half of the rules of the secret realm had been devoured by the queen ant, and the queen ant who had just advanced to the holy beast, it possessed the intelligence of an adult human. When it was unable to withstand the damage caused by the self-destruction, it gave an order to all the spirit-eating ant in the secret realm, forbidding them from leaving the secret realm. It would protect its corpse well, and wait for its shattered soul to reassemble. And his divine soul had returned. City Lord's Manor, Secret Realm. As a result of the law of the Great Tao, although the law of the secret realm was forced to explode, the solid barrier of the secret realm did not collapse because of the explosion. At the same time, in order to prevent the holy beast's corpse from being disturbed, in order to allow it to be reborn in the future, before the divine soul of the ant queen was destroyed, she had to use the remaining strength of her body to fortify the barrier of the secret realm, so that the secret realm could be preserved. However, the size of the secret realm was related to the rules of the secret realm. The stronger the rules of the secret realm were, the bigger its area of effect would be. The weaker the rules of the secret realm, the smaller its area of effect would be. After the rules of the secret realm were restored after the explosion, the power of law and energy were less than 1,000th of the original amount. The size of the secret realm had also been reduced to 5 million kilometers. This was also the reason why Elder Huang was able to use the divine sense to check the size of the entire secret realm in the beginning. As for Elder Huang's divine sense, it was suppressed by the Ant Queen's divine soul before it was destroyed. He had used the special power of the newly advanced Holy Beast to set up a special restriction. It prohibited any divine soul stage and above experts from entering the secret realm by accident, and they could not easily find the location of the Holy Beast's corpse. At the same time, with the help of the destructive force produced by the explosion of the secret realm, a kind of energy that could affect the extension of the divine sense was created in the secret realm. This was also why Chu Zhongtian and Elder Huang were unable to find the mark left at the entrance of the secret realm. If they didn't trust the divine sense too much at that time, but searched carefully, they would definitely find the exit of secret realm. As for Chu Zhongtian's divine sense, not only was it not suppressed, it was even doubled. Elder Huang wasn't very clear about the reason behind this. Elder Huang, according to the information I got from the secret records of the continent, it has been more than 300,000 years since the spirit-eating ant group was slaughtered. It has been such a long time. Is it possible for the broken divine soul of the Ant Queen to reform? After listening to Elder Huang's introduction, a very threatening question arose in Chu Zhongtian's heart. Chu, you have underestimated the power of the explosion caused by the rules of Secret Realm. First, he mocked Chu Zhongtian with disdain. Then Elder Huang continued. Before my body was damaged, I was only a supreme level peak. I don't know the secret of the stage, the Holy Beast. However, according to the information I have obtained from countless ancient books, the shattering of the divine soul represents the death of this person, and he wants to reform his divine soul and revive it. It's basically impossible. Even if the Ant Queen had the means to recondense the soul, she wanted to restore it in the short span of hundreds of thousands of years. She's just daydreaming. Besides, when I was calculating the secret realm with the forbidden secret technique, I feel that although the current grade of the secret realm is very low, it already has its own consciousness. If the Ant Queen really regains her divine soul, then the rules of the secret realm will definitely not sit idly by and do nothing. Even if it's self-destructed, it will still kill the Ant Queen. I understand. Chu Zhongtian nodded, indicating that he understood, but he had another question in his heart. Elder Huang, the Ant Queen has been dead for nearly 300,000 years. In such a long time, will the spirit-devouring tribe give birth to the Ant Queen again? Although a single spirit-eating ant was not a big threat, it was a group of spirit-eating ant with the Ant Queen. The degree of threat was even greater than a titled supreme level. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian was worried that after such a long period of time had passed, if a new queen ant was born in Secret Realm, what he needed to consider next was not the Holy Beast's corpse. Instead, he needed to consider leaving Secret Realm immediately. According to the normal way of survival of the spirit-eating ant, it would take more than 300,000 years. A new ant queen has appeared a long time ago. However, in order to prevent its Holy Beast's corpse from appearing, it was seized by the newly born ant queen. Before its divine soul was destroyed, it had completely sealed off the possibility of a new ant queen being born. Chu Zhongtian's worry was also one of the factors that Elder Huang was worried about. Therefore, when he used the forbidden secret technique, he had specially calculated this possibility. That's good. After hearing Elder Huang's explanation, Chu Zhongtian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. As long as there was no queen ant leading the group of spirit-eating ant, then he would not be afraid even if there was a grade 1 spirit-eating ant in Secret Realm. This was because after breaking through to the divine soul stage, Elder Huang could use his body to unleash the strength of a royal stage peak. Furthermore, the corpse of the supreme wild beast in Elder Huang's hand was enough to deal with a first-grade spirit-eating ant. Elder Huang, the heaven-defying opportunity you mentioned just now, is it referring to the holy beast corpse left behind by the Ant Queen? Without any worries, Chu Zhongtian's attention returned to the heaven-defying lucky chance. Chu, whether it is a heaven-defying fortune or not, I need to see the corpse of the holy beast with my own eyes before I can give you an accurate answer. All right. Nodding his head, Chu Zhongtian did not continue to ask. Instead, he returned to Kong Rulin's side and did not explain anything. He simply said, "Come with me," and then continued to bring him deeper into the secret realm. Just as Chu Zhongtian continued deeper into the secret realm and was searching for the corpse of the holy beast, a group of people suddenly barged into the Sisui city and the prefecture. The three people walking at the front were all dressed in purple dragon robes. With a single look, one could tell that they were the top experts of the Mi Kingdom's royal family. The one following behind the three experts was the city lord, Milan, whose face was pale, and the aura on his body had weakened to the Qi refining level 7. At this moment, not only was Milan's face pale and the aura weak, he was also being carried by a peak of the Qi transforming period warrior. He didn't have the demeanor of a city lord at all. The entrance to the secret realm is in the backyard. After this group of people broke into the city lord's mansion, they walked in front of the three top experts. The youngest middle-aged man turned his head and looked at Milan. After sensing the trace of coldness in the middle-aged man's eyes, Milan said hastily. After that, the group of people quickly rushed to the back garden. Under Milan's guidance, they quickly found the fake mountain that led to Secret Realm. Long San, gather 100,000 elite soldiers and surround the prefecture. Before we receive any orders from the three of us, no one is allowed to enter the prefecture. If anyone violates the orders, kill them. Everyone walked to the front of the fake mountain. Among the three top experts, the strongest old man ordered a half-step essence gathering stage guard. Yes, Patriarch, the guard called Longda responded, then went down to gather the elite soldiers. After Longda left, the old man turned his head to look at Milan, then ordered the peak of the Qi transforming period warrior who was carrying Milan. Mi Qing, bring him into the fake mountain. Yes, Patriarch. The middle-aged man called Mi Qing responded to the order, then reached out his hand to grab Milan's neck from the back, and carried him into the crack that was only 1.4 meters tall. However, as he lowered his head, no one noticed the hatred and anticipation in Milan's eyes. The holy beast's corpse was located in the center of Secret Realm. After getting a general direction, Chu Zhongtian increased his speed to the center, but considering that he was getting closer to the holy beast's corpse, the more likely the spirit-eating ant appeared, the higher the grade it would appear. Therefore, he only used the yellow-grade high-grade movement technique so that when he encountered the spirit-eating ant, can fight back or dodge. City Lord's Mansion, Secret Realm. After the explosion, the newly restored Secret Realm had a total of more than 5 million kilometers. With his current position, he was still 2.5 million kilometers away from the center. He wanted to reach the center with the movement technique of a profound grade low-rank warrior, which was close to 2.5 million kilometers away. It would take him at least 3 days and 3 nights to reach the center, and he would need to travel continuously. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian planned to use the flying technique to travel, but before he could take off, Elder Huang stopped him. Chu, even if you delay a little, don't take the risk of flying in the sky. Why? Traveling for 3 days and 3 nights without stopping was a huge test for one's body and perseverance. If it wasn't a fatal danger, Chu Zhongtian didn't want to waste time on traveling. Chu, before the divine soul was destroyed, the Ant Queen borrowed the destructive force of the explosion of the Secret Realm's law. Combined with the corpse of the holy beast, it created a kind of energy disturbance. If you don't want to get lost after rising into the sky, understood. Elder Huang warned. All right. Elder Huang's warning made Chu Zhongtian give up on the idea of taking the risk. He could only rely on the movement technique to move forward. Luckily, Elder Huang knew that it would take too much time to travel with the movement technique alone. Therefore, he directly used the supreme level power of the divine soul to move forward. This speed was not much slower than flying. 2 hours later, Chu Zhongtian, who was deep in the secret realm, began to encounter the spirit-eating ant. Fortunately, most of the spirit-eating ant he encountered at this time were 6th grade and level 7. Occasionally, he would also encounter level 5 spirit-eating ant. Level 7 was equivalent to the essence-gathering stage of human warriors. 6th grade was equivalent to the divine soul stage of human warriors. The strength of these two-stage spirit-eating ant was not very strong. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian would give most of them to Kong Rulin, allowing him to increase his strength by killing the spirit-eating ant. 5 hours later, when they were still more than 30,000 kilometers away from the center of Secret Realm, the number of spirit-eating ant they encountered began to increase. Most of them were at the level 4 or level 5. Occasionally, they would encounter a 3rd-grade spirit-eating ant. Fortunately, the grade of the spirit-eating ant they encountered at this time was very high. However, they still acted alone, and did not delay Chu Zhongtian's advance. 6 hours later, when they were still more than 1,000 miles away from the center of the universe, not only did Chu Zhongtian encounter a higher-grade spirit-eating ant, but he also encountered a group of them. Fortunately, without the Ant Queen's command, the group of spirit-eating ants still could not bring him any fatal danger. However, it greatly affected his speed. 7 hours later, he was less than 300 miles away from the center. At this time, not only did Chu Zhongtian use all of his strength, even Elder Huang had to use some of his mark secret technique to secretly attack. Because the spirit-eating ant he encountered at this time had already reached the 3rd grade. Moreover, most of the 3rd-grade spirit-eating ant were either 10 or 20 to 30 of them. Occasionally, they would encounter a 2nd-grade ant-devouring beast. This made it difficult for Chu Zhongtian to deal with it alone. Chu, take a short rest and restore the vital spirit and power of the divine soul. Next is the time to truly test your strength and perseverance. He waited until the last 2nd-grade peak spirit-eating ant was killed with Elder Huang's help. Elder Huang reminded. N. After responding, Chu Zhongtian said to Kong Rulin, who was beside him, Mr. Kong, make the best use of your time to recover the vital spirit. Next, we will encounter even stronger exotic beasts. Although Kong Rulin was only at the 8th layer of the Qi transforming period, the speed and number of spirit-eating ant he killed were not any slower than Chu Zhongtian's. The main reason was because of the devil blade in his hand. Every time Kong Rulin encountered an irresistible spirit-eating ant or a dangerous situation, the devil blade would shoot out a ray of black energy. This black energy could ignore any grade of spirit beast, and basically killed him with a single strike. Therefore, nearly 1/5 of the spirit-eating ant he encountered just now was killed by Kong Rulin, which saved him a lot of energy and vital spirit. Mr. Chu, I understand. Nodding his head, Kong Rulin sat down cross-legged and began to restore the vital spirit. Chu Zhongtian also sat down with his legs crossed. Then, he linked the spirit beast in his sea of consciousness to the spirit beast and asked it to immediately inject pure energy to help him recover the vital spirit and power of the divine soul that he had consumed. 20 minutes later, Chu Zhongtian and Kong Rulin finished recovering their energy at the same time. They looked at each other. Then each held a weapon in their hands, and continued to enter deeper into the secret realm with the low yellow level movement technique. The devil blade in Kong Rulin's hand could kill a 3rd-grade spirit-eating ant. Chu Zhongtian didn't need to spare any energy to look after him. He used the power of the divine soul that Elder Huang injected to kill the spirit-eating ant as well as temper his saber technique. As the 3rd-grade spirit-eating ant were killed one after another, Chu Zhongtian's understanding of the saber technique became deeper and deeper. Especially the basic saber technique, it seemed to be merging with the force of heaven and earth. 5 minutes later, the basic saber technique gradually merged with the force of the heaven and earth. Its power was directly approaching the profound grade low-rank saber technique. This made him feel like he was fighting against a 3rd-grade spirit-eating ant. Without the strain from the beginning, he could even fight a 2nd-grade spirit-eating ant. He was not at a disadvantage. Heaven-Man Unity Realm. Using the secret technique mark to help Chu Zhongtian kill him, he was temporarily unable to take into account the 2nd-grade spirit-eating ant. Furthermore, when he was at a disadvantage, Elder Huang, who was ready to help at any time, suddenly felt a familiar power. Through the endless sea of consciousness, Elder Huang quickly discovered the uniqueness of Chu Zhongtian's saber technique. He carefully sensed the power formed by the saber technique, and a special state appeared in Elder Huang's mind. Find a way to integrate this state into your sea of consciousness. This state can improve the divine sense, and also increase the speed at which your soul is being tempered. After confirming that Chu Zhongtian was still in the most mysterious state of heaven-man unity, he thought of the effect of this state on the improvement of his 3 souls and 7 spirits. Elder Huang hurriedly reminded. In fact, it was because Elder Huang did not remind him that he could feel the changes in his own strength when he was in this state. Chu Zhongtian had already begun to consciously guide this state to fuse with the divine sense and the 3 souls and 7 spirits. However, he didn't know what state he was in right now, and whether or not he could fuse with the divine sense. As it was related to the soul, the speed of his guidance was very slow at the beginning. After getting Elder Huang's reminder, Chu Zhongtian immediately increased the speed of his guidance. When the divine sense and the 3 souls and 7 spirits completely merged with the force of heaven and earth, he immediately felt that the distance between the divine sense and him was constantly increasing. And the distance between each increase was several times greater. At the same time, after the 3 souls and 7 spirits were separated and merged with the force of heaven and earth, the speed at which the 7 spirits were tempered increased by dozens of times. Under the influence of the force of heaven and earth, the central soul that had only been tempered by less than 1/100th of its original strength, in just 3 minutes, his stage was completely tempered, allowing him to smoothly break through to the divine soul stage 3rd layer. Due to the effect of the vital spirit in the Dantian, he had only broken through to the divine soul stage 3rd layer in the stage, but his true cultivation base was still at the 2nd level of the divine soul stage. However, with the spirit beast that could convert pure energy, it was as easy as eating and drinking to improve his cultivation base. City Lord's Manor, Secret Realm. The stage of heaven-man unity was something that countless experts dreamt of entering the divine secret realm. In such a state, the increase in cultivation base and strength was unimaginable. Moreover, the longer one stayed in this state, the greater the improvement of one's cultivation base and strength. Therefore, in the following period of time, not only did Elder Huang help Chu Zhongtian resist the 2nd-grade spirit-eating ant, he also took the initiative to attract the 3rd-grade spirit-eating ant so that he could maintain this mysterious state. 1/1 flash and 1 slicing style. A 3rd-grade peak spirit-eating ant was killed. 1 entangling stance, 1 stab. A spirit-eating ant that was about to advance to the 2nd grade was killed. 1 slash and a 3rd-grade peak spirit-eating ant was killed. 1 slicing style skill, 1 entangling stance skill, 1 stab skill, and a spirit-eating ant that had just advanced to the 2nd stage was killed. The longer Chu Zhongtian entered the state of the Heaven-Man Unity stage, the stronger the power of the basic saber technique was. Not only that, Chu Zhongtian consciously integrated the different levels of the yellow-level sword method martial technique he had mastered into the basic saber technique. Originally, he would need at least 5 to 10 moves to kill a 3rd-stage spirit-eating ant. After his consciousness entered the Heaven-Man Unity state, the enhanced sword method martial technique only needed 2 to 3 moves to kill a 3rd-grade spirit-eating ant. When the Heaven-Man Unity stage began to upgrade his divine sense and temper his 3 soul and 7 soul, he would be able to easily kill a 3rd-grade spirit-eating ant with just 1 move. Even a 2nd-grade spirit-eating ant would only need 2 to 3 moves. The spirit-eating ant had a single thought, and its mind only had thoughts of bloodthirst and devouring. As more and more 3rd-grade and 2nd-grade spirit-eating ant were killed, the smell of blood on the scene became thicker and thicker, attracting more and more spirit-eating ant. Originally, the 2nd-grade spirit-eating ant needed Elder Huang's help to defend it. This was to prevent him from being unable to deal with the formidable 2nd-grade spirit-eating ant, but once he could easily kill the 3rd-grade spirit-eating ant with a single strike. Furthermore, after not fearing the 2nd-grade spirit-eating ant, Elder Huang's chances of attacking became lesser and lesser. In the end, he could only look at Chu Zhongtian with envy and jealousy. Like a pyramid, the lower the grade of the spirit-eating ant, more there would be. The higher the grade of the spirit-eating ant, the less there would be. In half an hour, Chu Zhongtian still needed to dodge to deal with the spirit-eating ant that was everywhere. 2 hours later, he needed to continuously search and chase after the 2nd-grade spirit-eating ant. This was because behind him were countless huge spirit-eating ant corpses. They were like pieces of black rock, lying there quietly. From afar it looked like a quarry. Slash! After a spirit-eating ant that had reached the second-grade peak and was about to advance to the first grade was easily killed by Chu Zhongtian, other than a pile of dead spirit-eating ant corpses, there was not a single spirit-eating ant that was still alive. Without the spirit-eating ant, there was no chance for the saber technique to merge with the force of heaven and earth. He gradually woke up from this state. When he had just woken up from this state, and before he could feel the changes in his strength, a strong fluctuation of the vital spirit immediately attracted his attention. Chu Zhongtian turned his head and saw Kong Rulin standing there with his eyes closed. The tip of the devil blade was pressing against the ground, and a strong suction force was crazily devouring the countless spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the surroundings. Chu, don't pay attention to that Kong kid. This is a battle that has gone beyond the limit. Not only does it allow him to understand the sword method martial technique, it also allows him to use his own vital spirit. His control over his body has also improved. This time, he will at least reach the 10th level peak of the Qi transformation stage. When Chu Zhongtian saw that the fight was over, his attention was immediately attracted by Kong Rulin, who was breaking through to the stage. He had no intention of paying any attention to him. He was eager to find out about Chu Zhongtian, who had broken away from the one with the world state. Elder Huang's heart was burning with anxiety as to what kind of stage his cultivation base and strength had reached. Therefore, he hurriedly explained Kong Rulin's current condition. After he had achieved what he could, he began to interrogate Chu Zhongtian about the changes of the one with the world stage. Chu, how do you feel? How does that condition improve your strength? Elder Huang, let me feel it carefully first. After hearing Elder Huang's introduction to Kong Rulin, Chu Zhongtian felt surprised for him, but at the same time, his attention immediately returned to himself. When he entered the stage of Heaven-Man Unity, his consciousness could only continuously kill the spirit-eating ant that was attacking him from all sides. He didn't have a clear feeling about the changes in his cultivation base and strength. Therefore, he could only tell Elder Huang not to be anxious for the time being, and then he could sense the stage of Heaven-Man Unity on his own. The changes in his own strength. First of all, the changes to his own martial skills, whether it was the basic saber technique. Even the saber intent and Qi extermination fist were in the state of being one with the world. He only needed to rely on his own understanding. He would be able to unleash the strongest power of the sword method martial technique. Next was the enhancement of the divine sense and soul. Before he entered the Heaven-Man Unity realm of the stage, his divine sense could only extend for more than 20,000 miles. With the enhancement of the stage of Heaven-Man Unity, the range of the extension increased by dozens of times. It had already reached 1,000,000 miles. Through the increase of the divine sense, he could clearly see that there were at least tens of thousands of huge creatures in front of him. In the middle of the tens of thousands of first-grade spirit-eating ant, there was a giant first-grade spirit-eating ant. One of them was less than 2 meters tall and less than 4 meters long. The pure white spirit-eating ant corpse immediately attracted his attention. There was no need to think too much. He knew that this white spirit-eating ant corpse must have been the holy beast Flood Dragon's corpse that had been destroyed by the law of Secret Realm after it had self-destructed. Without informing Elder Huang in advance, the soaring divine sense slowly approached the spirit-eating ant corpse. The closer it got to the corpse, the heavier the pressure felt. This pressure was like the heavenly might, a kind of power that he had never experienced before. When the divine sense touched the white spirit-eating ant's corpse, it felt an incomparably powerful force. A force that contained a world-destroying aura erupted from the corpse of the white spirit-eating ant. The divine sense that had just come into contact with the white corpse was instantly destroyed, causing him to be unable to see the power of the explosion. Ah! With the divine sense destroyed, Chu Zhongtian's first impression was that his entire sea of consciousness seemed to have exploded, and the pain was unbearable. He couldn't help but cry out in pain. Chu, what happened to you? He could only feel the changes in his strength. How could he suddenly let out a miserable cry? Chu Zhongtian's reaction of screaming made Elder Huang, who had been looking forward to it, instantly tensed up. Elder Huang, I'm fine. The power of the divine soul nourished the damaged divine sense. reducing the pain brought by the destruction of the divine sense. Chu Zhongtian's heart palpitated as he recalled the power that erupted from the white spirit-eating ant's corpse. Before the divine sense was destroyed, he could feel the power of the explosion. Chu Zhongtian knew that with his current strength, it would be very difficult for him to withstand the impact of this energy. Therefore, after the pain in his sea of consciousness weakened, he immediately turned around. He planned to ask Kong Rulin to temporarily escape from Secret Realm. City Lord's Manor, Secret Realm. Faced with the terrifying power of the white spirit-eating ant's corpse and the pain caused by the divine sense's injury, Chu Zhongtian's subconscious reaction was to bring Kong Rulin an escape from the Secret Realm, temporarily avoiding the terrifying power that was about to erupt. However, when he turned around, he found that Kong Rulin had reached the critical moment of breaking through to the stage, and there was no room for any disturbances. Although breaking through to the stage was very important, compared to his life it was easy to tell how familiar it was. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian planned to wake Kong Rulin up and make the best use of his time to escape. However, just as he approached Kong Rulin and didn't have the time to speak, the devil blade that was originally pointed at the ground was lifted up in an instant, and a sharp killing intent was directed at him. It was as if the devil blade would attack him if he took a step closer. Although the devil blade took the initiative to raise and pointed the tip of the blade at him, Chu Zhongtian knew that this was the self-consciousness of the devil blade. It wasn't Kong Rulin's intention, so he didn't get angry. Instead, he explained in a calm tone. Devil blade, I know your origin and your purpose. The reason why I didn't kill Mr. Kong in advance wasn't to seal you completely. It's because I truly treat Mr. Kong as my brother. Currently, the corpse of the Supreme Ant Queen in the center of the Secret Realm had unleashed an unimaginable destructive force. If he didn't leave the Secret Realm as soon as possible, I'm afraid Mr. Kong and I will not be able to escape this calamity. Therefore, I hope that you can awaken Mr. Kong with your devil blade, and let me bring him with me to escape with my life. After hearing Chu Zhongtian's explanation, the tip of the blade was still aimed at Chu Zhongtian. However, the fierce killing intent on the blade had disappeared. At the same time, black energy was emitted from the hilt of the blade, forming a defensive barrier. It directly covered Kong Rulin. Seeing that the devil blade was going to use his own strength to resist the destructive force of the holy beast's corpse, Chu Zhongtian knew that it was useless no matter how hard he tried to persuade it. He could only give up on this useless effort. Chu, what exactly happened that made you want to leave Secret Realm immediately? The divine sense could only extend to 100 miles. Elder Huang, who couldn't see what was happening in front of him, asked anxiously. After briefly explaining what he saw to Elder Huang, Chu Zhongtian turned around and planned to leave Secret Realm for the time being. After the destructive force disappeared, he would return to Secret Realm. As for Kong Rulin, with the protection of the devil blade, his life shouldn't be in danger. Chu, give me control of your body. Let me handle the destructive force from the holy beast's corpse. After hearing Chu Zhongtian's introduction, Elder Huang's eyes lit up and he quickly suggested, Elder Huang, you want to use my body to resist the destructive force. We might as well use the corpse of a supreme wild beast. Hearing that Elder Huang was going to use his body to defend against the destructive force of the holy beast's corpse, Chu Zhongtian immediately rejected the offer. What kind of joke was this? Before the divine sense was destroyed, Chu Zhongtian could feel the destructive energy. He knew that his 6th grade body was just a strong ant in front of this terrifying destructive energy. It was impossible for him to defend against it. Chu, my body of the divine soul is in your sea of consciousness. Can be said that I have been through life and death with you. How can I joke with my own life? Seeing that Chu Zhongtian refused to hand over the control of his body, Elder Huang quickly explained. Elder Huang, I believe that you have no ill intentions towards me, but I need to know your true purpose. Perhaps it's because you have some tricks up your sleeve. Only then can I decide whether I should give you control over my body. Chu Zhongtian naturally understood Elder Huang's explanation, but the fact that the divine sense was being suppressed by Elder Huang, He had no idea how terrifying that terrifying force was, so he needed to know what kind of technique Elder Huang had. Chu! I have a secret technique that can absorb the destructive force from the holy beast's corpse. I will use this to temporarily raise your physical body level to the supreme level. Although the physical body level will fall to the 6th grade after this, your body has experienced the advancement from the 6th grade to the 1st grade. In the future, all you need to do is absorb the desolate qi in the barren stone and raise your physical body level. Elder Huang was very clear about Chu Zhongtian's cautious personality, which was why he told Chu Zhongtian his thoughts in detail. He hoped that ____ would agree to his request. Sure. Not only could he resist the destructive force of the holy beast, he could also use this kind of power to advance to the physical body level. For such a good thing, it was definitely worth the risk. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian nodded his head in agreement without any worries. After that, his consciousness left the center of his sea of consciousness, and he temporarily gave the control of his body to Elder Huang. After his consciousness left the control of his body, whether it was to resist the destructive force or not, or should he use the destructive force to advance to the physical body level, it was all up to Elder Huang to deal with it. After Chu Zhongtian had some free time, he started checking the changes in his stage and strength after breaking away from the stage. The sword method, martial technique, movement technique, fist technique, and saber intent had all been improved. The divine sense had also been expanded by dozens of times. However, what made Chu Zhongtian really excited was that the Heaven Man Unity stage could enhance one's soul. Before he entered the stage, he had just started to refine the 3rd soul of the 7 souls, the central soul. After breaking away from the one with the world stage, not only had the central soul been successfully refined, the remaining 4 souls had also been completely refined. Even the life soul and earth soul of the 3 souls had been successfully tempered, leaving only half of the heavenly soul. At this moment, his stage had already reached the 9th level of the divine soul stage. It had only taken him an hour or so. If the number of spirit-eating ant he had at the beginning was a little more, it would allow him to stay in the state of Heaven-Man unity for a longer period of time. Perhaps the heavenly soul, which was the hardest to refine amongst the 3 souls and 7 spirits, would also be tempered successfully. Then, he would be able to break through to the longevity period. Of course, this disappointment only lasted for less than 3 seconds. Then, it completely disappeared. In just a short 1 hour, the stage had broken through to the 9th level of the Divine Soul stage from the Divine Soul stage 3rd layer. It had saved him at least half a year's time. Such a harvest was enough to make him wild with joy. Elder Huang took over the control of his body, and after getting used to it, he immediately found that the suppressed divine sense had returned to normal. At the same time, through the divine sense, he could clearly see the destructive power that erupted from the holy beast's corpse. After carefully sensing the destructive power and the energy contained within the destructive power, Elder Huang controlled Chu Zhongtian's body to reveal a trace of a smile. Chu, the reason why the energy that erupted from the holy beast's corpse makes you feel terrified is because the quality of the energy it releases is very high. However, the destructive force isn't as strong as you think it is. At the same time, this high-quality energy might allow your physical body level to temporarily break through to the titled Supreme level. City Lord's Manor, Secret Realm. Really? Chu Zhongtian, who was feeling the changes in his strength after breaking away from the stage, asked in disbelief after hearing Elder Huang's judgment. Chu Zhongtian believed that Elder Huang would be able to use the secret technique to increase the power of destruction to the supreme level. After all, before Elder Huang's body was damaged, he had used the supreme level peak expert. However, the titled supreme level stage was a stage that Elder Huang had never stepped into before. How could he have the confidence to break through this stage? Chu, you'll know whether it's true or not after trying it out. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian didn't believe that a physical body level could break through to the titled supreme level, Elder Huang didn't explain further. He planned to use his actions and the result to verify his judgment. He activated the supreme level power of the divine soul and unleashed the strength of a royal stage peak. Elder Huang controlled Chu Zhongtian's body and rushed towards the destructive force that was coming at him. When he saw that Elder Huang didn't stay in the same spot to defend himself, but instead rushed towards the destructive force. Chu Zhongtian, who was staying in his sea of consciousness, was startled by Elder Huang's suicidal action. Fortunately, he knew that this wasn't the time to disturb Elder Huang. That was why he kept staring at the destructive force that was about to hit him, watching how Elder Huang was going to deal with the destructive force. All techniques return to origin. Take everything. Just as the destructive force was about to collide with Chu Zhongtian's body, Elder Huang let out a furious roar. A powerful gravitational force suddenly appeared on his forehead, and this gravitational force acted directly on the destructive force. The devouring and guiding destructive force entered the spot where the suction force was produced on his forehead. At the same time, Elder Huang, who was using the strength of a royal stage peak, took out tens of thousands of spirit stones of different grades from the storage bag that Chu Zhongtian had stored. After that, he used these spirit stones to form defensive and self-destructing formation, delaying the speed of the destructive force. After the destructive force was forcefully absorbed into his body, Chu Zhongtian could clearly feel the grade of his body increasing rapidly. 3 seconds later, his body broke through to the level 5. 7 seconds later, the grade of his body increased to the level 4. 15 seconds later, the grade of the fleshly body increased to the 3rd grade. 30 seconds later, the grade of the fleshly body increased to 2nd grade. 1 minute later, the grade of the fleshly body was raised to the 1st grade, which was the supreme level physical body level. When the grade of the body was raised to the 1st grade, it would be the time when the holy beast's corpse would explode with the most destructive force. At this moment, Elder Huang put away the spirit stones used to arrange the formation. Then, he would use his supreme level body to defend against the strongest attack of the destructive force. At the same time, Chu Zhongtian subconsciously clenched his fists in his sea of consciousness. He prayed in his heart that his supreme level body would be able to withstand this attack. The most powerful destructive force collided with the supreme level's body. There was no sound, and neither was Elder Huang injured. Or perhaps, he was forced back by the destructive force. Through the countless pores on the surface of his body, it directly merged into his body, allowing the grade of his body to continue increasing. The destructive force of the strongest strike didn't last for long. It only lasted for a second. However, in this second, his physical body level broke through the shackles of the supreme level and broke through to the titled supreme level. Just as his body broke through to the titled supreme level, a special message appeared in Chu Zhongtian's mind. It was only a small portion of the message that Chu Zhongtian read, and an uncontrollable surprise emerged on his face. Because the message that appeared in his mind just now was the reward from the heavenly Tao when his fleshly body broke through to the titled supreme level. The reward from the heavenly Tao contained a special type of power of law. This special power of law was the destruction power of law that ranked 26th among the myriad laws. In other words, the destruction power of law that appeared in his mind just now allowed him to obtain the entrance ticket to the Great Tao period ahead of time. As long as he was completely familiar with the destruction power of law, his stage would be able to smoothly enter the Great Tao period. More importantly, this destruction power of law was the heavenly Tao's reward. He could try to understand the power of law of destruction when he was at the Divine Soul Stages stage. This allowed him to use the skills of a Great Tao period when he was at the Divine Soul period stage. In other words, from now on, his strength was about to enter the half-step Great Tao period. This would provide unimaginable assistance to the Hidden Dragon list battle half a year later. After the strongest attack of the destructive force was unleashed, the destructive force unleashed by the Holy Beast's corpse completely disappeared. The physical body level who had advanced to the titled supreme level with the help of the destructive force began to regress, and finally stopped at the 6th grade peak. Chu, did you find anything special? When the grade of his body had regressed to the 6th grade peak, Elder Huang took the initiative to hand over the control of his body, allowing Chu Zhongtian's consciousness to return to the center of his divine sense. I got a lot, Chu Zhongtian said in a low voice. If it was based on their relationship, Zhao and Juan, who had received his 3 bows, should have a closer relationship with Elder Huang. However, judging from the way they nurtured him, Elder Huang's role was more prominent. Elder Huang had contributed at least 60% to the fact that he was able to break through to the half-step Great Tao period in such a short period of time. At this moment, Elder Huang's position in his heart was the same as the first elder he had acknowledged in the Chu family, Grand Elder. He was an irreplaceable family. Oh, what did you get? When his body advanced to the titled supreme level, Elder Huang didn't notice the information in Chu Zhongtian's mind. So he didn't know what Chu Zhongtian got. Advancing from the physical body level to the 6th grade peak, I only need 10 high-grade 3rd grade Baron Stone to break through to the level 5. Chu Zhongtian explained. After regaining control of his body with his consciousness, Chu Zhongtian's first reaction was to carefully sense the changes in his body after the destructive force increased. After careful observation, he found that the advancement of the physical body level was just like what Elder Huang had said. As long as he absorbed the energy of the heavenly desolates to increase the grade of his body, there would be no bottlenecks in the process. Apart from that, Elder Huang had a deeper understanding of the changes in the body than him. He needed to know if Chu Zhongtian had any other gains. When I broke through to the titled supreme level, I seemed to have gotten the reward of the heavenly Tao by accident. The reward is the power of law that contains the power of destruction. As long as I can fully comprehend and understand the power of law, I will be able to break through to the Great Tao period with the help of the power of law. Chu Zhongtian didn't hide anything about the reward of the heavenly Tao. He told Elder Huang everything he knew, because the credit of this reward came entirely from Elder Huang. Heavenly Tao's reward. After hearing Chu Zhongtian's introduction, Elder Huang, who had returned to his sea of consciousness, was so shocked that he almost rushed out. Before his body was damaged, as a supreme-level formation master, Elder Huang knew many titled supreme-level warriors. Among them, there were no lack of titled supreme-level warriors with fleshly bodies, but he had never heard of them. Who could obtain the reward of a heavenly Tao when their fleshly body broke through to the titled supreme level? Could it be that Chu Zhongtian was the illegitimate child of the heavenly Tao? City Lord's Manor, Secret Realm. Mi Yun, Mi Wu, Mi Hui. I curse all of you to die a horrible death. More than 1,000,000 kilometers away from the border of the Secret Realm, there were 3 top Essence Gathering Stage warriors who had entered the Secret Realm. Together with more than a dozen high rank of the Qi Transforming Period warriors and above, they combined their strength and ignited a half-supreme grade defensive spirit tool. Together, they were going to deal with the destructive force that was about to sweep over them. As for the peak of the Qi Transforming Period expert who was carrying Milan, he was the one who had lost more than half of his strength. The strongest elder at the scene indicated to him to throw him toward the destructive force that was sweeping towards them. Once he lost Milan, it would be the same as throwing away a burden. It would allow the peak of the Qi Transforming Period warrior to use his full strength, so that he could better activate the defensive spirit tool. Secondly, he hoped to test the destructive force through Milan. He wanted to see if the half-step supreme grade defensive spirit tool could withstand the destructive force. If they could, then the 3 Essence Gathering Stage warriors would try their best to help them overcome this crisis. If they couldn't, then the 3 Essence Gathering Stage warriors would order all Qi Transforming Period warriors to delay the speed of the destructive force, so that they could safely escape from Secret Realm. Looking at himself being ruthlessly abandoned, Milan's heart was filled with hatred. Although Chu Zhongtian was arrogant and domineering, he was still a man of his word. After getting the information he wanted, he only knocked himself out and didn't hurt him. As a member of the royal family, after getting the information he wanted, in order to verify the authenticity of the information, not only did they use cruel torture on him, but they also destroyed his foundation in order to prevent him from taking revenge in the future. The meridian was broken, and the dantian was damaged. It would take 10 years for him to recover to the peak stage, even if he used the best level 4 pill. In the southern domain where the strong were respected, in his current condition, he was basically crippled. Milan's heart was filled with resentment towards the people who caused him to suffer such a miserable condition in the Mi Kingdom. The reason why he obediently brought the experts from the Mi Kingdom into the Secret Realm was because he wanted to borrow Chu Zhongtian's hands to help him take revenge. Unfortunately, he could no longer see the scene of his enemy being killed. This made him feel like dying with everlasting regret. The intense hatred made him release the final curse. When the sweeping destructive force was about to collide with Milan, the sweeping speed suddenly stopped. Then, like a bubble breaking, it disappeared without a trace. If it wasn't for the destructive force that had destroyed everything in front of him, forming a boundless wilderness, the destructive force would have never appeared. Chu, other than the destruction power of law rewarded by the heavenly Tao, do you have any other rewards? Controlling the power of the divine soul to suppress the envy in his heart, Elder Huang continued to ask. No more. I only have the reward of the power of law. Shaking his head, Chu Zhongtian replied with a calm tone. Chu, you should be satisfied with the reward of the heavenly Tao. Seeing that there were no other rewards, Elder Huang couldn't suppress his envy and jealousy. He finally calmed down a little, but his tone was inevitably sour. Elder Huang, I am already very satisfied that I was able to obtain the entrance ticket to the Great Tao period ahead of time. Chu Zhongtian didn't refute the envy in Elder Huang's tone, nor did he show off. Instead, he spoke in a calm manner. Chu, I have to say that you are the luckiest person I have ever seen. He didn't need to waste any effort to face the destructive force of the Holy Beast's corpse. Not only had physical body level gone through the process of breaking through to the 6th grade, but he had also gone through the process of breaking through to the next grade. What made people go crazy was, the Holy Beast's corpse was already within his grasp. Chu Zhongtian was able to adjust the emotions caused by the reward of the heavenly Tao so quickly. When Elder Huang was satisfied with his mind-state cultivation base, he couldn't help but sigh in admiration at his heaven-defying luck. The Holy Beast's corpse is within reach. After hearing Elder Huang's evaluation, Chu Zhongtian muttered to himself. Then, he dispersed the divine sense and swept it towards the Holy Beast's corpse. When the divine sense saw the Holy Beast's corpse, a wild joy flashed across Chu Zhongtian's face. This was because when the Holy Beast's corpse erupted with destructive power, the first target to be destroyed, it was the tens of thousands of first-grade spirit-eating ant that had been guarding it all this time. Although the stage had been upgraded to the 9th level of the Divine Soul stage, and all of its martial skills had been improved in quality, in the face of these tens of thousands of first-grade spirit-eating ant, besides letting Elder Huang use the corpse of the Wild Beast Saint, he also had to use the corpse of the Wild Beast Saint. Chu Zhongtian simply had no way to deal with them. Now that tens of thousands of first-grade spirit-eating ant had been destroyed, it was equivalent to clearing the path to the Holy Beast's corpse, allowing him to easily approach it. No wonder Elder Huang was so envious and jealous that he said that he could easily obtain the Holy Beast's corpse without doing anything. It turned out that he had discovered this situation a long time ago. He turned his head and looked at Kong Rulin. Chu Zhongtian discovered that he had already reached the 9th layer of the Qi transforming period peak. Furthermore, he was launching an attack at a 10th layer great perfection of the Qi transforming period, and the Devil Blade was still maintaining the black energy barrier. It was protecting his safety. Since Kong Rulin had the protection of the Devil Blade, Chu Zhongtian could relax and let him continue breaking through the stage. After that, he held the natal spirit blade in his hand and approached the Holy Beast's corpse. Wait, when he was still 10 miles away from the corpse of the Holy Beast, Chu Zhongtian slightly raised his forehead. However, he didn't say anything and continued to approach the corpse of the Holy Beast. Wait, when he was 5 miles away from the Holy Beast's corpse, Chu Zhongtian's brows had already begun to frown. However, he still suppressed the doubts in his heart and continued to approach the Holy Beast's corpse. Wait, when he was about 100 meters away from the Holy Beast's corpse, his footsteps suddenly stopped. Chu Zhongtian looked at the Holy Beast's corpse with a serious expression. Chu, what happened to you? When Chu Zhongtian raised his forehead, Elder Huang did not notice, but Chu Zhongtian frowned. Only then did he realize that something was not right. He waited until Chu Zhongtian stopped walking on the Holy Beast's corpse. Elder Huang asked in confusion. Elder Huang, as the corpse of an ant queen that has surpassed the 1st grade, even the corpse of a dead holy beast should contain a terrifying amount of energy. This terrifying energy will create a very powerful pressure, preventing anyone from approaching the corpse. Why can't I feel a tiny bit of pressure right now? Chu Zhongtian voiced out his doubts. After breaking away from the Heaven Man Unity stage, Chu Zhongtian had observed the Holy Beast's corpse when he felt the range of the divine sense. At that time, when the divine sense approached the Holy Beast's corpse, it had once felt a powerful pressure emanating from the Holy Beast's corpse. Fortunately, as a soul that had advanced to divine grade, the divine sense's soul that had undergone a metamorphosis could withstand this terrifying majesty. This allowed the divine sense to finally come into contact with the Holy Beast's corpse, causing the Holy Beast's corpse to ignite a terrifying destructive force. Now, not only did the Holy Beast's body not feel a tiny bit of pressure when it approached the Holy Beast's corpse, there were even traces of cracks on the White Ant Queen's corpse in front of it. City Lord's Manor, Secret Realm. Milan, who had just escaped death, looked at the destructive force that had vanished in an instant, and his face revealed a trace of joy and happiness. It was better to stay alive than to die a good death. Although his meridian had been broken, his dantian had been damaged, and his foundation had been severely damaged, he was still alive after all. As long as he was still alive, everything could happen. When they saw the destructive force suddenly disappear, everyone who had used all of their vital spirit to stimulate their defensive spirit tool revealed an incomparably relaxed and joyful expression, especially those Qi transforming period warriors. They almost cheered out in excitement. However, the face of the old man who had the strongest cultivation base, the highest status turned gloomy. The sudden eruption of the destructive force and the disappearance of the destructive force were enough to show that some kind of change was happening in the depths of the secret realm. The source of this change was probably the young man who had entered the secret realm ahead of time. Thinking of this, the old man appeared next to Milan in a flash and asked in a gloomy tone, "Milan, have you ever entered the depths of the secret realm? What exactly is in the depths of the secret realm?" "Mi Yun, before entering the secret realm, you have asked me this question more than once. I have also answered you more than once. I have only cultivated at the border of the secret realm for a period of time. I have never ventured into the depths of the secret realm." Facing the interrogation of the strongest elder, Milan retorted forcefully. After that, he said sarcastically, "Mi Yun, if you are afraid now, you should just go back the way you came. No one will laugh at you for being a coward." "Humph." Facing Milan's sarcasm, the old man snorted coldly. Then, he waved his sleeve and a powerful force slapped Milan's mouth, causing all the teeth in his mouth to fall off. For the time being, he couldn't say anything. "Bring him forward," he ordered the peak of the Qi transforming period warrior who was in charge of guarding Milan. The old man, who was the strongest amongst them, indicated for the group to continue their journey into the secret realm. After hearing Chu Zhongtian's explanation, Elder Huang immediately used his divine sense to check the Holy Beast's corpse. Although the divine sense's range of expansion was restricted to less than 100 miles, it was only 100 meters away from the Holy Beast's corpse. The divine sense could still be checked. However, after Elder Huang dispersed the divine sense, to his surprise, he discovered that the restriction on the divine sense had disappeared, and his divine sense could once again spread out without any restraints. Elder Huang did not pursue the reason why the restriction on the divine sense had disappeared. He hurriedly used the supreme-level divine sense to examine the Holy Beast's corpse. Through the supreme-level divine sense, Elder Huang quickly discovered something strange about the Holy Beast's corpse. Just like what Chu Zhongtian had said, as the corpse of a holy beast that had surpassed the first grade, the corpse should contain an unimaginable amount of terrifying energy, and the terrifying energy would form a natural pressure. It would prevent any living being from approaching the corpse. This was the reason why he had used the forbidden secret technique to calculate that the Ant Queen had advanced to the holy beast, and her divine soul had been destroyed by the law of secret realm. He had said that he was giving Chu Zhongtian a heaven-defying opportunity. This was because he had mastered a forbidden technique that allowed Chu Zhongtian to absorb the residual energy of the holy beast skeleton. The residual energy in the holy beast's corpse was a high-grade energy that surpassed the vital spirit. If Chu Zhongtian could absorb the energy left in the holy beast's corpse, Not only would he be able to absorb it in the shortest amount of time, he would also be able to absorb it. After breaking through to the peak of the Divine Soul period, he would be able to break through to the longevity period with ease, and after the advancement of the high-quality energy, he would be able to break through to the peak of the Divine Soul period. He would be able to break through to the next level with ease. More importantly, the high-quality energy contained in the Holy Beast's corpse. It was energy that transcended the laws that fused into it. Not just that, but the power of law that came after the spirit-eating ant. This was the power of law of destruction. In the future, he would be able to borrow it, control it, and fuse it into the power of law of destruction. It would have an unimaginable increase in strength. With the help of the power of law below the third layer, he would be able to break through to the Great Tao period. With the help of the power of law from fourth layer to the sixth level, he would be able to reach the King realm. With the help of the power of law from the seventh to ninth level, he would be at the Emperor realm. To be able to control the power of law was the Chaos period. The power of law that he had mastered ranked in the top 365 of the myriad laws was at the supreme level. To be able to fuse with the power of law, one had to be at the titled supreme level. As long as Chu Zhongtian could absorb the energy from the Holy Beast's corpse, his chances of breaking through to the titled supreme level in the future would increase by at least 40%. Currently, not only was there not a trace of energy in the Holy Beast's corpse, there were even cracks on the corpse. Elder Huang was puzzled, but he also signaled Chu Zhongtian to get closer to the Holy Beast's corpse. Although the Holy Beast's corpse didn't emit any pressure, Chu Zhongtian didn't dare to take the risk to approach it. He waited until his defense had reached its limit before slowly approaching the Holy Beast's corpse. Even if he got close to the Holy Beast's corpse, he didn't dare to touch it. Instead, he took out a low-grade spirit sword from the storage ring's finger and used it to touch the Holy Beast's corpse. When the tip of the low-grade spirit sword touched the Holy Beast's corpse, the crack on the white skeleton instantly expanded. In less than 3 seconds, the entire Holy Beast's corpse completely shattered. It turned into fragments and fell to the ground. Looking at the scattered white bones on the ground, Chu Zhongtian was dumbfounded. Elder Huang, on the other hand, formed a seal with his 10 fingers, using the shattered corpse of the Holy Beast to calculate the reason. Chu, it seems like you, me, the rules of Secret Realm, and all the spirit-eating ant in Secret Realm have been deceived by the Queen Ant. After the secret technique's calculation, Elder Huang said with a heavy tone. Elder Huang, what exactly is going on? Although Elder Huang didn't explain the use of the Holy Beast's corpse to him, as a holy beast that was more powerful than a beast, the residual energy within the Holy Beast's corpse would definitely bring him unimaginable benefits. Now that the Holy Beast's corpse had suddenly shattered, Chu Zhongtian really wanted to know what had happened. Chu! After using the secret technique to calculate, this is what happened. After that, Elder Huang told Chu Zhongtian the result of his calculation using the secret technique. After hearing Elder Huang's introduction, Chu Zhongtian's face revealed an incomparably shocked expression. According to Elder Huang, when the rules of Secret Realm exploded, when breaking through to the Holy Beast realm, it was the Ant Queen who possessed the intelligence of an adult human. When she predicted that it would be difficult for her to resist the destructive force produced by the explosion of the law of Secret Realm, she instantly drained most of the spirit-eating ant's energy. Then, with the help of the energy obtained after her advancement, the Queen Ant forcefully tore apart the barrier of Secret Realm. After that, she used up the energy of the Holy Beast's body to temporarily delay the destructive force caused by the explosion of the law of Secret Realm. Then, she used the time she used to delay the explosion to pass through the gap. The Ant Queen's sacred soul had left the Secret Realm to avoid the crisis of the Holy Beast's destruction. After a strange beast advanced to the Holy Beast, its beast power would turn into a higher level energy, and this energy would bring with it a white halo. The white circle of light at the entrance of Secret Realm was the same one that the Ant Queen had used her holy body to tear apart the barrier of Secret Realm. The remaining power. In other words, the crack at the entrance of the Secret Realm was not man-made. Instead, it was man-made. It was left behind when the divine soul of the Ant Queen fled the Secret Realm. City Lord's Manor, Secret Realm. Elder Huang, there has never been a record of him being reincarnated. and it's even more difficult for him to reincarnate. Where did the Ant Queen's holy soul go after it escaped from Secret Realm? What did it do all these years? After Elder Huang's explanation, when the Queen Ant was in danger, he admired the Ant Queen's decision to abandon her sacred body. He admired the place where the Ant Queen's sacred soul had gone after leaving Secret Realm. He was very interested in it. After all, warriors were like strange beasts. As long as one broke through to the longevity period, their divine soul would be independent of the sea of consciousness. Basically, they would be able to survive for a period of time. The higher their cultivation level, the longer their divine soul would be able to survive. A supreme level body of the divine soul like Elder Huang had lived for more than 1,000,000 years. As a saint's soul that had surpassed the titled supreme level, the time he could live for was beyond imagination. I don't know. The holy beast is still an existence that exceeds the titled supreme level, an existence that can escape the detection of the law of life. I want to use the forbidden secret technique or the prophecy technique to investigate its condition. It's basically impossible, unless you're a predictor with the same cultivation base. Elder Huang sighed and said, a saint's soul body was fundamentally different from a body of the divine soul. After the body of the divine soul left its body, although it could survive for a very long time, apart from using the divine sense, the body of the divine soul itself didn't have much offensive power. It was extremely dangerous to be alone outside. The reason why he was able to unleash the strength of a royal stage peak was because he had obtained a peak Xiantian spiritual treasure by chance. Even so, he didn't dare expose too much of the body of the divine soul to the public. The saint's soul physique was different. The saint's soul body had already advanced to another form of life. Not only could it leave the body and stay outside for a long period of time, it also possessed the strength of the 9th level of the main body. In other words, the Ant Queen who escaped from the secret realm did not need to reincarnate, nor did she need to possess another body to be reborn. She only needed to find a treasure that could enhance the saint's soul and continue to improve her strength. However, Elder Huang didn't tell Chu Zhongtian about the strength and mysteriousness of the saint's soul. He didn't want to interfere with Chu Zhongtian's cultivation because of the Ant Queen. After all, Chu Zhongtian had just experienced the stage of heaven-man unity. It was the time for him to quickly increase his strength, and he couldn't afford to be distracted too much. Seeing that Elder Huang couldn't guess the whereabouts of the Ant Queen who had escaped from Secret Realm, Chu Zhongtian temporarily suppressed this thought in his heart. Then he took out an empty storage bag and collected the broken pieces of the corpse. Chu, the corpse of the holy beast that has lost its power, is no different from the corpse of an ordinary person. Why are you collecting it? Seeing Chu Zhongtian put away the pieces of the corpse, Elder Huang asked in confusion. Elder Huang, this is the corpse of the legendary holy beast. Even if it's useless, it can still be used to show off in the future. While collecting the corpse fragments, Chu Zhongtian responded to Elder Huang's question. You! Chu Zhongtian's answer to collecting the corpse fragments of the holy beast made Elder Huang laugh bitterly. After collecting all the corpse fragments, Chu Zhongtian looked around. He then discussed with Elder Huang in his mind, Elder Huang, since the corpse of the holy beast is useless, and the entire secret realm was swept by the spirit-eating ant, I don't think there are any precious treasures here. I think we should leave Secret Realm now. Chu, wait for a moment. I seem to have found something extraordinary. When Chu Zhongtian was collecting the holy beast's corpse fragments, Elder Huang had already started to use the divine sense that was not suppressed to check the situation in the secret realm. Elder Huang only paid a little attention to the Mi family experts who were deep in the central domain. The strongest amongst the dozen of them was only an essence gathering stage peak of the 9th layer, but it was still not enough for Chu Zhongtian to slash them. Therefore, the divine sense skipped past them and continued to search for other areas of the secret realm. When the divine sense was about 10,000 meters away from the holy beast's corpse, a long, clear-colored grass caught his attention. After confirming that the small grass was the rumored spiritual grass, Elder Huang immediately reminded, Chu, 10,000 meters to the east. There is a spiritual grass with a unique shape. Let's see if you recognize it. According to Elder Huang's reminder, Chu Zhongtian's divine sense quickly discovered that strange spiritual grass. The spiritual grass with a strange shape only had one branch, but this branch was very long and spiraled, wrapping the entire body of the spiritual grass inside. When the divine sense came into contact with the spiritual herb, Chu Zhongtian was shocked to find that the power of the space law floating in the dantian had started to pulsate inexplicably, as if it had smelled delicious food. Elder Huang, could it be that this spiritual herb is the legendary suspending grass? Chu Zhongtian asked in disbelief. According to Elder Huang's previous introduction and the records of the continent's secrets, 1. A martial artist wanted to comprehend the space laws. In addition to the power of the space law formed from his harvest, you can also gain the opportunity to comprehend the laws of space through a few spatial treasures. And among the few treasures, the hovering grass was one of them. It was also the most suitable spatial treasure for beginners. I didn't expect you to be able to recognize that this spiritual grass is still the hovering grass. Elder Huang said in surprise when he heard Chu Zhongtian guess the origin of the spiritual grass. If it wasn't for his body of the divine soul, he would have been unable to recognize the spiritual herb even if it was the hovering grass if he had seen records of it in the ancient ruins. Then, how did Chu Zhongtian know it was the spiritual herb? It really is the hovering grass. Although the spiritual grass 10,000 meters away could cause the power of the space law in the dantian to jump, Chu Zhongtian could not really confirm that the spiritual grass was the hovering grass. After all, it was a spatial treasure. The value of the hanging grass was about the same as a spiritual herb of the second stage or above. It was hard to find one in hundreds or thousands of years. That's right. It's precisely the hovering grass that can assist in comprehending the spatial laws. Elder Huang's tone was very certain. Then, his tone changed and he said in a regretful tone, "As the second-ranked spatial law amongst the myriad laws, I want to comprehend the spatial law. Obtaining the power of the space law is too difficult. With just 1,000-year-old floating grass in front of me, it's impossible to understand the laws of space." Chu Zhongtian was overjoyed when he heard Elder Huang's regretful sigh. When he broke through to the divine soul stage, his consciousness had already come into contact with the power of the space law in the dantian. However, because his consciousness was too weak, it was difficult for him to truly understand the profound mysteries of the spatial law. When his consciousness transformed into the divine sense, especially when his cultivation base broke through to the divine soul stage and his soul advanced to the divine grade, the divine sense's deep contact with the spatial law had allowed him to comprehend a trace of the power of the space law. However, because the power of law he comprehended was too shallow, he was simply unable to borrow the spatial law. Thus he was also unable to unleash the power of the space law. City Lord's Manor, Secret Realm. The divine sense stared at the floating grass. Chu Zhongtian's heart was filled with joy. With the floating grass that could aid him in comprehending the spatial law, he would be able to familiarize himself with it earlier and borrow the spatial law. Moreover, he would be able to use the means of the power of the space law to increase his strength. This would increase the chances of Hidden Dragon list battle winning the championship. As for the number of suspenseful grasses, it wasn't a problem for Chu Zhongtian, who had the duplication and adhesion program. With the number of spirit stones he could paste as many suspenseful grass as he wanted, as many spirit stones as he wanted. Using the profound grade low rank movement technique, Chu Zhongtian appeared next to the levitating grass in a flash. He carefully picked up the levitating grass and put it into a jade box, then put it into the storage ring finger. After that, Chu Zhongtian spread out his divine sense and carefully checked the situation in Secret Realm. He wanted to see if he could find a treasure like Elder Huang that could increase his cultivation base or the power of law. After all, Elder Huang's divine sense was suppressed, so the range of his search was limited. Perhaps there were even more precious treasures hidden in other regions. Regarding this, Elder Huang hurriedly stopped him. "Chu!" After the holy beast's corpse exploded with destructive force, the force suppressing the divine sense in the secret realm has disappeared. I have already used the divine sense to thoroughly investigate the entire secret realm. The second-grade spiritual vein that I mentioned at the beginning doesn't exist at all. Only this floating herb can be considered a good treasure. Is that so? Without the power to suppress the divine sense, it should be a good thing for Elder Huang to be able to unleash the power of a supreme-level divine sense. However, it was only the harvest of the floating herb that disappointed him. Chew! A man's heart is not enough to swallow an elephant. The harvest of Secret Realm this time has far exceeded the goal we set in the beginning. So you must learn to be content. Feeling Chu Zhongtian's disappointment, Elder Huang criticized him with dissatisfaction. Elder Huang, I know I was wrong. I will change. Elder Huang's criticism made Chu Zhongtian realize that he was too greedy. He was trying to influence his emotions. He immediately adjusted his emotions. Then he sincerely apologized to Elder Huang. This child is worth teaching. Chu Zhongtian humbly accepted the criticism, which made Elder Huang praise him with satisfaction, and then remind him that he could leave Secret Realm. The Holy Beast's corpse was not too far away from Kong Rulin. It only took him about 10 seconds to appear beside Kong Rulin using the yellow-grade high movement technique. At this moment, Kong Rulin was already a 10th layer great perfection of the Qi transforming period stage. In just a short 2 hours, his cultivation base had increased by 2 minor stage. If it was anyone else who saw Kong Rulin's performance, they would definitely be shocked. However, to Chu Zhongtian, his performance was very normal. There wasn't much to be surprised about. After carefully sensing Kong Rulin's condition, he found that he was consolidating the stage that he had just broken through. It would take some time for him to wake up, so Chu Zhongtian chose a place not too far away from him and sat down with his legs crossed. He planned to increase his cultivation base while waiting for Kong Rulin to wake up. The stage of Heaven-Man Unity allowed him to refine all of the 3 souls and 7 souls apart from the heavenly soul. Next, he only needed to absorb the spiritual Qi to increase his cultivation base, and then advance his cultivation base to the 9th level of the Divine Soul stage. There were plenty of spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the entire Secret Realm, so he didn't need to use spirit stones. He just needed to borrow the spiritual Qi in the Secret Realm, as well as the pure energy from the isolated space in his sea of consciousness. Time slowly passed, and with the help of the spirit beast, he absorbed the pure energy. As well as the abundant spiritual Qi in the Secret Realm, Chu Zhongtian's cultivation base steadily increased. Soon, he reached the Divine Soul Stage 2nd layer peak. The divine sense connected with the spirit beast in the isolated space. He ordered it to increase the amount of pure energy it absorbed, and used this to break through to the Divine Soul Stage 3rd layer. Just as Chu Zhongtian broke through to the Divine Soul Stage 3rd layer, just as he stood up, Kong Rulin happened to consolidate the stage. Kong Rulin opened his eyes and saw Chu Zhongtian not far away. He quickly stood up, as if he wanted to rush to Chu Zhongtian's side to express his gratitude. However, the trembling of the Devil Blade made Kong Rulin stop. Chu, the Devil Blade has already started using its mind to let Kong Kid accept the influence of the Devil Soul. I'm afraid that it won't take long for the new Devil King to reappear in Southern Domain. Kong Rulin's strange behavior attracted Elder Huang's attention. After using the divine sense to sense Kong Rulin's condition, Elder Huang said in a serious tone, "I know," Chu Zhongtian replied, then walked towards Kong Rulin. "Mr. Kong, as your cultivation base increases, do you look down on me, Chu Zhongtian?" Chu Zhongtian mocked as he walked. "Mr. Chu, don't misunderstand me. I didn't mean that," Kong Rulin quickly explained when he heard Chu Zhongtian's sarcastic words. "Mr. Chu, I don't know what's going on. I just consolidated the stage after breaking through. My first thought is to thank Mr. Chu and thank him for taking care of me. However, I suddenly have a new consciousness in my body, and he is controlling my body. Tell me not to get close to you," Kong Rulin said anxiously. "Mr. Kong, stay true to your heart, and use your mind to defeat another consciousness." Kong Rulin's explanation let Chu Zhongtian know that the Devil Blade intended to awaken the devil in Kong Rulin's body. It was going to turn him into a devil before breaking through to the essence gathering stage, and then walk the path of a devil lord once again. Regarding this, how could Chu Zhongtian be willing? Perhaps it wasn't the time yet for Kong Rulin to become a devil lord. While instructing Kong Rulin on how to control his consciousness, Chu Zhongtian also considered how to help him. Chu, the devil blade is still formed from Kong Rulin's arm and is connected to his mind. He wanted to use his mind to suppress the devil blade's changes to his own body. The possibility is basically zero. Elder Huang poured a bucket of cold water on Chu Zhongtian's advice. Chu Zhongtian did not care about this. His current thoughts suddenly returned to the first time he went into the Sky End Forest alone to undergo training. When faced with the temptation of Dongfang Yuner fainting, he had used the Bodhi that he had written before he transmigrated. He calmed the desire in his heart. Although he also knew that this Bodhi was only a song to explain the teachings of Buddhism. But in this situation, he could only treat a dead horse as a doctor. Mr. Kong, I have the secret technique here that can help you concentrate your energy. I hope it can help you. After waking Kong Rulin, who was fighting against the consciousness of the devil blade, Chu Zhongtian loudly read the Bodhi. Bodhi has no trees, and the mirror is not the same. Buddha nature is always peaceful, and there is dust everywhere. The heart is the Bodhi tree, and the mirror is the stage. The bright mirror was tranquil, and there was dust everywhere. The Bodhi tree had no tree, and the mirror was not the stage. There had never been a single thing, so where did the dust come from? Subhuti only cared about his heart, so why would he bother to seek the outside world? I heard that this path of cultivation is only available at present in the West. City Lord's Manor, Secret Realm. Kong Rulin, who had been woken up, subconsciously followed Chu Zhongtian and repeated the contents of the Bodhi. When he read the clear mirror and saw where the dust was, his demonic nature, which had been awakened by the demonic blade and was constantly growing stronger, was immediately suppressed. When he read that there was nothing there and that there was dust, his demonic nature began to be suppressed and weakened. However, as the natal devil weapon of a titled Supreme Level Peak Devil Sovereign, the devil blade that had almost advanced to a supreme divine weapon, how could it be willing to let the devil nature that Kong Rulin had spent so much effort to summon be suppressed and weakened? Therefore, just as Kong Rulin's devil nature was being suppressed and weakened by the Bodhi's secret technique, a dark and cold energy that contained a powerful energy was emitted from the handle of the devil blade. The black gaseous substance entered Kong Rulin's body through the hand that was holding the devil blade. It began to strengthen the devil nature, and began to compete with the ever-growing goodness. It was looking forward to allowing Kong Rulin to enter the demon Tao once again, and walk the path of a devil sovereign when he was still alive. Seeing the devil blade taking the initiative to enhance Kong Rulin's devil nature, Chu Zhongtian increased the speed of reading the Bodhi, and Kong Rulin also increased the speed of repeating. When he only focused on searching for the heart, he didn't need to ask for the profound knowledge to read it. The devil nature that had been nourished by the black gas had not yet grown stronger. Once again, he was fiercely suppressed, and the power of his demonic nature was directly weakened by more than half. It had given Kong Rulin an absolute advantage in terms of kindness. Although kindness had the absolute advantage, the devil energy that was supported by the devil blade still had a strong counteroffensive ability. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian didn't stop reading and Kong Rulin didn't stop repeating. By the time Kong Rulin repeated what he had heard, the devil power in the West seemed to have received a fatal blow and instantly disappeared into Kong Rulin's sea of consciousness. Mr. Chu, thank you. Without the influence of the demonic power, Kong Rulin regained control of his body. He first thanked Chu Zhongtian sincerely, then asked in confusion, Mr. Chu, what happened to me just now? Why did I suddenly have a consciousness in my body? Furthermore, this consciousness wants to control my body and do something against my will. This? Facing Kong Rulin's interrogation, Chu Zhongtian did not know how to answer. If he told Kong Rulin that he might be the reincarnation of a demon lord, the devil blade formed by your arm was still the natal devil blade of the demon lord when he was alive. Just now, the devil blade wanted to awaken your devil nature and make you become a devil monarch again. Chu Zhongtian was afraid that he wouldn't be able to accept it. It would completely collapse. However, if he didn't tell Kong Rulin, how could he explain the sudden emergence of a consciousness in his body in such a short period of time? Helpless, Chu Zhongtian could only ask Elder Huang for help in his mind. However, no matter how he called, Elder Huang didn't respond. This made him somewhat puzzled as to what Elder Huang was doing. "Mr. Chu, no matter how serious the matter is, I hope you can tell me the truth. Even if I have to die, you have to let me know the truth." Seeing Chu Zhongtian's hesitant attitude, Kong Rulin immediately knew that his situation wasn't good. This made him even more eager to know what was going on. "All right." Kong Rulin's anxious expression let Chu Zhongtian know that he had to tell him. Otherwise, what happened today might become a disease in his heart. When he broke through to the essence gathering stage, the mental illness would become the main cause of his transformation into a devil lord. "Mr. Kong, you are not an ordinary person. You are the devil lord who dominated the world 1,000,000 years ago. At that time you—" After that, Chu Zhongtian knew that he had heard about the demon lord and the demon blade from Elder Huang. He told Kong Rulin everything that had happened. After learning about his past life experiences and the life he had to face in this life, Kong Rulin fell into deep thought. Looking at Kong Rulin, who was in deep thought, Chu Zhongtian did not disturb him, because he knew very well that after knowing the relationship between him and the Devil Sovereign and the Devil Blade, his next thoughts would be the key that could truly decide his life. Borrowing Kong Rulin's time of contemplation, Chu Zhongtian called out to Elder Huang in his mind once again. After waiting for nearly a minute, Elder Huang finally responded. "Chu, where did you get that secret technique you just read?" Elder Huang's first reaction was to interrogate him about the origin of the Bodhi. "Elder Huang, that secret technique is called the Bodhi, and it is specifically used to calm one's mind. As for where I got it from, I can't tell you yet." Facing Kong Rulin, who was gradually being controlled by the demonic consciousness, Chu Zhongtian read the purpose of the Bodhi aloud. It was just like a dead horse trying to save its life. It did not expect the Bodhi to be effective at all. He did not consider how to explain the origin of Bodhi, so he asked Elder Huang about the origin of Bodhi. "No," Chu Zhongtian said, shaking his head. "Chu, I don't have to ask about the origin of the Bodhi. What I want to tell you is that this part of the secret technique can not only calm one's mind but also focus one's mind, remove the heart demons, and also increase the power of the divine soul. It will help in fusing the laws." Elder Huang was not angry that Chu Zhongtian refused to tell him about the origin of the Bodhi. Instead, he understood it very well. At the same time, he reminded Chu based on what he had just learned. "Chu, the secret technique that you read aloud just now is far more useful than the Heaven Grade Mind Method martial skill. I hope that before you break through to the titled Supreme level, except for you and me, and this Kong fellow, don't tell anyone else, including your master." "Why?" Chu Zhongtian asked, puzzled. Whether it would help him fuse the power of law or not, Chu Zhongtian had not reached the stage yet. For the time being, he wasn't able to experience it, but he didn't have the slightest effect on improving the power of the divine soul. Furthermore, Zhao Enjuan was his master. If this Bodhi could really help him fuse with the power of law, he would tell Zhao Enjuan that increasing his strength would also bring him great benefits. "Chu, how powerful is the effect of this Bodhi? I can't use words to express it. But if others find out that you have mastered a heaven-defying secret technique like the Bodhi, in the future you will have no choice but to flee to the ends of the earth, because all titled supreme-level warriors will fight for it." Seeing that Chu Zhongtian still did not realize the importance of the Bodhi, Elder Huang reminded him in a serious tone. "All titled supreme-level warriors will fight for it." Elder Huang's reminder in a serious tone made Chu Zhongtian gradually realize the importance of the Bodhi, and he also knew that his understanding of the Bodhi was not deep enough. After that, he silently recited the Bodhi in his heart and tried to force the secret technique on the Bodhi. He wanted to see if it was really as Elder Huang had said. City Lord's Manor, Secret Realm. He was fully concentrated on reciting the Bodhi. It was a mysterious aura. It began to nourish his divine soul, strengthening the 2 souls and 7 souls that he had successfully tempered. It increased the speed of the heavenly soul that had yet to be tempered. It allowed him to break through to the longevity period even faster. At the same time, the mysterious aura began to nourish his body, allowing him to break through to the level 5 with ease. This was the first time he had broken through to a higher grade than before. More importantly, The mysterious aura allowed him to understand the spatial law within the Dantian, as well as the destruction law that he was proficient in. It was as if as long as he worked a little harder, he would be able to borrow the power of these two laws. He would use the power of the space law and the destruction power of law. Elder Huang. I'll remember this. After experiencing it with all his concentration, Chu Zhongtian finally understood why Elder Huang would give such a serious warning. Turned out that the Bodhi was really that powerful. At the same time, he also knew why he had never experienced the effects of the Bodhi before. When he first recited the Bodhi, his cultivation level was too low, so the effects of the Bodhi were useless to him. The second time was when he had just read it aloud. He had only copied the original text. The mind hadn't been immersed in the artistic conception of the poem. Of course, he hadn't been able to find out the effects of the Bodhi. It's good that you remember it. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian had realized the importance of the Bodhi, Elder Huang finally let out a sigh of relief. Because he had followed Chu Zhong to repeat the Bodhi, not only had it completely healed his damaged body of the divine soul, it had also significantly improved his fusion with the power of law. Once his body had fully recovered, with the help of the Bodhi secret technique, Elder Huang was confident that he would be able to advance to the titled supreme level within 10 years. After that, he focused his attention on Kong Rulin, just like Chu Zhongtian, waiting for Kong Rulin to make his decision. After pondering for a full 5 minutes, Kong Rulin raised his head, then threw the devil blade in his hand into the distance to show his attitude. However, just as Kong Rulin threw the devil blade out, Chu Zhongtian wrapped the sword with power of the divine soul and stabbed it in front of him again. Rulin, if you want to be a completely new self, you only need to be able to persist in your heart. Then, you just need to cooperate with the secret technique that I taught you just now. There's no need to abandon the devil blade. Chu Zhongtian directly called the last 2 words of his name to show that he was close to Chu Zhongtian. Then, he tried to persuade him with this kind of attitude. Mr. Chu, I'm worried that I won't be able to resist the influence of the devil blade at all times. I'm afraid that I will become the devil king you are talking about. When he saw the devil blade stuck in the ground, he refused to respond to the devil blade's call. Kong Rulin replied in a very contradictory manner. Rulin, pick up the devil blade and challenge it face to face. As long as you can defeat it, then you will definitely surpass the devil sovereign and become a brand new yourself. Chu Zhongtian could understand Kong Rulin's worries, but he didn't agree with Kong Rulin's decision to abandon the devil blade. He knew that ___ was very likely to be the reincarnation of the devil sovereign, and under the influence of the devil blade. The reason why Chu Zhongtian refused to kill him was because he was destined to become a devil king in the future. Apart from not wanting to kill the innocent, he also wanted to see the potential of the devil blade, and the ability to help him in the future. Throwing away the devil blade was equivalent to throwing away the means to quickly improve his cultivation base and strength. What Kong Rulin did was unacceptable to Chu Zhongtian. Mr. Chu, I will listen to you. I will definitely defeat the devil blade. Be a real Kong Rulin. Chu Zhongtian's encouragement made Kong Rulin feel his blood boiling. He directly raised the devil blade in front of him and said with determination, "That's right. As long as you have this determination, you can cooperate with what I just gave you. A secret technique with a grade higher than the heaven grade will definitely be able to defeat the combat devil blade. You will become a true self." Kong Rulin picked up the devil blade once again, which made Chu Zhongtian very satisfied. He encouraged him and reminded him of the importance of the Bodhi. A secret technique that surpasses the heaven grade. The secret technique that Chu Zhongtian had just taught him to suppress his demonic nature was actually a secret technique that surpassed the heaven grade. Kong Rulin's face revealed an incomparably shocked expression. After that, he clenched his fists and said while breathing heavily, "Mr. Chu, a secret technique that surpasses the heaven grade is too important. I really don't know how to repay you. Rulin, I'll give you the secret technique of the Bodhi. I just hope that you can use this secret technique to suppress your demonic nature and increase your strength. I'm not asking for your return." Seeing Kong Rulin at a loss, Chu Zhongtian could understand what he was thinking. If he were to put himself in Kong Rulin's shoes, his reaction would be the same as Kong Rulin's. Rulin, the secret technique of the Bodhi, can not only suppress the devil nature in your body, but also the devil nature in your body. It will increase your cultivation speed and help you get to the peak faster and faster. Therefore, you can only know about this secret technique. You can't let anyone else know about it. Mr. Chu, don't worry. Even if I die, I will never let anyone know about this secret technique. Kong Rulin stabbed the devil blade back into the ground, then patted his chest and promised. Rulin, I believe you. Chu Zhongtian nodded, indicating that he believed he could be the leader of the realm. After that, he raised his head and looked in front of him, saying, Rulin, you just broke through to the stage under the protection of the devil blade. He didn't know that a force that could completely destroy the secret realm had erupted in the secret realm. Under the destruction of this terrifying destructive force, there are no more valuable treasures in the entire secret realm. So let's leave the secret realm now. All right. Kong Rulin would never object to Chu Zhongtian's arrangement in the past. And now he wouldn't object either. The holy beast's corpse unleashed a destructive force, destroying all the rank 1 and rank 2 spirit-eating ant that could pose a threat to him in the secret realm. This allowed him to leave with the movement technique without any worries. An hour later, Chu Zhongtian, who was returning the way he came, suddenly stopped in his tracks. He looked at Kong Rulin in shock, who was being led away by him. When he saw Undersur's reaction, he immediately tightened his grip on the devil blade. He activated the vital spirit in his dantian and prepared to attack at any moment. Rulin, don't be nervous. They're just a few essence-gathering stage ants. Seeing Kong Rulin acting as if he was facing a great enemy, Chu Zhongtian quickly tried to persuade him. Although there was no longer any threat to him in Secret Realm, being cautious was a necessary quality for a warrior. Therefore, when Chu Zhongtian went back the way he came, he had been using the divine sense to pay attention to the situation within 10,000 meters. Just now, his divine sense had unexpectedly discovered a group of people. Among them, there was actually Milan, who he had used the secret technique to make him sleep. This was what surprised him. Back then, when Elder Huang taught him the secret technique, he had approached him. Unless he woke up naturally 3 days later, no one in this world could wake Milan up. Although he had some doubts in his heart, Chu Zhongtian didn't ask Elder Huang for confirmation immediately. Instead, he roughly observed the cultivation base of this group of people and waited to confirm their cultivation base. After confirming Milan's true condition, Chu Zhongtian became slightly worried. Then, he changed his direction and headed toward Milan and the others. 888. Hair. Using the opportunity of Chapter 888, Yen Yun wished that all of Zhu Lang's readers would succeed and their work would go smoothly, wishing all the author's works to sell well, each of them advancing to 1,000,000 God. Finally, asking for rewards and fresh flowers. City Lord's Mansion, Secret Realm. Third Uncle. I have a feeling that something is not right. Mi Yun and the others who had ventured deep into the secret realm had traveled nearly 1,000,000 kilometers. Among the 3 top essence-gathering stage warriors, they were the youngest. The middle-aged man with the lowest cultivation base, essence-gathering stage 3rd layer peak, said to Mi Yun, who had the highest cultivation base. Mi Xiong, what's wrong? Hearing the middle-aged man's reminder, Mi Yun asked with a gloomy expression. Third Uncle, we have entered the secret realm more than once before. No matter how dangerous it is or how ordinary the secret realm is, we can basically encounter a strange beast from 300 to 500 miles away. Perhaps we can change our environment. Now, we have ventured more than 1,000,000 kilometers into the secret realm. Not only did we not encounter a level 10 beast, but we also did not encounter a single one. Also, the environment we saw basically didn't change much. The middle-aged man called Mi Xiong said with a worried expression. Third Uncle, I suspect that we are in some kind of predicament. Milan, I will give you one last chance to tell me the secret of the depths of Secret Realm. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. After hearing Mi Xiong's analysis, Mi Yun's gloomy face seemed to be dripping with water. Then he flashed and appeared next to Milan, threatening him with murderous intent. "Let's do it." Glancing coldly at Miyun, Milan said with a strong backbone. How could Milan not be afraid of death, especially when he was in a high position? To those who enjoyed all the wealth in the world, the fear of death, it was stronger than ordinary people, but in the face of Miyun's threat, he knew that regardless of whether he told him the secret related to the depths of the secret realm, he would only end up dead. If that was the case, then why didn't he die a little harder? "All right, since you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish." Seeing Milan's fearless look, the angry Miyun decided to get rid of Milan in advance to prevent future troubles. Io, a mighty essence gathering stage expert, the city lord of Sisui City, how could he be reduced to such a state? Just as Miyun was about to kill Milan, a mocking voice was heard. Following the teasing voice, two young men appeared in front of everyone. Milan, who had closed his eyes and was waiting for death, heard the familiar teasing voice and immediately opened his eyes. His desire to live made him look at Chu Zhongtian with eager eyes. "Who are you?" Seeing Chu Zhongtian and Kong Rulin suddenly appear on the scene, Miyun, who had stopped fighting for the time being, asked with an unhappy expression. As an essence-gathering stage peak of the 9th layer warrior, Miyun could tell Kong Rulin's cultivation level with just a glance. Although he had reached the 10th layer great perfection of the Qi transforming period at a young age, and his talent was outstanding, however, he was paying more attention to Chu Zhongtian. This was because he realized that he couldn't see through Chu Zhongtian's cultivation base. There were only two reasons why he couldn't see through Undersurface cultivation. Either this young man in front of him was just an ordinary person, or this young man's cultivation base had already surpassed his, and he was a peerless divine soul stage expert. It was definitely impossible for an ordinary person to venture deep into the secret realm. Moreover, the desire for survival that was revealed in Milan's eyes just now had suddenly reminded him of the reason why he had entered the secret realm. Chu, the reason why that city lord with the surname Mi was able to awaken ahead of time. It's not because the secret technique I taught you failed, but because someone used a very insidious method. Break his meridian and damage his dantian, causing severe pain. He was forced out of his deep slumber. Chu Zhongtian didn't leave secret realm in a hurry. Instead, he appeared in front of this group of people. This puzzled Elder Huang. But when he saw Milan, who was thrown to the ground, after using the divine sense to check Milan's condition, he immediately knew what Chu Zhongtian was thinking. Therefore, he immediately explained, "You don't have the right to know who I am." Chu Zhongtian sneered disdainfully and looked straight at Milan. When he found out that Milan's condition was exactly the same as what Elder Huang had described, Chu Zhongtian looked at Miyun with disgust. No matter what the relationship between Milan and the royal family was, just by destroying the meridian and injuring the dantian, it was enough to show that this seemingly kind old man in front of him was actually a ruthless person who did not recognize his family. "City Lord Mi, it looks like you don't look too good right now. Do you need my help?" Chu Zhongtian sincerely voiced his thoughts to Milan, who was lying on the ground. Although he was an Ijuin because of Fifth Prince, the two of them had an unpleasant relationship, but no matter what, if it wasn't for Milan's honest confession, he wouldn't have been able to obtain clues about secret realm so easily. Furthermore, he had successfully entered the secret realm. If he didn't enter the secret realm, he wouldn't have been able to encounter the spirit-eating ant that gave him an infinite amount of pressure, and he wouldn't have been able to enter the one with the world stage under the endless pressure, and he wouldn't have had the chance to bring the stage up to the 9th level of the Divine Soul stage. Not to mention the process of advancing from the 6th grade to the 1st grade, as well as the law of destruction that was rewarded by the heavenly Tao. Therefore, in the face of Migong, who was in a crisis, Chu Zhongtian had to lend him a helping hand to repay him for telling him the clues of the secret realm. "Young hero, I have been crippled by these so-called family members. If you pity me, young hero, I hope you can avenge me. This way, even if I die, I will be able to rest in peace." Milan's face revealed a trace of joy when he heard that Chu Zhongtian was willing to help him. Although Milan wasn't very clear about Chu Zhongtian's true cultivation, he knew that the young Chu Zhongtian must be a peerless divine soul stage expert when he was an Ijuin. Therefore, as long as Chu Zhongtian was willing to help, not only would he be able to save his life, but he would also be able to kill the people who crippled him. Sure. Looking at the dozen or so people from the Mi royal family, Chu Zhongtian nodded without any hesitation. After that, he turned his head and discussed with Kong Rulin. Mr. Kong, I'll deal with these 3 essence gathering stage warriors. I'll leave the remaining Qi transforming period warriors to you. What do you think? No problem. After saying that, Kong Rulin waved the devil blade in his hand and rushed towards the dozen Qi transforming period warriors. As if he had smelled the scent of blood, the devil blade in his hand turned black and blood red. Kid, we are from the Mi Kingdom's royal family. Offending us is equivalent to offending the entire Mi Kingdom's royal family. After obtaining the Mi Kingdom, you still want to leave the Sisui city safely. Seeing that not only did Chu Zhongtian agree to Mi Lan's request for revenge, but he also ignored the fact that he was allocating his opponents. This made Mi Yun, who was used to bullying others, very angry. He forcefully suppressed his anger and threatened. City Lord's Manor, Secret Realm. Chu Zhongtian gave Mi Yun and the other 2 a cold glance. He was too lazy to waste any more time talking to Chu Zhongtian. A giant palm formed from Vital Spirit and Divine Soul smashed Mi Yun and the other 2 essence gathering stage warriors into meat paste. After that, he walked to Mi Lan's side and said with a face full of pity, "The meridian is broken and the dantian is damaged. It needs to be treated by a top-tier level 4 healing pill formula." Mi Lan didn't hear Chu Zhongtian's regretful sigh at all, because at this moment, he was completely stunned by Chu Zhongtian's formidable strength. Mi Yun, who was smashed into a meat patty, was not an ordinary person. In the entire Mi Kingdom's royal family, he was still the 3rd strongest expert. It was said that his true strength was not weaker than a half-step Divine Soul period peerless expert. In the Mi Kingdom, besides the 2 Divine Soul stage patriarch, his strength was the strongest and his status was the highest. With such a high status and strength, even Chu Zhongtian did not have to worry about killing Mi Yun. Apart from being shocked by Chu Zhongtian's formidable strength, Mi Lan also admired his boldness and fearlessness. Seeing the stunned Mi Lan, Chu Zhongtian didn't say anything else. Instead, he turned around and watched Kong Rulin's battle. Of the dozen or so master of the Qi transforming period present, 4 of them were 10th layer great perfection of the Qi transforming period warriors. 2 half-step essence gathering stage warriors were facing Kong Rulin, who had the help of the devil blade. They didn't have any way to deal with him. In the end, they were all killed by the devil blade. At the same time, all the essence blood on master of the Qi transforming period's body were instantly absorbed by the devil blade. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian didn't feel strange. Instead, a trace of joy flashed across his heart. In the past, the demonic blade did not absorb the essence blood of the slain martial artists because the original grade of the demonic blade was too high. The martial artists that were killed were too weak. It simply did not care about the essence blood of these ordinary martial artists. Now, in the face of Kong Rulin's kind resistance, Chu Zhongtian was constantly helping. And also, the mysterious Bodhi made the devil blade feel a fatal threat. It needed enough energy to strengthen the demonic nature of Kong Rulin's nature. Thus, it also absorbed the essence blood of a low-level martial artist. It also stored it so that it could store enough energy. It could defeat the secret technique that could suppress the devil nature. The demonic blade seemed to be doing the right thing, but in fact, it was far from what it had been expecting. After more than a day of contact, Chu Zhongtian had some understanding of Kong Rulin's character. He had been born in a remote mountain village, so he had maintained his simplest personality. In his heart, he had always insisted on being kind. If the devil blade continued to subtly change his personality like before, there might still be a chance of success, but to brazenly absorb martial artists' energy, this would probably have an even greater impact on Kong Rulin. It would make him feel even more conflicted with the devil blade in his heart. As expected, what happened was just as Chu Zhongtian had expected. After the last peak of the Qi transforming period opponent was killed by the mirror, he looked at the corpse that had lost all his essence blood. Sensing the thick scent of blood coming from the devil blade, Kong Rulin's face revealed a disgusted expression. After that, He wrapped the devil blade with a black cloth and planned to keep it in the storage bag. However, no matter how he tried to hook the storage bag, he couldn't put the devil blade in. Ru Lin, the grade of the devil blade is not only very high, but it also has its own independent consciousness. Can be considered a life form, and the storage bag can't put it in. Seeing Kong Rulin desperately trying to absorb the devil blade into the storage bag, Chu Zhongtian quickly tried to persuade him. Mr. Chu, the devil nature of this devil blade is too strong. I think in the future, I can only use this devil blade when facing enemies that I can't deal with. When I don't need it, I want to keep it completely. I don't want it to affect my mind. Kong Rulin explained. Ru Lin, in fact, facing the temptation of the devil blade at all times is a good thing for you. Apart from being able to strengthen your mind, it can also help you improve your mind state cultivation at all times. Chu Zhongtian reminded when he stopped Kong Rulin from putting away the devil blade. All right. He was constantly improving his mind state cultivation. After hearing Chu Zhongtian's reminder, Kong Rulin felt that this was a good way to suppress the consciousness of the devil blade. So he directly took off the black cloth that was wrapped around the devil blade. He planned to keep holding the devil blade and fight against the devil blade. City Lord Me, I have fulfilled your wish. The kindness you have shown me when you told me about the clues of Secret Realm is also considered to be clear. There is no relation between us. Seeing that Kong Rulin had quickly realized the benefits of confronting the demonic blade, Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but nod his head. After that, he turned to Milan, who had regained consciousness, and said, "Young hero, you don't owe me anything." Shaking his head, Milan said, "Now, not only did you save my life, you also helped me take revenge. I owe you." AI. Speaking up to this point, Milan couldn't help but sigh. His expression was very lonely as he said, "Now that my meridian is broken and my dantian is damaged, all the royal family members who entered the secret realm with me were completely wiped out. I'm afraid that the position of the Sisui City's city lord is not guaranteed, so I don't have the ability to repay your kindness today. Regardless of whether you can continue to sit in the position of Sisui City's city lord, I don't have any intention of letting you repay your kindness, so you don't have to take this matter to heart." Chu Zhongtian waved his hand and indicated. After that, he carried Milan, called Kong Rulin, and rushed towards the exit of the secret realm. Juin, in a private room on the 6th floor. "Rulin, what do you plan to do next?" Chu Zhongtian asked with concern as he poured Kong Rulin some strong liquor that emitted a strong aroma. One day ago, after Milan and Kong Rulin left Secret Realm, under Milan's request, he used his Divine Soul Stage cultivation base. He completely intimidated the 100,000 elite soldiers guarding the prefecture, then helped him collect all the treasures in the vault. He also used the flying technique to help him leave the Mi Kingdom. After that, he brought Kong Rulin to the biggest inn in Sisui City. It was also the place where they first met, the unique inn. "Mr. Chu, I want to follow you in your training." Kong Rulin picked up the wine cup and did not drink it. After thinking for a while, he said resolutely, "This." Chu Zhongtian didn't know how to answer Kong Rulin's request. Ever since he crossed the southern domain of Eternal Continent, Chu Zhongtian was used to being alone. He liked to take risks alone. Although it was much more dangerous to do this, he had gained a lot. With the help of the Devil Blade, although he didn't need to take care of Kong Rulin, he wouldn't be used to it. There were some techniques that he couldn't use in front of him. "Chu, promise him." Seeing Chu Zhongtian in deep thought, Elder Huang, who knew what he was worried about, advised him. "Elder Huang, you also know my habit of refining. If there is one more person by my side, not only will I feel awkward, but I won't be able to use many trump cards that can save my life." After hearing Elder Huang's words, Chu Zhongtian retorted somewhat unwillingly. "Sisui City in an inn. Chu, you don't understand the power of the Devil King and the various techniques of the Devil Blade. I'm worried that with just Kong Rulin's will and the help of the Bodhi secret technique, I'll be able to defeat him. I'm afraid that it will be difficult to suppress the devil nature in his body. If he is by your side, not only will you be able to keep an eye on him, you will also be able to observe his condition at all times. Problems can also help him suppress his demonic nature and prevent him from walking the path of a demon lord. Elder Huang didn't have much to say about Chu Zhongtian's unwillingness to bring Kong Rulin along. He only said what he was worried about. Elder Huang, Kong Rulin is not a child. He is an adult in his 20s. The road to the future depends on his own thoughts. It won't do him much good to interfere too much. Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but refute when he saw that Elder Huang was still worried that Kong Rulin would walk the path of a devil lord once again. Regarding this, Elder Huang wasn't angry. Instead, he acted from the perspective of benefits to persuade Chu Zhongtian to accept Kong Rulin's request. Chu, the Devil Blade is a peak divine weapon that almost advanced to a devil weapon. By letting Kong Rulin follow you, you can use the devil nature contained within the Devil Blade. Increase your will. This will be an unimaginable help to you in controlling and merging with the power of law in the future. Fighting with the Devil Blade will help you control and fuse with the power of law. After hearing Elder Huang's advice, Chu Zhongtian was tempted. Now, with the Bodhi, he could increase the speed of controlling and fusing with the power of law. With the help of the Devil Blade, he could also break through to the titled Supreme level within 10 years, just like the Devil Lord. Chu, as the natal devil weapon of the Devil King, the Devil Blade that has its own independent consciousness. If he were to put his life on the line, he could even unleash the strength of a titled Supreme level peak. This is definitely the biggest trump card that can save your life. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian was tempted, Elder Huang continued to explain the benefits of Kong Rulin's experience with him. Rulin, you can follow me for the next period of time. Elder Huang's biggest life-saving trump card, the introduction of Elder Huang, made Chu Zhongtian finally decide to bring Kong Rulin along. Zhongtian, thank you. Kong Rulin, who had been nervously looking at Chu Zhongtian, was so happy that he almost jumped up when he heard Chu Zhongtian agree to his request. Ever since he had mistakenly killed the village chief and escaped from the village, he had been training alone for nearly 2 years. He had suffered countless hardships during that time, and the effort he had expended had made him want to stay away from the secular world and live alone. However, ever since he had met Chu Zhongtian, he had experienced many dangers and battles. However, there was no need for him to waste his time and effort. He only needed to follow behind Chu Zhongtian. He would listen to everything he said, and he wouldn't treat him unfairly. This made him feel incomparably happy. All right, let's drink well. Seeing Kong Rulin as happy as a child, Chu Zhongtian advised him with a smile. At the same time, he was secretly glad that he had heard Elder Huang's reminder. Otherwise, Kong Rulin, who was disappointed in his heart, would probably complain about him. Under the influence of the Devil Blade, the two of them might become enemies in the future. Although it was impossible for him to attack him because of the oath, it was completely different from the idea of helping him in the beginning. Fallen Immortal Cliff was located in the east of Southern Domain, 1.3 million kilometers away from Sisui City. It was one of the more famous danger zones in Southern Domain. As the name suggested, the Fallen Immortal Cliff was a cliff that could even fall from the immortal god realm. It was said that a long time ago, before the entire Eternal Continent was divided into 5 large domains, the spiritual chi and cultivation resources in the Southern Domain were not as scarce as they were now, and the circulation of the heavenly Tao law in the entire continent was also very perfect. The strongest expert in the continent was not a titled supreme level, but an immortal god that was said to be immortal and indestructible. One day, a huge rock that looked like a cliff suddenly fell from the sky and smashed into the Southern Domain. In a very short period of time, it formed a land with a radius of millions of kilometers, and the spiritual chi was a blessed land. Not only were there plenty of spiritual chi in the blessed land, but there were also countless of heavenly treasures. Many of them were special treasures that the Eternal Continent didn't have. Faced with the sudden arrival of the blessed land, all the sects, families, and empires in the Eternal Continent went crazy. Countless experts rushed into the blessed land and began to fight for the right to control it. In the beginning, everyone was restraining themselves, and only sent experts below the supreme level to fight for the right to control the blessed land. However, when one of the royal stage peak experts obtained a spiritual herb that could aid in the integration of the power of law, countless of supreme-level expert were shocked. After that, all of them rushed into the blessed land. If it was only a supreme-level warrior, with the overall situation of the entire continent, the impact wouldn't be huge. However, when supreme-level expert found an immortal tree whose grade was higher than the first grade, as well as the immortal fruit that could help titled supreme-level warriors break through to the immortal god, the entire eternal continent went crazy. In the face of an immortal fruit that could help them break through to the immortal god stage, not only titled supreme-level warriors attacked, even those immortal god warriors who rarely interfered in worldly affairs couldn't help thinking about the blessed land. One after another, they appeared in the blessed land. When a peak stage titled Supreme Level found a divine weapon that had lost its independent consciousness but had reached the immortal god, everyone who entered the blessed land went crazy. No matter if it was a chi refining stage warrior who wanted to pick up the leftovers or a mighty immortal god, they all fell into a frenzied competition when faced with the endless number of peerless treasures in the blessed land. The result of the crazy competition was the fall of countless experts, and there was no lack of immortal god venerables among them. Due to the different experts who controlled, merged, and refined the power of law during the battle, they attacked with all their might. It had completely changed the rules of the fallen immortal cliff, causing the entire fallen cliff to start from its original blessed land. Gradually, it became a land of scarcity where spiritual chi was scarce, and the heavenly treasures was gone. It was a land of disaster that was full of danger. At the same time, because of the attack of an immortal god stage expert, the rules of the fallen immortal cliff were thrown into chaos, turning the entire fallen immortal cliff into a forbidden zone of power of law. In other words, in the fallen immortal cliff, even a titled supreme level warrior could only use the strength of a longevity period warrior because of the restriction of the law. It was precisely because of the various dangers and restrictions of fallen immortal cliff, as well as the disappearance of countless tempting treasures, that no one in fallen immortal cliff was interested in them. Normally, except for those who wanted to escape from the hunt and those traders who had nowhere to run, no one was willing to enter the fallen immortal cliff. Of course, the dangers and taboos in the fallen immortal cliff were real, but the legends about it were fake. No one in the entire southern domain believed the origin of the fallen immortal cliff. However, when he was about to approach the fallen immortal cliff, Elder Huang told him that the legends about the fallen immortal cliff were actually true. Moreover, there were still many heaven-defying treasures in the core area of the fallen immortal cliff. Fallen immortal cliff. Standing at the top of a cliff that was tens of thousands of meters high, Chu Zhongtian looked at the colorful power of law underneath the cliff. Chu Zhongtian took a deep breath, then said to Kong Rulin, who was behind him, "Hold on to my arm. I'll take you down." He tied the devil blade to his back and grabbed Chu Zhongtian's arm tightly with one arm. Kong Rulin indicated that he was ready. "Let's go," Chu Zhongtian called out. He suppressed the vital spirit in the Dantian, dispersed the divine sense, and jumped off the cliff. The weight of the two of them, together with gravity, freely fell from tens of thousands of meters in the air. The speed at which their bodies fell became faster and faster. When their bodies passed through the colorful power of law, only then did he activate the vital spirit in the Dantian and use the flight spell to control the speed at which his body fell. When his legs had just landed on the ground, Chu Zhongtian grabbed Kong Rulin with his backhand and quickly retreated. Just as he left the place where he landed, dozens of martial skills formed a force and ruthlessly slashed at the place where he had just landed. "You all are courting death." After dodging the sneak attack of the dozen or so experts hiding in the surroundings, Chu Zhongtian's vital spirit combined with the power of the divine soul and directly transformed into a giant palm. After that, he fiercely slapped at the enemies hiding in the surroundings. In the Sisui city's secret realm under the stage of Heaven-Man Unity, his divine sense had received a huge improvement. Could now extend to nearly 1,000,000 kilometers. Although the effect of the power of law interweaving under the cliff had caused the divine sense to be greatly restricted, however, the range of the divine sense's extension was also close to several tens of thousands of kilometers. Therefore, just as he was about to jump off the cliff, he had already discovered the person hiding under the cliff. The reason why he didn't attack these people before landing was because he didn't want to enter the fallen immortal cliff just now. He had offended some people for no reason, which would affect his purpose of entering the fallen immortal cliff. However, what he didn't expect was that although he didn't want to offend others, they wouldn't let him go. This made Chu Zhongtian, who was in a good mood, instantly become furious. He didn't show any mercy when he attacked. The opponent is a peerless divine soul stage warrior. Retreat now. Sensing the power of the divine soul in the giant palm, amongst the dozen or so people who attacked him, the half-step divine soul period warrior's facial expression changed. Then he quickly called out. He was the first to flee into the depths of the mountain. Since he had already decided to attack, how could Chu Zhongtian leave anyone alive? The divine sense controlled the gigantic palm and slapped towards the half-step divine soul period warrior who was the first to escape. He was also the strongest half-step divine soul period warrior. At the same time, he stopped Kong Rulin, who was planning to help. Then, he used the vital spirit's attribute and the power of the divine soul to create an azure dragon and a white tiger, letting them chase after the remaining people. The spirit object that was transformed from the vital spirit and the divine soul possessed the strength of nearly 8 levels. In other words, the true strength of the azure dragon and the white tiger was above the divine soul stage. In the face of these opponents whose cultivation base was not even at the divine soul stage, the azure dragon and the white tiger could be said to have a life of their own, a life of their own, and a life of their own. When the gigantic palm smashed the half-step divine soul period warrior, who fled first into a meat patty, the transformed azure dragon and white tiger also finished off their enemies. After that, they returned to Chu Zhongtian's side while talking about the spoils of war. After putting away the azure dragon and the storage bag, Chu Zhongtian waved his hand and dispersed the transformed spirit object. After that, he strode into the depths of the mountain. Mr. Chu, the technique you used just now, was it the unique vital spirit, the attribute form of the Qi transforming period stage? Kong Rulin said with an envious expression as he followed Chu Zhongtian's footsteps. That's right. Chu Zhongtian nodded and admitted it. The attribute form, as long as he broke through to the Qi transforming period, he would barely be able to display the strength of a peerless genius. He would be able to use the attribute form outside of the southern domain. Everyone in the Eternal Continent knew about this, but why did Kong Rulin act so ignorant? Therefore, he asked with a puzzled tone, Rulin, based on your talent and the care that the Devil Blade has for you, when you break through to the Qi transforming period, you will at least be able to display the talent of a peerless genius. With the talent of a peerless genius, you will be able to use the attribute form. Mr. Chu, when I broke through to the Qi transforming period, the range of my spiritual energy of heaven and earth has reached 9,999 miles. I'm only one step away from revealing the true potential of a monster level. Kong Rulin responded to Chu Zhongtian's question in a gloomy manner. According to my estimation, I should be able to use the attribute form, but I don't know what's going on. No matter how deep my understanding of the attribute is, I still can't use the attribute form. That shouldn't be the case. The explanation that Kong Ru wanted made Chu Zhongtian quite puzzled. As he went deeper into the mountain, he signaled Kong Rulin to tell him about his comprehension of the mysterious attribute of the vital spirit. As Kong Rulin explained his understanding of the profound mysteries of the vital spirit, Chu Zhongtian's brows gradually furrowed. Because according to Kong Rulin's explanation, his understanding of the vital spirit's attributes, he could easily create a spirit object that could aid him in battle. However, he had never been able to do so. Elder Huang, what do you think is going on? Chu Zhongtian could not figure it out, so he could only ask Elder Huang for help in his mind. Chu, I'm sorry to tell you, I don't know what happened either. While Kong Rulin was explaining his understanding of the profound mysteries of the vital spirit, Elder Huang was also listening very seriously. At the same time, he was also recalling the records regarding the profound mysteries of the vital spirit. But in the end, he got nothing. Kong Rulin's aptitude and comprehension were not bad. Logically speaking, this shouldn't have happened. Since it had already appeared, then the key was likely to be the Devil Blade, or perhaps the reincarnation of a Devil Lord. Elder Huang, before your body was damaged, you participated in the hunt of a Devil Lord. I wonder if you have seen a spirit object that a devil lord uses his divine soul and the power of laws to transform into. The demon blade wholeheartedly wanted Kong Rulin to step onto the path of a demon lord once again, and then help him advance into a demon weapon. It was absolutely impossible to do something that would affect Kong Rulin's strength, so the reason might very well be because of the devil monarch. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian intended to find the reason from the devil lord. Chu brat, I have not only seen the spirit object that the demon lord transformed into. Chu brat, I've not only seen the spirit object that the demon lord transformed into, but I've also exchanged blows with that spirit object. The spirit object that the demon lord transformed into is still a giant black dragon that's around 1,000 meters long. He thought back to more than 1,000,000 years ago, when everyone surrounded and killed the demon lord. Elder Huang said with emotion. Black giant dragon. When he heard old Huang say that the spirit object was still a black giant dragon, Chu Zhongtian suddenly had an idea. He felt that he had more or less guessed the real reason why Kong Rulin couldn't transform the spirit object. Rulin, next, I will transform a spirit object according to the spirit object I transform. Then, I will combine it with your profound understanding of the vital spirit's attributes and see if you can transform it into a spirit object. Chu Zhongtian stopped in his tracks and said to Kong Rulin, Then I'll have to trouble Mr. Chu. Kong Rulin nodded and said with some embarrassment, Fallen immortal cliff, the bottom of the cliff. No trouble. After answering, Chu Zhongtian began to recall the scene when Zhao Enjuan transformed into a black giant dragon during the Outer Sect Disciple competition. Then, he used the mysterious properties of the vital spirit and started to transform into a black giant dragon. A woo! Following a deafening roar, a 60-meter-long ferocious-looking black giant dragon appeared above Chu Zhongtian's head. Rulin carefully observed the essence, qi, and spirit of the black giant dragon. Then, combine it with your own understanding of the mysterious properties of the vital spirit, and see if you can. After the black giant dragon was fully formed, Chu Zhongtian hurriedly gestured for Kong Rulin to observe the black giant dragon. He wanted to see if he could use his own black giant dragon to control the ability to transform the attributes of the spirit object. But before he could finish his words, a black giant dragon appeared above Kong Rulin's head. The black giant dragon that Kong Rulin had transformed, whether it was its shape or the essence, qi, and spirit that it contained, were all far superior to the black giant dragon that he had transformed. So that's how it is. Actually, when Chu Zhongtian had transformed the black giant dragon, Elder Huang had vaguely guessed his goal. When Kong Rulin easily transformed into the black giant dragon, he finally understood why Chu Zhongtian was so good at transforming into spirit object. Chu, how did you think of this? When Kong Rulin excitedly observed the spirit object that he had transformed into, Elder Huang couldn't help but ask. Whether it was the shape or the spirit, qi, and energy, the spirit object that Kong Rulin had transformed into was far stronger than the spirit object that he had transformed into. Chu Zhongtian didn't feel the slightest bit of jealousy. He only felt happy for him from the bottom of his heart. Therefore, after hearing Elder Huang's question, he said in a simple and concise manner, The reason why I attacked and witnessed it. Chu, tell me more details. Elder Huang complained with some dissatisfaction. Kong Rulin came from a remote mountain village, not to mention a divine beast like the black dragon, not even some high-level exotic beasts. There's no way he can transform the shape of a spirit object in his mind. Of course, it's impossible for him to transform into a spirit object. Chu Zhongtian said in detail. Chu, how did you think of this? After hearing Chu Zhongtian's explanation, Elder Huang couldn't help but nod his head. But he was surprised that Chu Zhongtian could think of this reason so quickly. The reason why I was able to master the ability to transform the spirit object was because I observed the real thing before I finally broke through. Chu Zhongtian said with a sigh. Back then, the reason why he was able to master the ability to transform the spirit object was firstly because he was able to observe the falling birds in the courtyard of Jingya Pavilion. Secondly, his family had been besieged and was facing the pressure of being wiped out at any time. I understand. Elder Huang nodded his head and said with emotion. Back when he was able to master the attribute form, He had also used it to observe the real thing. However, it had been too long, and he couldn't recall it for a while. In Fallen Immortal Cliff, hundreds of different kinds of power of law of different attributes were interwoven together. It caused the entire Fallen Immortal Cliff to be unable to use the power of law. Therefore, in the Fallen Immortal Cliff below, the people who could occupy this place were a group of peak of the longevity period warriors, or those who had reached the Great Tao period with the stage, but were unable to use the power of law. After a few thousand miles into the Fallen Immortal Cliff, Chu Zhongtian found a town that was controlled by 3 peak of the longevity period warriors and a half-step Great Tao period warrior. The Fallen Immortal Cliff had been in the southern domain for too long. Even the Floating Cloud sect, which had the longest inheritance, didn't have a detailed record of the origin of the Fallen Immortal Cliff. It was precisely because of the long inheritance that more and more people entered the supplementary Immortal Cliff. Gradually, different powers were formed, and this town that he had just discovered had developed for over 1,000 years. It had formed a relatively ordinary town. The town in front of him was not much different from the town outside the Fallen Immortal Cliff. In the middle of the town, on the east and west road, there was a central street that was about 10 meters wide. On both sides of the town center, there were inns, taverns, elixir stores, weapon stores, and so on. Before entering the town, Chu Zhongtian had already spread out the divine sense, thoroughly checking the layout of the town and the places where experts gathered. After that, he walked into the town and headed straight for the tavern on the north side of the central street. The divine sense could only check the general situation of the entire town. If he wanted to truly understand the secrets of this town, he would need to go to a tavern that was crowded with people and had no consideration for conversations. "Customer, please come in." When Chu Zhongtian walked to the entrance of the tavern, a young man who was only at the 3rd layer of the qi refining period, about 17 or 18 years old, welcomed him. "Find me a seat near the window." Chu Zhongtian did not pretend to be generous and reward the waiter with money or spirit stones. Under the guidance of the waiter, Chu Zhongtian went directly to a table near the window to the north of the hall and sat down. The reason why he did not tip the waiter was that Chu Zhongtian did not understand the lifestyle of this town. He did not know what kind of people here relied on to cultivate. Usually, transactions were made with money or spirit stones. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he could only choose to act cautiously. "Prepare a few specialty dishes and the signature wine in your shop." After sitting down, Chu Zhongtian pretended to be well-practiced and ordered, "Okay." The waiter, who did not receive any rewards, was not unhappy at all. He still greeted him warmly. "Sigh. My days are getting worse and worse." While Chu Zhongtian was waiting for food and drinks to be served, a 9th layer of the qi transforming period peak warrior sitting at a table not far from him said with a worried expression, "Yeah, the only 6th grade spiritual vein in Maple Forest Town is about to be mined. At that time, besides going deeper into Fallen Immortal Cliff, we can only think of a way to leave Fallen Immortal Cliff." Another guest who had reached the peak of the qi transforming period said with a worried expression, "Leave the Fallen Immortal Cliff." The 9th layer of the qi transforming period peak shook his head and smiled bitterly. He said in a desperate tone, "Fallen Immortal Cliff is a dangerous place that no one can come out from, let alone us qi transforming period warriors. Even those high and mighty big shots who have reached the peak of the longevity period. I also don't have the ability to leave the Fallen Immortal Cliff. Although that's the case, I still plan to take the risk and give it a try when I'm forced to the point of no turning back." A peak of the qi transforming period warrior gritted his teeth and said, "Big Brother Qi, there's no need to be anxious. I think the mayor of Maple Leaf Town and the other 3 deputy chiefs will have a way." The 9th layer of the qi transforming period peak warrior saw that his life and death friend was thinking of taking a risk and quickly explained, "Brother Lu, don't worry. My qi palace isn't that hot-headed. I will break through to the essence gathering stage without caring about the consequences. After mastering the flying technique, I will take the risk and try it out." After drinking the wine, the qi warrior said, "Elder Huang, is there a danger zone in Fallen Immortal Cliff where there is no exit?" Hearing the conversation of the guests at the table, Chu Zhongtian's face instantly darkened, and he said with a somewhat grumpy tone, "Fallen Immortal Cliff in the town pub." The reason why he chose to enter Fallen Immortal Cliff was because he hoped to pass through this famous danger zone in Fallen Immortal Cliff. He wanted to improve his strength so that he could stay in the Hidden Dragon list battle 5 months later. A good ranking. If he was trapped in the Fallen Immortal Cliff due to the special circumstances, and missed the fight for the throne, he would definitely regret it for the rest of his life. Impossible! Although the law of Fallen Immortal Cliff was chaotic because of the Immortal God stage, experts at the Great Tao period and above can't use the power of law, but it doesn't affect their freedom of entry and exit. Elder Huang quickly explained in the face of Chu Zhongtian's question. Back then, the reason he recommended the Fallen Immortal Cliff as one of the places where Chu Zhongtian would refine the ____. It was also because Fallen Immortal Cliff restricted the environment of the power of law. He wouldn't let Chu Zhongtian encounter too much danger. If the Fallen Immortal Cliff was really like what the customer at the table had said, there was no way out. There was no need for Chu Zhongtian to complain about it. He would regret it himself, because he knew the benefits of the Hidden Dragon list battle to the contestants, especially to a genius like Chu Zhongtian who was far superior to a monster level. Therefore, he comforted Chu Zhongtian for the time being, then dispersed the divine sense. He began to thoroughly investigate the situation in the Fallen Immortal Cliff. However, when his divine sense extended to thousands of kilometers away, it was as if he had encountered an endless barrier that prevented the divine sense from continuing to extend. Chu, how far can your divine sense extend now? Even the supreme peak divine sense was suppressed to only a few thousand kilometers away. This caused Elder Huang to feel uneasy. He felt that there was a huge difference between the Fallen Immortal Cliff and the records he had read before, so he needed to go through the range of Chu Zhongtian's divine sense. He needed to determine the limitations of the Fallen Immortal Cliff for different stage. Although the range of the power of law is limited due to the chaos of the power of law in the Fallen Immortal Cliff, however, there is still half of the original range. Before entering the supplementary Immortal Cliff, Chu Zhongtian had already used the divine sense to check the situation in the Fallen Immortal Cliff. The divine sense, which could originally extend for 1 million kilometers, had been suppressed by nearly half, which was about 500,000 kilometers. Therefore, he didn't even try it and replied directly, "Chu, you'd better try it yourself and see how many layers of suppression this place has on the divine sense." Seeing that Chu Zhongtian didn't realize the seriousness of the problem, Elder Huang reminded him patiently. All right, Elder Huang was not a long-winded person. Since he had mentioned the problem of the divine sense for the second time, it was likely that he had discovered some problems. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian hurriedly spread out his divine sense. 100 kilometers. 5,000 kilometers. 10,000 kilometers. When the range of the divine sense finally reached 100,000 kilometers, it seemed to have encountered an invisible barrier that prevented the divine sense from continuing to extend. Elder Huang, the suppression of the divine sense in this environment is too strong. My divine sense has been suppressed by nearly 9 layers, and now it can barely extend for 100,000 kilometers. Chu Zhongtian said in a serious tone. What? 100,000 kilometers? Elder Huang was shocked when he heard the result of Chu Zhongtian's test. In the secret realm of Sisui City, the divine sense was suppressed because of the destructive force caused by the self-destruction of the divine body of the Ant Queen with the help of the rules of Secret Realm. The divine sense was specifically used to suppress those who could pose a threat to its divine body. So Chu Zhongtian's divine soul stage divine sense could not be suppressed. It was understandable. However, the situation in Fallen Immortal Cliff should be treated equally. Why was it that his divine sense was suppressed to 1 of 1,000 years? Could it be that the chaotic law of Fallen Immortal Cliff was also a restriction that applied to the higher one's cultivation base was, the stronger the suppression would be? Chu, let's leave this place immediately and find a divine soul stage warrior. A longevity period warrior. Look at these 2-stage warriors. The range of the divine sense can be extended. Could it be that the higher one's cultivation base was, the stronger the restriction would be? Elder Huang hoped to verify this through more different stage warriors. Elder Huang, it's very easy to find Divine Soul Stage and Longevity Period Stage warriors. We only need to roughly investigate the divine sense, so let me listen for a while. It wasn't that Chu Zhongtian didn't want to do what Elder Huang asked him to do right away. However, the customers who were talking about the mineral vein just now started to talk about topics that interested him in a low voice again. All right. At the same time, Elder Huang, who was paying attention to the content of the conversation, could only temporarily suppress the impulse in his heart and eavesdrop on the conversation of the customer at the table just like Chu Zhongtian. Brother Qi, I think you shouldn't leave Fallen Immortal Cliff in a hurry for the time being. Because I heard from an Essence Gathering Stage advanced guard in the prefecture some time ago that the Tiger Jumping Mountain is 30,000 miles away from Fengye Town. At this point, the warrior with the surname Lu raised his head and looked at the hall. Realizing that no one in the hall had noticed the conversation between the two of them, he said in a low voice, "It is said that someone found a low-grade level 4 spirit melting grass in a cave in Tiger Jumping Mountain. That person used the spirit melting grass to break through to the Divine Soul Stage. Brother Lu, although we all know that the legend of falling off a cliff is fake, it is still sufficient as a spiritual qi. It has existed for more than 1,000,000 years. So it's not surprising for a low-grade level for spirit herb to appear. It was said that someone unexpectedly found a low-grade level 4 spirit melting grass and used it to break through to the Divine Soul Stage. Although the martial artist surnamed Qi was very envious and jealous, he wasn't too surprised. This was because in the past 10 years, every month or 2 months, there would be rumors of someone accidentally obtaining some kind of high-grade spirit herb or spirit fruit. Big Brother Qi, don't be anxious. Listen to me carefully. Seeing that the other party didn't have much interest in his information, the warrior surnamed Lu raised his voice slightly and said, "After that martial artist who accidentally obtained the spirit melting grass broke through to the Divine Soul Stage, he also obtained a high-grade level 4 soul cleansing grass and a low-grade 3 heavenly soul barrier breaking grass." What? That person was found in the same place. The high-grade level 4 soul cleansing grass and the low-grade 3rd grade heavenly soul barrier breaking grass. After hearing the martial artist named Lu, the martial artist surnamed Qi nearly stood up in shock. Fortunately, he knew that the current situation wasn't suitable for him to be overly excited, so he forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked in a low voice, "That's right. Apart from the soul cleansing grass and the heavenly soul barrier breaking grass, there are also many high-grade spirit herbs and spirit fruit." As if feeling that the shock of the martial artist surnamed Qi wasn't strong enough, the martial artist named Lu continued to agitate him. "Who?" Taking 3 deep breaths in succession, martial artist Qi said, "Brother Lu, was what you said just now true?" Brother Qi, the warrior who got a fortuitous encounter in Tiger Jumping Mountain, is the son of the mayor of Fengye Town. Now, the mayor is quietly gathering his men and planning to develop the Tiger Jumping Mountain by himself. Speaking up to this point, the warrior with the surname Lu took another look at his surroundings. Realizing that no one had noticed his conversation just now, he said in an even lower voice, "Brother Qi, I have a good relationship with the son of the town's guard. I can give you and I a chance to enter the Tiger Jumping Mountain. Fallen Immortal Cliff in the town pub." Being able to obtain the opportunity to enter the Tiger Jumping Mountain to gather spirit herbs and spirit fruit, the warrior surnamed Qi was quite excited. As long as he could obtain the spiritual herbs and spirit fruit that could increase his cultivation base, he would be able to break through to the essence gathering stage in the shortest amount of time. As long as he could break through to the essence gathering stage, whether it was by taking a risk and leaving the Fallen Immortal Cliff, or continuing to head towards the depths of the Fallen Immortal Cliff, where the resources were more abundant, the chances of him living a peaceful life would be much higher. However, being able to survive for so long in the Fallen Immortal Cliff, which was known as a dangerous place, besides being strong, Qi family's warrior's mature will was also the key to survival. Therefore, he quickly adjusted his mentality and started to consider the opponent's true intention. "Brother Lu, although our relationship is pretty good, it's not to the extent where you have to put in so much effort to think for me. So what exactly do you want? You better tell me the truth." No matter how he guessed, he was unable to guess the other party's true intentions. Helpless, he could only ask with a clear attitude, Brother Qi, you and I have lived together in Fallen Immortal Cliff for more than 10 years. I understand the rules of survival in Fallen Immortal Cliff very well. When faced with treasures that can raise one's cultivation base and stage, even brothers will turn against each other, and then they will fight each other to the death. Let alone friends. Facing the straightforward interrogation of the Qi family martial artist, the Lu family martial artist did not hide his thoughts and spoke truthfully. Big Brother Qi, I only have 2 requests. First, I hope you can swear an oath with the chaotic law of Fallen Immortal Cliff. No matter if you find any precious spiritual herbs or spirit herb in Tiger Jumping Mountain, you can't attack me. Second, if I'm in danger, you have to help me unconditionally. Brother Lu, I can agree to your first condition, but I won't agree to the second condition. After hearing the second condition proposed by martial artist Lu, martial artist Qi thought for a moment. He replied with half of the conditions accepted and the other half rejected. Why? The opportunity to enter the Tiger Jumping Mountain to search for spiritual herbs and spirit fruit was something that countless warriors in the Fallen Immortal Cliff dreamed of. For this opportunity, they would be willing to give up their freedom. Why did something unexpected happen when it came to the other party? If it wasn't because the Qi warrior wasn't an ordinary warrior, but a genius who could jump ranks to challenge him, and was able to kill an ordinary essence gathering stage warrior at the peak of the Qi transforming period, he would definitely turn hostile and leave. Brother Lu, while you are searching for the herbs and spirit fruit, what if you provoke a peerless expert above the divine soul stage? It's impossible for me, with the surname Qi, to risk my own life to fight the opponent. The Qi warrior was also very worried about the 2 requests. He was worried that the other party would leave after getting angry, but he was also unwilling to do so because of the oath, to put him in danger. So Brother Qi is worried about this. When the martial artist surnamed Lu heard the other party's explanation, his face revealed a look of sudden enlightenment. However, he was very disappointed in his heart. Just as the Qi family martial artist was worried about, the reason why Lu Chang gave the Qi family martial artist such a good opportunity to find spirit herbs and spirit fruit was because of this. Besides the 2 of them forming an alliance and being able to guarantee their safety, he also hoped to borrow martial artist Qi's hands to help him get rid of a few sworn enemies. However, since the other party had already made it clear, between the spirit grass and spirit fruit, as well as the fact that he had gotten rid of his sworn enemies in advance, martial artist Lu Chang still chose the spirit grass and spirit fruit that were beneficial to him in the end. As long as he took this risk and obtained enough spirit herbs and spirit fruit, his strength would definitely soar in a short period of time. At that time, he could completely rely on his own strength to kill those sworn enemies. Rulin, hurry up and eat. After eating, let's go. After obtaining the information he wanted, Chu Zhongtian immediately felt a sense of alienation. However, if he stood up and left now, it would definitely arouse the suspicion of martial artist Qi and martial artist Lu. If they did not want to leak the information beforehand, they would definitely attack and kill them. Fighting would definitely cause unnecessary trouble. So Chu Zhongtian could only patiently savor the food and drink first before speaking. Fortunately, martial artist Qi and martial artist Lu didn't stay in the tavern after discussing the treasure hunt. Instead, they got up and left to prepare for the treasure hunt. After leaving behind a Class 10 lower-rank spirit stone, Chu Zhongtian brought Kong Rulin and left the tavern. When martial artist Lu had mentioned the Tiger Jumping Mountain earlier, Chu Zhongtian had already used the divine sense to find out the exact location of the Tiger Jumping Mountain. Therefore, after leaving the tavern, he went straight to the Tiger Jumping Mountain. Elder Huang, you want to find Divine Soul Stage and Longevity Period warriors. There are a few in the Tiger Jumping Mountain right now. While rushing to the Tiger Jumping Mountain, Chu Zhongtian explained to Elder Huang in his mind. Chu, this matter is not urgent. Let's go to Tiger Jumping Mountain first. Because I feel that the abnormality in the Tiger Jumping Mountain might be related to a secret of the Fallen Immortal Cliff. Martial artist Lu introduced the recent frequent appearance of spiritual herbs and spirit fruit in Tiger Jumping Mountain. It suddenly reminded Elder Huang of the time when he saw the records of Fallen Immortal Cliff in the ruins. There was a record that he had seen before, and it was mentioned in that record. Fallen Immortal Cliff was not an ordinary item. It was when the heaven and earth first opened. It was a medicinal field used by a supreme holy sovereign to cultivate spiritual herbs and spirit fruit. Since it was a medicinal field refined by a supreme holy sovereign, it definitely wasn't something a group of immortal god could destroy. Therefore, Elder Huang speculated that when an immortal god attacked, he only caused fallen immortal cliff to fall into a deep slumber ahead of time. After countless years of recuperation, it had reached the point where it was about to awaken. Elder Huang, what secret is hidden in the fallen immortal cliff? Chu Zhongtian's interest was piqued when he found out about the unusual situation in the tiger-jumping mountain. It was related to the secret of the fallen immortal cliff. Kid Chu, this is only my guess. Before we arrive at the tiger-jumping mountain, I have already guessed that there is a secret hidden in the tiger-jumping mountain. I won't reveal this secret until I find out the cause of the unusual incident in tiger-jumping mountain. The secret of the fallen immortal cliff was related to a supreme saint sovereign. Elder Huang didn't want to cause Chu Zhongtian's thoughts to become chaotic because of the matter of a saint sovereign. All right, shrugging his shoulders, Chu Zhongtian said with an indifferent expression. Tiger-jumping mountain was only 30,000 miles away from Maple Leaf Town. Although Chu Zhongtian did not use his flying technique, the speed of using a low-grade profound-grade body movement technique was not slow. In just 10 minutes, he and Kong Rulin appeared at the foot of Tiger-jumping mountain. Chu Zhongtian raised his head and looked at the mountain that was about 3,000 meters tall. He finally knew why this mountain was called Tiger-jumping mountain. Because the entire mountain was not a straight and upright mountain, but an extension of something. It was a mess of different shapes. On the east side of the entire mountain peak, a huge rock protruded out. The rock was like a roaring tiger head. On the west side of the mountain is a cliff that stretches out like a tiger's tail. From afar, the entire mountain looked like a giant tiger leaping up. Fallen immortal cliff. Below tiger-jumping mountain. The divine sense spread out and began to cover the entire tiger-jumping mountain. After confirming the exact location of the few divine soul stage and longevity period warriors on the tiger-jumping mountain, Chu Zhongtian consciously avoided these people and chose a relatively remote mountain path. He easily climbed onto the tiger-jumping mountain. Compared to Maple Leaf Town, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the tiger-jumping mountain was more abundant, and there might be some precious spiritual herbs in this environment for a long period of time. However, with Chu Zhongtian's current cultivation base and his stage, and his understanding of the laws, general precious licorice roots are useless to him. Only spirit herbs and spirit fruit that had reached the upper level 4 and above could help him increase his strength. Therefore, after searching a portion of the area, he brought Kong Rulin to a relatively hidden place and temporarily hid. As a place with plenty of spiritual energy of heaven and earth, many rogue cultivator warriors who were unwilling to join various forces would choose the tiger-jumping mountain as their cultivation place. Therefore, there were hundreds of warriors with different cultivation levels living in the tiger-jumping mountain. These warriors had been staying in the tiger-jumping mountain to cultivate, but they had never found any precious spiritual herbs or spirit fruit. This also meant that the location of the spiritual herbs and spirit fruit was very hidden, and he had used the divine sense just now. He searched the entire tiger-jumping mountain 10 times, but he did not find the cave that the warrior named Lu had mentioned. Therefore, he only needed to hide for now and wait for the experts of Maple Leaf Town to arrive. At that time, he would be able to find the cave where the spiritual herbs and spirit fruit were found. Sitting cross-legged behind a relatively hidden rock, Chu Zhongtian took out a portion of the barren stone and began to absorb the energy of the heavenly desolates within the barren stone, increasing the grade of his body. The reason why he didn't take out a top-grade spirit stone to increase his own cultivation was because there were plenty of spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the entire tiger-jumping mountain. However, the thickness of the spiritual chi was at most equivalent to a middle-grade 7 spirit stone. It was also similar to the spiritual chi and concentration he had in the secret chamber in Hidden Dragon Peak. He was worried that when he absorbed the spiritual chi in the top-grade spirit stone, the spiritual chi's fluctuation would attract the attention of longevity period experts in the tiger-jumping mountain, so he could only choose the barren stone that wouldn't cause the spiritual chi's fluctuation. As time passed, the number of mid-level barren stone that Chu Zhongtian consumed increased. His physical body level was also getting higher and higher. When his physical body level reached the level 5 beginner level and peak, just as he was about to break through to the level 5 intermediate, Elder Huang suddenly reminded him in his mind. Chu, those people from Maple Leaf Town have appeared. Although Elder Huang's divine sense was suppressed by the special environment of fallen immortal cliff, it was only 1/1000th of its original size. However, as a supreme level peak stage, his divine sense could still extend for thousands of miles. The entire Tiger Jumping Mountain was only a few thousand miles wide. Therefore, any warriors who entered the Tiger Jumping Mountain would be able to discover it immediately. After hearing Elder Huang's reminder, Chu Zhongtian immediately put away the unused barren stone. Then, he carefully spread out the divine sense, and soon found Lu and Qi Cheng warriors in the tavern. Besides these two people, there was also a peak of the longevity period expert, 3 peak of the divine soul period warriors, and 4 early divine soul stage intermediate warriors. There were also a dozen essence gathering stage and Qi transforming period warriors. As for the longevity period and 3 peak of the divine soul period warriors, they were the ones he sensed when he first entered Maple Leaf Town. Chu Zhongtian was not in a hurry to leave his hiding place. He quietly stayed at Lu Cheng's place. There was also a young man who had just broken through to the divine soul stage and had yet to fully consolidate his aura. He left behind the unique mark that Elder Huang had taught him, and used it to monitor the movements of this group of people. After that, he stayed where he was and waited quietly. 10 minutes later, the experts of Maple Leaf Town who had entered the Tiger Jumping Mountain. Instead, they chose a relatively spacious place to rest and reorganize. At the same time, they sent out a Divine Soul Stage peak of the 6th layer expert and 4 peak Essence Gathering Stage experts. They spread out in all directions. The 5 warriors that had spread out were nearly 100 miles away from the gathering place. When they returned, not only did they keep an eye on their surroundings, but they also kept an eye on their surroundings. Moreover, they would set traps behind them from time to time, even though there was no danger at all. After the 5 experts returned to the gathering place, the experts of Maple Leaf Town finally got up and continued climbing the Tiger Jumping Mountain. Half an hour later, the experts of Maple Leaf Town arrived at the mountainside of Tiger Jumping Mountain, in front of a smooth cliff. According to the shape of the entire Tiger Jumping Mountain, this smooth cliff was right below the belly of a fierce tiger. The head of Maple Leaf Town was also the strongest peak of the longevity period expert among them. He rose 20 meters into the air, and then a wave of divine sense ripples spread out from his body. This wave of divine sense energy only extended for 100 miles before it stopped quietly. The peak of the longevity period warrior, who was releasing the divine sense, revealed a strained expression. Chu, you are a freak. When the peak of the longevity period warrior took back the divine sense, Elder Huang couldn't help but say with envy and jealousy. Elder Huang, perhaps it is because my physique is special. The divine sense wasn't suppressed so badly. How could it be a freak? Chu Zhongtian could understand Elder Huang's envy and jealousy. However, Chu Zhongtian absolutely couldn't accept his evaluation. TCH, putting aside the fact that the divine sense in the Sisui City's secret realm is doubled, the divine sense in the fallen immortal cliff is only suppressed by 90%. If you aren't a freak, then what are you? Facing Chu Zhongtian's rebuttal, Elder Huang said sourly. All right, Elder Huang, whatever you say, just say it. Originally he wanted to argue with Elder Huang, but what happened in the distance made him lazy to continue arguing. He just casually responded. When the peak of the longevity period warrior took back the divine sense and returned to everyone's side, the young man who had just broken through to the divine soul stage and had yet to fully consolidate his stage. What? He cut open his palm and pressed his bleeding palm onto the cliff. Then the smooth cliff suddenly started to shake. What surprised Chu Zhongtian was that the cliff, which was hundreds of square meters in size, started to shake. Not only did it not make a sound, but even the mountain that was connected to the cliff, it was as if the entire cliff was independent from the mountain. The trembling of the cliff was not very long. In just a dozen seconds, the originally smooth surface of the cliff revealed a hole that was almost 2 meters in diameter. Father, you can go in now. When the hole appeared on the smooth cliff, The young man who had just broken through to the divine soul stage said to the peak of the longevity period warrior behind him. Listen up, everyone. According to the rules we set beforehand, no one is allowed to take risks. Before entering the cave entrance, the peak of the longevity period expert threatened fiercely. If I find out that there is a rebellion, or that there is a scheme behind it, don't blame me, Zhou Taihyun, for being ruthless. Fallen Immortal Cliff, Tiger Jumping Mountain. After threatening everyone, the peak of the longevity period warrior who called himself Zhou Taihyun led his son, who had just broken through to the divine soul stage, into the cave. The remaining warriors entered the cave one after another according to their cultivation and identity. The Qi warrior had entered the cave earlier than the Lu warrior, but the two men who had formed an alliance chose to enter the cave one after the other. After the last person entered the cave entrance that originally had a diameter of 2 meters began to rapidly close up. In a short second, it closed up to 10 centimeters. Elder Huang, lend me a hand with your supreme level power of the divine soul. When Zhou Taihyun brought his son into the cave, Chu Zhongtian had already gotten up and left his hiding place. After that, he casted the profound grade low-rank movement technique and rushed to the cave entrance. However, the mountain path was different from the flat ground. The rugged and uneven mountain path had a huge impact on the movement technique. When the cave entrance closed, he was still about 1,700 miles away from the cave entrance. Based on his current speed and the speed at which the cave entrance closed, it was impossible for him to rush into the cave before it closed completely. Helpless, he could only ask Elder Huang for help in his mind. Chu, if you really can't do it, then use the flight spell. While injecting power of the divine soul into Chu Zhongtian's dantian, Elder Huang suggested. You don't need to use the flight spell. After the supreme level power of the divine soul was injected into the dantian, Chu Zhongtian immediately activated his level 5 body and charged towards the entrance of the cave. Just as the cave entrance was about to close, Chu Zhongtian brought Kong Rulin into the cave. At the same time, he immediately spread out the divine sense to check if there was any danger at the cave entrance, or if the group of people who entered the cave would be hiding behind the cave entrance in advance. Fortunately, the divine sense did not discover anything unusual, allowing him to smoothly charge into the hole. What a dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth! After stabilizing his body, Kong Rulin was immediately stunned by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth inside the cave. He could not help but mutter to himself, "That's right." Not to mention Kong Rulin, even Chu Zhongtian, who had seen countless blessed lands, was shocked by the dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the cave. If the spiritual qi in the secret chamber of Hidden Dragon Peak was compared to a drop of water, then the spiritual qi in the cave was like a boundless ocean. What was even more peculiar was that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was neither liquefied nor vaporized. Chu, according to the concentration inside the cave, there must be at least one peak grade 1 spiritual vein hidden in the depths of the Tiger Jumping Mountain. Elder Huang's reaction was very calm when faced with the unusual amount of spiritual qi inside the cave. His reaction was calm not because he had seen such an environment before, but because according to the records of the secret scripture in the ancient ruins, as a supreme holy sovereign who had just opened the world, his cultivation base was far higher than an immortal god. It was normal for him to use a few rank 1 spiritual vein to provide spiritual qi in the medicinal field that was specially used to cultivate spiritual herbs and spirit fruit. I understand. Facing the news that there was a rank 1 spiritual vein hidden at the bottom of Tiger Jumping Mountain, Chu Zhongtian's reaction was very peaceful. In the secret realm of the Sisui city, when he just entered the secret realm, Elder Huang also used the concentration of Zhongtian's spiritual qi in the secret realm. He calculated that there was a grade 3 and above spiritual vein hidden in the entire secret realm, but the final result was, the spiritual vein did not exist at all. The sufficient amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth was only the remaining spiritual qi after the natural law of the secret realm self-destructed, which was the result of the evolution of the natural law. It belonged to the spiritual qi that absorbed less and less spiritual qi. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian would not hold any expectations until he saw the real spiritual vein. He spread out the divine sense and followed the opening of the tunnel, extending it bit by bit. Soon, he caught up with the experts of Maple Leaf Town who had entered the tunnel ahead of time. After discovering that these experts had not encountered any danger, he called Kong Rulin and followed them unhurriedly. Chu, how far can your current divine sense extend? After following Zhou Taihyun and the others for less than 5 minutes, Elder Huang suddenly asked in his mind. Let me try. As the divine sense had been staring at Zhou Taihyun and the others, Chu Zhongtian did not try to extend the distance of the divine sense. When he heard Elder Huang mention it, he remembered to test the range of the divine sense. The divine sense passed Zhou Taihyun and the others and began to extend bit by bit. When the distance of the divine sense reached 9,999 meters, it seemed to have encountered a hard barrier. No matter how hard the divine sense tried, it could not go any deeper. Elder Huang, I don't know what's going on. The suppression of the entire passageway on the divine sense is too strong. Now, my divine sense can only extend to 10,000 meters. Chu Zhongtian said with a serious expression. Ever since he broke through to the divine soul stage and the divine sense could extend for tens of thousands of kilometers, he had gradually discovered the divine sense. It was becoming more and more useful to him, and it was also helping him more and more. This made him rely on the divine sense more and more. Now, the divine sense was only able to extend for less than 10,000 meters. This made him feel a lot more pressured. Chu, it's already very good that the divine sense can extend for nearly 10,000 meters. You have to know that I can't even extend a tiny bit of the divine sense. Elder Huang said sourly when he heard that Chu Zhongtian's divine sense could still extend for nearly 10,000 meters. Elder Huang, if even a supreme-level divine sense like you can't leave your sea of consciousness, if that's the case, I'm afraid Mr. Zhou and the others won't be able to use the divine sense either. Chu Zhongtian didn't care about Elder Huang's sour tone. What he really cared about was, even Elder Huang couldn't use the chain reaction caused by the divine sense. As for whether or not I can use the divine sense, I'm not sure. But I think he should be like me, unable to use the divine sense either. Regarding Chu Zhongtian's inability to use the divine sense, he immediately thought of Zhou Taihyun and the others who were following him. While Elder Huang was satisfied, he also wondered if Zhou Taihyun's divine sense was also restricted. He said with uncertainty. It was a simple way to determine if Zhou Taihyun's divine sense was also suppressed by the passageway and couldn't escape from his sea of consciousness. However, it was a little risky because the divine sense needed to be within 10 meters of Zhou Taihyun. After a divine soul stage warrior entered an unfamiliar environment, the first thing he did was to spread out the divine sense and pay attention to the surroundings to prevent any accidents from happening. If Zhou Taihyun's divine sense was the same as Elder Huang's and could not escape from his sea of consciousness, then the divine sense would not alert him if it was within 10 meters of him. If Zhou Taihyun's divine sense could leave his sea of consciousness, then when the divine sense approached his body, he'll find out. Although doing this would definitely expose his existence, in order to confirm whether the other party's divine sense could escape from his sea of consciousness, Chu Zhongtian felt that this danger was worth a try. The divine sense approached Zhou Taihyun bit by bit, and Chu Zhongtian's heart was also raised bit by bit. When the divine sense was about 10 meters away from Zhou Taihyun, his breathing stopped. Fortunately, after the divine sense crossed the 10-meter range, Zhou Taihyun still did not have any alertness. This made Chu Zhongtian involuntarily let out a sigh of relief. Fallen immortal cliff, tiger jumping mountain, in the passageway. After confirming that Zhou Taihyun and the others were unable to use the divine sense, Chu Zhongtian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, a trace of joy arose in his heart. At this moment, besides himself, all the divine sense of divine soul stage and above that entered the passageway. In that case, he who was still able to use the divine sense would be able to use it. Next, be it following Zhou Taihyun and the others, or searching for spiritual herbs and spirit fruit, he would definitely seize the initiative. Thinking up to here, Chu Zhongtian left 2 strands of divine sense on Zhou Taihyun's son and Lu Cheng's martial artist. Then, he started to observe the surrounding walls of the passageway. In the beginning, in order to follow Zhou Taihyun and the others, he did not carefully observe the surrounding walls. Now that he had the energy to carefully observe, he realized that the walls around the tunnel were not simple. Because the walls around the tunnel were very smooth and had been specially processed. In other words, this tunnel was not only man-made, but also very easy to dig. Otherwise, the walls around the tunnel wouldn't be so smooth. Other than the walls being relatively smooth, there would be a very, very shallow fingerprint on the east wall every 39 meters. If one did not carefully observe it, they would not be able to find it. According to the size of the fingerprint left on the wall and the shape of the fingerprint, Chu Zhongtian discovered that the person who pressed the fingerprint was not a human, but a very tall person. It was a very strong exotic beast, because the fingerprint on the wall was more than 2 times bigger than his thumb. Elder Huang, regarding Fallen Immortal Cliff and Tiger Jumping Mountain. I wonder if you have any information that you can disclose in advance. The carefully built tunnel left unknown beast fingerprints on the wall every 39 meters. All kinds of strange phenomena made Chu Zhongtian want to know some secrets about the Fallen Immortal Cliff in advance. Chu, I will still say the same thing. If the time is not right, I will not know any secrets about the Fallen Immortal Cliff. Elder Huang said resolutely in the face of Chu Zhongtian's interrogation. In his opinion, it was for Chu Zhongtian's own good that he did not reveal the secrets of the Fallen Immortal Cliff in advance. Because if he knew about the origin of the Fallen Immortal Cliff in advance, he would surely be revered by the Supreme Holy Sovereign when the heavens and earth first opened. This would affect his upcoming adventure. Forget it. You will tell me sooner or later. He asked Elder Huang about the secrets of Fallen Immortal Cliff, and Chu Zhongtian only wanted to give it a try. He knew Elder Huang's character. As long as it was a secret that he didn't want to reveal in advance, no matter how hard you beg him, it would be useless. An hour later, Chu Zhongtian, whose expression had always been calm, his footsteps, which were originally neither fast nor slow, suddenly began to accelerate. Because just now, the mark he had left on Zhou Taihyun's son, and the mark on Lu Yan's body suddenly began to accelerate. This made him immediately use the divine sense to examine it. Following that, he saw the end of the passageway. The divine sense passed through the end of the passage. He was immediately stunned by the scene behind the end of the passage, because at the end of the passageway, there was a valley that was far superior to a mortal fairyland. If one were to say that the heaven and earth spiritual chi in the passage was like a boundless ocean, then the spiritual chi at the end of the passage would be dozens of boundless seas. More importantly, the valley was filled with spiritual chi. It was different from the spiritual chi in the passage. Although there were plenty of spiritual chi in the passageway, for some reason, these spiritual chi were neither vaporized nor liquefied. However, the spiritual chi in the valley was different. In the sky above the valley, colorful spirit clouds were dripping down the spirit rain. On the ground, streams of spirit water were flowing like white snakes in the valley. On both sides of the spirit river, countless spirit plants, spirit herb, and spirit fruit were casually erected. Some of them had long since matured, but because they hadn't been plucked, they had fallen to the ground and began to rot. In the depths of the valley, due to the suppression of the divine sense, it was impossible to truly observe them. However, Chu Zhongtian had a vague feeling that there was a fatal danger hidden deep within the valley. Absorb! He took a few deep breaths to suppress the excitement in his heart. After saying goodbye to Kong Rulin, he casted the yellow level lower level movement technique and rushed to the end of the tunnel at the fastest speed possible. Rulin, wait for a moment. After reaching the end of the passageway, Chu Zhongtian wasn't in a hurry to enter the valley. Instead, he first instructed Kong Rulin, who had completely fallen into a sluggish state. After that, the divine sense stared closely at Zhou Taihyun and the others who had entered the valley. As the mayor of Maple Leaf Town, he had a powerful peak of the longevity period cultivation base. Usually, Zhou Taihyun could easily suppress his subordinates. However, when faced with a valley that was far more beautiful than a fairyland, especially the completely liquefied stream of spiritual chi in the mountain, there were spiritual herbs, spirit herb, and spirit fruit on both sides of the stream. The majesty that he normally had instantly vanished completely. Not to mention the 3 deputy chiefs who had reached the peak of the Divine Soul period, even his high rank of the Qi transforming period subordinates. As if they had forgotten his initial order, they all rushed towards the stream formed by the spiritual Qi. They rushed towards the high-grade spiritual herbs, spirit herb, and spirit fruit. Regarding this, although Zhou Taihyun was very angry, there were endless treasures in the valley. It made his anger disappear very quickly, and he even forgot to take care of his son. He rushed towards a spiritual herb that had reached the 3rd grade of the low grade. Chu, those people have already spread out. Cooperate with the power of the divine soul that I injected into your dantian. It's impossible for these people to discover you. So why haven't you entered the valley yet? He saw that those people who had entered the valley were frantically searching for spiritual herbs and spirit fruit. They didn't pay any attention to the situation behind them. This was the perfect time to enter the valley. However, Chu Zhongtian just stood there without moving. This made Elder Huang very puzzled. Wait a moment. When the divine sense extended to its limit, he vaguely felt the fatal danger in the depths of the valley, which made him temporarily not want to take the risk to break into the valley. He wanted to see if these people could draw out the danger in the depths of the valley. As the group of people rushed into the valley, they discovered that the deeper they went, the deeper they went. Not only were the spiritual Qi abundant, but the spirit herbs and spirit fruit that could be seen everywhere were of a higher grade. Some experts who could still remain clear-headed began to control the impulse to search for the spirit herbs and spirit fruit. They sped up and rushed into the depths of the valley, and Zhou Taihyun was among them. No one who rushed into the valley discovered that he had just broken through to the divine soul stage. Zhou Taihyun's son, who was left on the spot, had a pair of bright red eyes. At the same time, his Qi, which had just broken through to the divine soul stage, quickly rose to the longevity period. As his Qi increased, his body size also gradually increased. When his Qi reached the longevity period, his height had already reached more than 2 meters. When his aura stopped at the peak of the longevity period, he tore off his clothes and jumped towards the warriors who were gathering spirit herbs and spirit fruit or soaking in the spirit spring like a monkey.